Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
Do you believe that there's such a thing as a superfood, or that any food is completely unhealthy? You're wrong. I'm Brian Dunning, and you're watching In Fact. Welcome to the show that gives you the real facts behind popular myths. Few subjects are as full of pseudoscience as food. It seems just about every food is either being promoted as health food or condemned as junk food. In fact, everything we eat breaks down into the same 7 basic categories. First are amino acids. These are what make up proteins. There are many different amino acids. There are 8 that we need and a few dozen more that are really useful. Our bodies break down all the proteins we eat into these amino acids to use as building blocks to construct whatever compound it needs. Second are fatty acids. Most of this is fat that we don't need, with the exception of omega-3 and omega-6 fatty acids, which we must eat. All other fatty acids get broken down and stored as fat, or used as more building blocks. Third are carbohydrates, basically sugars. There are 5 single sugar molecules, such as glucose and fructose, called monosaccharides. Every carbohydrate, whether it's bread or sugar, consists of multiple saccharides, like disaccharides and polysaccharides. Your body always breaks these down into the 5 basic monosaccharides, again, to use as building blocks. Fourth are vitamins. What is a vitamin anyway? It's any organic compound that your body can't synthesize from those other building blocks, and that you have to get from food. The amount of these that you need is quite small. Any normal diet provides more than enough of all of them for most people. With very few exceptions, taking a vitamin supplement is like pouring water into a bucket that's already overflowing. Fifth are minerals, literally minerals, like iron and calcium. There are about 16 essential minerals that your body needs. Sixth is water. Just about everything you eat or drink contains some water, and your body needs that most of all. Seventh is everything else, things that your body does not break down and does not use. If you swallow a glass marble or a piece of gravel, it passes right through your system. A lot of foods and some additives contain random things that your body doesn't absorb. Any food, Twinkies or soybeans, can be part of a healthy diet or part of an unhealthy diet. It all depends on how much of them you eat. All foods consist of these same basic bits, just in different proportions. A decent, balanced diet is all you need. There's no reason to spend money on anything else. I'm Brian Dunning, and this has been In Fact. In Fact is made possible by financial support from viewers like you. Please visit infactvideo.com.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
I need a microphone. Hello and welcome to the Skeptic Track. Thank you so much for joining us for DragonCon 2025. Yay! We're so excited to see everybody. We've got some old friends and some new friends. I'm Angela Matke. I'm an emergency physician, and I am delighted to welcome Margaret Downey, who is a skeptical powerhouse and who runs our parade entry. So if you are interested in being in the parade, she will absolutely dragoon you into doing it, and it's so much fun. So make sure you see her after. Ian Harris, who is a producer, a writer, a comedian, and a man of all trades, and will actually kick your butt. He's amazing. MMA stuff, style fighting and such. Fantastic. We have Brian Brushwood with us, who is a magician. He is the Scam School, Hacking the System, World's Greatest Con, among other YouTube channels. Dan McClellan, who is a public scholar of Bible and religion, and Daniel Reed, who writes for Skeptical Inquirer and is the founder of the West Virginia Skeptics. Please welcome our guests. So thank you so much for coming. All right. Y'all tell us what y'all's biggest worry is right now. Let's hear it. Darren, why don't we start with you since you're the newcomer? Foot to the fire.
My biggest worry would be probably the heat from the lights causing me to pass out or something.
Well, that's fair. There's some water in front of you, and I know CPR, so we'll be
true.
good.
I feel more relaxed and confident now.
Oh, good.
On a related note, I was going to say I walked all the way over here from by the aquarium, so I'm drenched in sweat right now. So
Again,
I'm worried
water,
about the glare off the lights. But other than that, just the general scientific illiteracy, dogmatism, and the destruction of public health that seems to be becoming quite acute at the moment. So
Agreed, 100%. How about you, Brian?
I've been dialed in on the incoming wave of scams and cons fueled by AI.
Closer.
Oh, okay, got it. Fueled by AI. That same AI wave of abundance is empowering people because the human wetware hasn't been upgraded, but meanwhile, it has become increasingly profitable to create fake law firms, fake whatevers. All of a sudden, if it used to be, if you had a net worth of only $10,000, you were essentially scam-proof because you weren't worth the effort to bend over and pick up. You were pocket change. Now, all of a sudden, third world countries, criminal organizations, they have a profit motive to press one button and collect that last $10,000 from a whole bunch of Americans.
Yeah, that's really a big problem. Ian?
Well, I think it's, on some level, it's everything, isn't it? I mean, for me, it's the general dumbing down of society that is that I just don't understand. Like everywhere I look from, I mean, I don't know what the cause of it is. If it's a lack of education or if it's it seems to me like it might be an abundance of mis and disinformation. I think that social media has caused a lot of our problems. Because of how many people I see just constantly quoting things that are obviously and untrue and easily disproven while ignoring and in fact dismissing the actual facts and news because of some sort of conspiracy theory. And I feel like that style of thinking, if you call it that, across we see it a lot here, but I think it's all over the world. But I find it mostly here has really been detrimental, obviously, to society. I don't know what causes that, though. I don't know what the root cause, or if it's many causes. But a general dumbing down of society is I've never seen anything like this before. So
Yeah, Margaret.
Well, I am very concerned about the demolishing of the CDC, and I think it's a lack of critical thinking skills in society that's accomplishing this, and just fear that is generated by the dumbing down of America and the lack of critical thinking skills, investigation, questioning. I want to see a resurgence of real evidence pointing to real science and real medicine, and let's continue getting our vaccinations, okay?
Definitely. So it's hard to feel like we aren't failing as skeptics. Like, do you think that we are failing as skeptics, or do you think that we have done enough work to keep it from getting worse faster?
Well, can I? I think that we are both failing and succeeding as skeptics because so many people that I talk to, that I'm speaking about and what I just said, believe they are skeptics. They're cynics, and they think that just denying something because, the news or the government or the mainstream, they think that means they're being skeptical. So we have failed in teaching people what skepticism is and how to find good information and critical thinking and those sort of things. Yet we've succeeded in teaching people that they need to be skeptical. I just think, and I don't know, are people not capable of understanding how to critically think and how to be skeptical? So therefore, they just take a piece of that and run with it the wrong direction. But so many people think they are the skeptics.
Brian, what do you think?
I think that for a couple of decades now, I've noticed that not everybody sees skepticism the way I do. Fundamentally, the goal, from my perspective, of skeptics is not to win any arguments, because it'll never happen. The goal of skeptics should be to act as a dam to stem the tide of the worst instincts of low-level thought, not exploring counterpoints, and the job is quite simply to be the contrarian, to make the argument from the other side. And in that regard, as long as we keep showing up, and as long as we don't delude ourselves into thinking that we're going to get you to whatever getting you looks like, then I think we continue to do the job. The position of the skeptic is one of stewardship, not of a founding and then walk away.
So do you think that leads to more like both sidesing arguments of every kind, whether it's warranted or not?
I think that a fundamental problem, and this speaks to what looks like an uninformed populace, what looks like the dumbing down, oftentimes to me is quite simply, I think of it as bubbling, right? You're trapped in a bubble, and when your information diet is all from one side. And by the way, some of the folks in the skeptic verse are guilty of being trapped inside our bubble. When our diet is all one-sided, when we lack the ability to pass an ideological Turing test. You should be able to go to any cocktail party and encounter any position that you want to speak about. You should be able to represent the other side so well that they say, finally, somebody gets it. And that is the core thing that I don't see as much in the skepticism movement. And I understand why. It's very, very frustrating when you run out of breath when you're trying to explain to people that we're down to the earth ain't flat, but understanding that the people who are claiming the earth are flat are doing so as kind of an ideological punk rock movement where it's like question everything down to the very brass tacks, down to the atomic level. If you can understand culturally that's what they're really saying beneath the surface, it's an emotional argument, then maybe we could stop pointing to globes or satellite photos or GPSs, because again, that tactically wins the argument but doesn't do anything to shift the front lines.
So is it that we're being overpowered versus?
Partly, I think that skeptics should choose their battles and make sure that at a core level, and keep in mind, scam school guy is going to see everything through the scam school lens, but at a core level, people always decide with their hearts and then they rationalize with their minds, right? System 1 does all the gut level decisions. System 2 is just there to check some boxes afterwards. In a world where what we perceive as real-time reality is just a 200 millisecond lagging narrative simulation of what happened, if you understand that we are emotional creatures first, then we can be kinder and more thoughtful in offering golden bridges for people to retreat upon. So in this regard, I think it's so very important that you be able to, number one, don't just shout their argument at them, because that's not going to change their heart. Instead, even though you already know everything they're going to say, let them say it, because they don't feel heard unless they did some talking. And you're going to have to dedicate some time slices to that. Then you're going to say back to them every single thing they said. And then you're going to do, instead of being oppositional, you're going to stand shoulder to shoulder, the two of you together. You're going to acknowledge the disagreement between you guys and say, I'm curious, how do we resolve this different? How do we square this between the two of us? Where does this come from? And yeah, these are all feely emotional arguments, but until you're standing shoulder to shoulder, no progress will be made.
Jean-Luc Picard did that when he was doing his negotiations. So, Dan, you look like you have some thoughts.
Well, this overlaps significantly with one of my specializations in the cognitive science of religion, which works a lot with dual process cognition and things like that. And so I want to reinforce the idea that you can throw all the facts in the world at people, but if they perceive that they're being attacked or one of their social identities is being condemned or minimized or something like that, they're immediately going to become defensive. And you're no longer in an argument, you're in a battle, which you can't really win by throwing more facts at it. And so what a lot of research has demonstrated is that close personal relationships and intense personal experiences are the most reliable way to get people to let down their guard. And so I appreciate the idea that we should be trying to empathize and sympathize, that we should be standing shoulder to shoulder instead of face to face against folks. And that is far easier said than done, especially in an online world when you cannot see the person.
That is a horrifying problem, especially, again, thinking about AI-powered scams and cons. We're coming out of a 5-year stretch where all of humanity has been trained to accept Zoom meetings, emails as high-fidelity communications, and of course they're not. Face-to-face, you can detect everything from subtle eye rolls to body posture to visible tension. Yeah. All of that gets lost and can be faked. And so given that we're entering an age where people rightly are about to question their reality. Think about it. It took me 15 minutes when a police detective called me from Colorado for us to establish. He had to make enough deep-cut references to podcasts from a decade ago before I could finally provisionally accept that this guy was who he claimed to be. That's the beginning of it. And so I am very bullish on in-person events like we're experiencing right here. We don't think about this as a security handshake, but this shared reality right here is going to allow, when some of us Zoom later on, you'll be able to obliquely reference the color of my tie, and I'll be able to acknowledge that I dressed up as a square to attract attention. And then neither of us will be talking about any one thing, but essentially we've had a checksum parody bit that allows us to go forward in good faith.
Yeah. Margaret?
Yeah, I have to say that skepticism is hard. Investigating is hard. Questioning is hard. And what I see in society happening is that people love to be entertained. And I listened to a speaker just a couple of weeks ago who proposed that the reason Trump got reelected was because he was entertaining. And that I was mortified by that. But he was an expert, so I guess I have to agree with that. But that's why I'm empowered every time I come here to help people locate facts, help people investigate what they're claiming they believe. So please leave this conference knowing that we have the power of the internet to be factual, and take every opportunity you have socially to enlighten people about being skeptical, researching, and you don't have to be entertained all the time.
Well, can I say something too about is that getting closer?
Says the entertainer. Yeah, all of the mics are open at the same time, so that's why it's important to get down so they can turn down the
Okay,
gain.
I thought getting closer was what we did not want to do for feedback. But so the one thing that I've noticed that I'm hearing everyone say, which I've experienced, about how to reach somebody. It's emotion first, and I've experienced this thousands of times. Okay, millions maybe. I don't even know how many times I've experienced that, and I have a very hard time being somebody who does entertain for a living and talks for a living. I and many people I know like me have a hard time doing that, and it's occurred to me that that's why the other side is winning, if you want to call it winning. Because I feel like a lot, and I'm not saying all the way across the board, I'm not saying everybody, I'm not saying 100% of my brain is logical or whatever, but I feel like people who are drawn toward science and skepticism and things like that, our brains work a little less from the emotional standpoint, right? So we are convinced by facts and argument. I say this in the political debate all the time. People say, "Oh, the left is so bad at communicating and messaging," and I go, "No, that's not true. It's just that on the left, we don't fall for stupid catchphrases. We don't walk around going, 'Get her done, build a wall, derp derp derp.' We don't do that." So it's not that we're bad at messaging, it's that we don't fall for stupid messages. We're like, wait, but what's the point behind it? And what's the issue that's happening here? And how is that gonna save money? And how is that gonna help more people? Blah, 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 blah. And the other side is just going, woo, get her done. And we're like, well, this isn't how we communicate. So it's hard for me, because I know that I'm supposed to communicate that way. And within 5 minutes, I'm like, here's the freaking facts. And my brain can't function that. It's really hard for me. And the other side is, which is funny because they're the ones with the fuck your feelings slogans on their shirt. Have your feelings slogans.
PG, baby, PG.
Sorry. The shirts, you know what I'm saying.
Okay.
The F your feelings, okay. But they're the ones that's that group of thinkers, whatever, they seem to be much better at working from that emotional standpoint. At least that's kind of my experience from a lot of people I know in this. We don't come at things from that.
Yeah, I mean, we're not fundamentally different. We're still humans, and we all
Sure.
have the same emotions, but we may have different priorities based on where we were raised and such. Hey, Daniel, did you have a hard time in West Virginia when you started the West Virginia Skeptics?
That implies that the hard time is not over. So,
Well, that's fair. That's
yeah,
fair.
Very much so. We're still a very small group. There's a number of us that are active, but one of the things that I found is that it's sort of like turning the Titanic. Now, mind you, the Titanic still crashed, but nevertheless, when that iceberg was there, they started to make those maneuvers. And so, one of the things that I've encountered is there's been a number of people in my life who've come up to me and said, I think about things differently now because of things that you have said or things that you've done. And they're usually, as I forget who it was that made the comment, but it's usually because of some close personal relationship. These are friends, these are relatives, these are people who that I really would not have expected those things from. But the truth of the matter is that I approach things from the fun sorts of things, the safe sorts of things. I don't go in and I don't start talking about global warming. I don't go, or temperature change. I don't go in and I start talking about abortion or anything like that. I talk about the fun stuff, like cryptids and Bigfoot and Mothman, and so I start asking them about that. And then that may inevitably lead into a conversation about chemtrails. And so, it's about how to approach. So I think we're winning, but one step at a time. But as I said, that Titanic is...
That's a big turning radius.
Yeah.
For sure. So, sorry, my brain just shorted out for a second. So Margaret and Celestia and Ward and I went to the CDC yesterday to protest because of the horrible things that are going on that are going to affect people worldwide. And so what do you foresee as being other, not failures, but overwhelming? Oh, Derek's got our signs here. So I was going to save these actually for my talk, but later. But so this was Celestia's, which is absolutely brilliant.
Read it out to them.
It says it's got a picture of a worm, and it's greater than RFK. The worm is more qualified. And then, this was Margaret's. Save lives, fire JFK, or RFK, excuse me. And then this was mine. I went to medical school. RFK went to Facebook. So by the time we got there, most of the actually all the protesters had left, but there were still journalists there. There were still reporters doing their stand-ups, and there was a reporter from The Economist who interviewed us. So be on the lookout. So do y'all have any other potentially globally affecting or global-wide sort of things? I know you mentioned the scams, And I am a huge fan of Scammer Payback. I've been trying to get them to come for a while. So, then that group. So, can you talk about other things like that that is effective globally?
Yeah, the scammer payback stuff is certainly must-watch YouTube. It's very engaging. It's very human, but once you find out that a lot of these scammers, especially romance scams, crypto scams, they're literal human slaves in entire tenement buildings, doing nothing but using up time, getting clock cycles on the elderly for the purpose of pig butchering them. Once you understand they're not having a great time, I lose my appetite for that narrative. Instead, I am much more interested in people engaging in System 1 training. So thinking fast and slow, Daniel Kahneman, you got System 2, System 1. For System 1 is the easy to fool gut instinct. The canonical example is a bat and a ball cost $1.10. The bat costs $1 more than the ball. How much was the ball? Your gut wants to shout 10 cents, but then you do the math. You're like, nope, it's got to be 5 cents and $1.05. So for the longest time, good 10, 15 years, that was the narrative stuck in my head. But then Gavin de Becker, in his book, The Gift of Fear, says, say what you will about System 1, it's how humans conquered the entire planet. Because we ain't got scales, we ain't got fangs, we ain't got claws. We have the world's most finely honed sense of intuition for when something is off. And so something that I see totally absent, the biggest defense, the best antibodies for scammers in an age where the robots are going to get better and better at the chess game of convincing you of unreality for the purposes of extracting money, then it is incumbent on humans to go to the gym and actually embrace and practice deceptive role play in a safe environment. And again, I'm aware of the bias being a guy who does scam school, but the biggest moment in scam school, up until the third act of Scam School, it is identical to every single magic tutorial you've ever seen. Here's a trick, here's how it's done. If there was one insight that I was able to contribute to the art, it was the third act, the C block as we call it, at which point I would hand the deck over and somebody who was at the bar who did not intend to become a magician suddenly found themselves in the uncomfortable position of needing to construct a model of how to deceive somebody else. And in that high-stakes environment, in that rough-and-tumble play, in that sports jousting, they develop a model of deception that would make a substantive move for them to sniff out when people are trying to deceive them. And for my money, that is far more effective than essentially stunting on people who are in a slave tenement, basically.
Dan, you look very pensive.
The thing that concerns me most these days is the rise of Christian nationalism and the role of dual process cognition in a lot of people being attracted to something because it appeals to a lot of the identity markers that they associate with these different social identities. And unfortunately, when things retreat to these battle lines, it is very common for folks on what I will refer to as our side to kind of retreat to similar battle lines. None of us are immune from dual process cognition. None of us can turn it off. The best we can hope to do is think critically about it, recognize it when it's happening, and then try to afterwards correct for the causes, the influences of those kinds of things. And as someone who engages with all sides regarding the Bible and religion and on social media, I can see folks I would otherwise identify with be even more belligerent than some Christian nationalists regarding some issues that I talk about. And so I think we always need to be thinking critically about how our engagement with these things is itself a reification of that kind of retreat to those intuitive impulses, and how those are always, if not just under the surface, just above the surface. But Christian nationalism right now is one of the things that I think is the catalyst, the engine behind a lot of the destructive ideologies that are taking place, whether it happens to do with public health or the environment or racism, sexism, transphobia. There are all kinds of things that are getting a boost because a lot of people have put all of these identity markers under the rubric of Christian nationalism and turn Christian nationalism into something horrific.
Could you explore the dual processes in that? That's I'm fascinated by this. I'd love to see the landscape a little bit more.
Yeah, there are a lot of ways that that religion, and particularly Christianity, has kind of tapped into a lot of the basic fundamentals of our intuitive cognition. Because there are a lot of ways that religion is intuitive and natural and is something that appeals to people. There's been a lot of research on all sides of this showing that, for instance, religious folks, if they're not actively thinking about what is theologically correct, what is orthodox, they will retreat to a conceptualization of deity as anthropomorphic, corporeal, limited to a specific time and place. But then when you say, now, remember, you said you believe these things, they're suddenly like, no, I believe this. And similarly, natural scientists and atheists, there have been a lot of tests that have shown that in the absence of adequate processing time, they will default to an intuitive notion that things like the Earth are created by an intentional agent. And so there are a lot of ways that we've been able to uncover what is kind of intuitive, what evolution has conditioned us to default to, that frequently points in the direction of this thing that we have arbitrarily labeled religion. There's no such thing as religion. It does not exist apart from our talking about it. But we have drawn a box around this thing that is very natural. And so a lot of people, because a lot of these identity markers they've been conditioned to think of them as religious. So for instance, abortion was not a central identity marker of evangelicalism until Jerry Falwell and Paul Weyrich decided, we don't want to allow black students into our universities. We can't use that as the rally cry to gin up this silent majority, this religious right. So let's get everybody upset about abortion. And they went on a campaign around the United States to get evangelicals mad about abortion. And now it is one of, if not the central identity marker for evangelical Christianity. It was made an identity marker so that people see that and they think, I have to sign on the dotted line if I'm going to be part of the in-group. And so now, once you have that, you can leverage that identity marker and you can compel people to do all the other things you want. Oh, back in the 90s, we said that, I'm sorry.
I wanted to ask you a question, but finish your thought.
Oh, I was going to say, back in the 90s, evangelicals all said, you can't vote for a president who cheated on his wife, because he'll cheat on the country.
Yeah.
And then I remember that. I was alive for that. And I'm seeing a lot of the same people be like, look, we're voting for a leader, not a pastor. I don't care about this. You can literally flip an ideology on its head, and the same exact people can say, no, now this is the most important thing to me, if that is critical to maintaining or advancing their standing within the social identities that are important to them. And the same thing is true of people on all sides of these issues. So they're manipulating identity politics to get what they want, and it just baffles me every day that people are so easily manipulated by this.
My question, because I'm listening to this and I've been thinking this for a long time, not knowing how to understand it or describe it, but I've noticed tribalism, if you want to call it with that or whatever, it seems stronger or more prevalent now than I've ever seen it. And that's, to me, what you're describing is, we always hear about the people that are the Christians that, that want these certain things, and then they will vote for somebody or they will go down a path that is completely the antithesis of their Christianity. Yeah. But all of them do it together. And I'm like, so it's obviously a tribalism. It's become a religion. We've seen, new leaders become their new gods and all these sort of things that are, it's still a religion, but it's a tribe. And I'm wondering, like, what is the underlining thing that makes them their tribe? I wonder, I've not been able to identify that, because I used to think, oh, it's Christianity. No, it's not. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's the conservatism, or it's this belief, or it's that belief. And then you see them abandon that all together en masse, right? Oh, we're all going to abandon this thing that we've been saying for 50 years, and we're all going to go this direction because we're all part of this tribe. And sometimes I think it's almost just a contrarian thing where, well, oh, this other person that I disagree with believes that thing, so I'm going to go the other. I don't know what it is, but how is that tribe moved together? What is the thing that's holding them together?
There are a few different factors that are in play there. One, in times of crisis and lack of security, people are going to retreat to more kind of conspicuous and simple identity markers. Those are going to be the comfortable home bases for people to retreat to. So that's one of the reasons that some of these identity markers become more salient in times of crises, and we are in the time of most significant crisis that I can remember right now. So that's one factor that's at play. Another is access to power and resources. If a group perceives that they are losing access to power and resources, whether that is because of some kind of change in their circumstances, whether that's because another group is gaining access to power and resources, right-wing authoritarianism and social dominance orientation perspectives tend to be more kind of zero-sum in their orientation, and so when someone else is getting more, they perceive themselves to be getting less, and so that causes people to circle the wagons an awful lot. And sometimes in order to protect or advance their own personal interests, they have to engage in boundary maintenance, which frequently means taking the group and whittling it down and saying, who's a true believer? If you put sugar on your porridge, then you're not a true Scotsman. You're a pretend Scotsman. And so there are ways that engaging in boundary maintenance by using those identity markers is a way to respond to crisis, is a way to respond to the loss of access to power and resources. I think the election of President Obama in 2008 significantly pivoted a lot of the right and set him down a path that has us where we are now. Where I live in Utah, and we had the exact same time that the Department of Justice was literally investigating one of our county's school districts for racism because a 6-year-old black girl took her own life because of racism in the classroom. Our state legislature tried to outlaw CRT in public schools because of Chris Rufo and his perfectly transparent. Like he said, I'm redefining what this means. I'm going to take everything that people hate and I'm going to stick it under the rubric of CRT so that whenever you see something you hate, you're going to think CRT. That I'm doing this intentionally. I am manipulating everybody. He put all of that on Twitter. And he went and trained some of my state legislators who then lied to my face about what their legislation was doing because they sense a loss of access to power and resources because they think if black people have more rights, they're going to have less rights. Because when you're used to privilege, equality feels like oppression. And they're not thinking critically, they're just thinking, oh no, I'm being attacked, I need to lash out. And sorry for taking that.
No, not at all. That was a very, very interesting.
You get to do that when your answers are
right?
fascinating.
When they're good. So we've got about half of our time left. There is a microphone here. I'm going to go to you, Margaret, in just a moment. We've got a microphone out here in the middle of this aisle. Mark will control Mark Ditzler is our AV guy who is the best at the con. Yay! Thank you so much, Mark Ditzler. Anyway, don't touch the microphone, please. But I heard some yeses and mm-hms and
It's
hallelujahs
haunted.
and whatever. So I know y'all have some things to say, and we'll let you come up to the microphone. But I want to go to you first, Margaret.
You asked me about really thinking hard, more difficult problems facing us internationally, globally. It's climate denial. And I'm pivoting off of the loss of power and resources. And this is why people want to deny that they're destroying the world. And we have an obligation as skeptics to make them understand that there will be no resources or power without the world breathing, without the life on Earth surviving. So to me, that's the biggest hurdle we have to cross. And I want to just take really 1 second. I would like to emphasize that we should change our language and make sure we don't say, I believe such and such. I've come to the conclusion. and just be strong about what you know and the facts you have.
Can I double down on that and go one step farther?
Do it.
Because conclusion implies that we're done, it's over with, it's past tense.
Okay.
I am currently of the understanding. And then I, to be honest, all the gotcha traps, the "oh, you said and now you whatever," checkmate, that convinces absolutely no one. I think that we're all on a chronological journey, and we're all just currently of this opinion, and based on our information diet, might change at any given time. Oh, also, here's a performer thing. Nobody wants to be the first person. Somebody ask a really bad question. Josie, run up there and ask, what is skepticism? just get it over with. Yeah, and then everyone else will get in line behind you.
And
Oh,
I'll also remind folks, we live stream the Skeptics Track through the whole weekend. And then later Mark live streams it, and then later he'll take it down, chop it up into lectures, and then re-upload. But people who are watching the live stream can ask questions. We have someone watching that feed this year. So I'm hoping that that'll work out, because I want to make sure that we address other people's concerns. Yes, sir.
Hi. Enjoyed the banter. It's been very good. I have two questions. The first question is...
Get closer to the mic, please.
Sorry. My first question is the statement the gentleman was making about that we need to listen to people with our heart and have them say what they need to say and listen to what they have to say before we respond. But I notice in a lot of debates, one of the things that I notice all the time is individuals bullying and taking up all the time in any conversation. In fact, when somebody tries to get a word in to counterpoint or anything else, they keep talking and over-talking until they get what they want. How do you deal with that? And then my second question goes to the gentleman who was talking about the get or done statements, the simple little quick blogs. And I think we've all seen the statements that have been made about how education level has dropped to where people read at a certain grade level, 6 to 10 or 10 to 12, however you want to look at it. Do you think that they're emphasizing that point, and that they're going to the broader population of people so that they will grasp that knowledge, thereby we're more in the minority of critical thinking? So those are my two questions. I'm sorry.
On the second one, because it was somewhat toward me, I mean, I think personally that, and I don't want to just be one of these, curmudgeons who are like, yeah, the internet, but I really do think social media has, I think social media, and I also think COVID completely changed the world. Being, in isolation and fear and not being able to go outside and sitting down and watching YouTube rabbit holes and whatever changed millions, billions probably of people just not knowing if they were going to live or die, and all that sort of stuff changed the way we gather information. But I mean, I've literally had people multiple times when I say, "Oh, I'd love to see that study," and they send me a meme. And it's like a picture that says scientists have found a dog on the moon, and you're like, what? This isn't a freaking study. Sorry, I swear a lot. I apologize. And I'm trying to be PG. I apologize. But I really feel that we're so used to seeing everything in little short clips now that it's become normal, and we just share things, and we read the headline, we don't read the story, and then because it's all monetized, they're trying to get as many clicks. They don't care if you read the story, they just care if you click on the link. So the headline almost never matches the story. So and then you walk away going, oh, I read this article that said this. No, you read a headline that actually the opposite is when you read the article. And I feel like that has more contributed to it, is that we want everything so quickly now, and it's all about driving people to click on things. And I think that's also widened the tribe, in that 30, 40 years ago, you didn't know what your crazy uncle thought in another state. You didn't know what the guy you went to high school with who moved to a different state thought. Now I know every single person on my social media what they think every minute of the day, and I'm
What
like,
they had for lunch.
right, and it's like, and now they can influence my dumb cousin because they're going, oh, I mean, I have cousins and friends who now know each other on social media that share conspiracy theories, and I accidentally introduced them because I'm friends with both of them. And now there's like all these people that are in this group, like this guy that I trained with, and this guy that I went to high school with, and this girl who's my aunt's friend, and they're all in this big group of people on Facebook that are, and I'm like, I introduced these people. So I think for me, I think that's the biggest thing is the disinformation superhighway that we're throwing at each other left and right. But you know.
Well, and to talk about your over talking and the bullying thing, good moderation makes that happen, and not letting participants do that, turning off the microphones. Don't turn off my microphone, please.
You can turn off mine though.
Well, I mean, but I can't hear you. What's that? Oh, thank you, Shara. Anyway, so but I think that's important. And when I say that, I also believe that I mean, you didn't ask me, but I'm gonna tell you anyway. But I also think that depends on who the spectators are. And please, if anybody has anything to say, but the people who are watching this debate, it's also our responsibility to say, whoa, let them answer, then you'll get your turn. And so I think it is up to all of us to be kind of individual moderators.
But when those things happen at the Thanksgiving table, when you have somebody that's over talking in the room, and you have, or that's when you don't have a moderator. I know that wasn't exactly the direction of his question, but I think that's a big factor in trying to help people to understand how you can shut those folks down. Listen to them, but shut it down. I think listening to them with sincerity, but then again asking the question, how did you come to that? Show me the study, show me this, show me that, and trying to help people one step at a time to turn that around so that it doesn't devolve into families being split. It doesn't devolve into families not communicating or talking anymore, and friends and so on and so forth. I think a lot of it happens, yes, it does happen in the public, on the stage in public and with respect to these debates, but a lot of it in terms of how we change how people think is going to happen at the more interpersonal levels. So.
I put my hand up.
What?
I put my hand up like I'm in school.
Oh.
I'm not kidding you. Because when someone's just rambling and going, I go like this, and other people around are like, oh, I think he wants to say something.
Right.
And I do it all the time. I just like this, like whenever you get a break from whatever you're talking about, I'd love to ask you that question.
Yep. So, yes, we have another question.
Good morning. Thank you guys so much for the conversation. I'm 10 years out of academia now, and I still work in the research industry. And my question is going to come to, what do you think the future is for us in places that we need to go for investigation and to find the facts and the things to share? Because I am particularly concerned by the eroding of fundamental, basic, reliable data sources. So we've talked about the CDC. There's also NOAA and the Bureau of Labor Statistics and the Economic Research Service, all of these things that used to be funded and were considered objective, and they were places you could know to go to. They were foundational inputs to all kinds of models, and being able to go to newspapers as resources, and the fragmentation of the media and journalism and the failure of those people to do their jobs in questioning these people and providing that information. So these places that we all used to be able to rely on and go to say, this is the source of truth. How are those things evolving and shifting? Where do you recommend that we continue to go? Because those things are really under threat, and I'm particularly nervous about it as someone who has to make my living in research.
Yeah, you should be.
I don't want to say truth is subjective, but ultimately everybody determines what feels or seems to be the truth to them. So absent any top-down structure, a good bottom-up beginning of the structure is use the Ground News app which is excellent. It's
Yep.
like nutrition facts for your information. Everything is labeled based on its historical left-right bias, also with its historical accuracy bias. So much like the fittest I ever got was quite simply by writing down every time I exercised and writing down every calorie I put into my body. I make sure to note, like if I notice that I've had a lot of red flavored articles lately, I'm going to correct my diet with some blue flavored articles. The blind spot is excellent. That to me, in general, everything is bottom up and to the extent we can, system one for making substantive change.
So some of the medical societies have taken it upon themselves to maintain reliable sources of data. So the American Medical Association, it's actually kind of telegraphing some of my talk from Sunday, but the American Medical Association, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Academy of Family Practice, a lot of these professional organizations are maintaining their own databases. And in the absence of an overarching view of what is real data, we do still have some of those resources available. So it does make it much harder. You're absolutely right. And that's one of my big concerns as a physician, because I needed to get good rabies information, and I couldn't find it on the CDC anymore. It was not there. I had a patient who I was having to treat for rabies. Like prophylaxis. It wasn't like they had been bat involved. But anyway, so it's not important. But yes, another question?
First bit of a statement. You gave some very involved explanations for why people are convinced of the wrong things. 99% from what I've seen is fear. You can pull it all into that particular one, I think.
Absolutely. That is a core identity. Think about it from a purely evolutionary standpoint. Step one, stay alive. Am I safe, right? Step two are issues of identity. And at this point, I'm outside of my domain. But so often, the words people are saying are not what they actually mean. They say a bunch of, and this is partly immersing myself in the raw feed of, for example, YouTube comments. Pivot on a direction of a YouTube channel, and people complain about specifics of the change. I don't believe any of them. What they're saying is, I am afraid that this thing that I liked is going to be different now, and I won't like it. And when you know the real question beneath the question, it informs the way that you can respond in a kind manner.
Absolutely. And my second point that I wanted to hear is there a movement, and if there is, where is it, teaching critical thinking in school? Not a subject that tends to use critical thinking, teach how to think critical.
They're dismantling the school systems.
I know.
If I might, because I do work in a school, that's just so.
Congratulations.
To give you all some context, I do work in a school system. By day, I'm a school counselor. But by night, I'm the Skepta man. One of the things that we're trying to do is to implement a higher order thinking skills class. And in that, I'm actually referencing and trying to get people to go to, like Cryptid, Melanie Treacy King's Thinking is Power website, things like that, drawing information to construct a curriculum. Another thing that we're doing in West Virginia, and I know some of you are going to say in West Virginia they're doing this, I actually petitioned the governor, and we have Critical Thinking Awareness Day. And that is one of the things that I'm a major advocate for, is trying to get a day that is recognized officially by the government. Now, you can pay like $1,000 and you can get a website to the national day of, and you can say, oh, you can pay that money and they'll put it on. But it doesn't carry the gravitas that it does when it comes from the actual government themselves. So trying to get, I would encourage people to try to go to the website, www.criticalthinkingday.com, and see how you might be able to get a critical thinking awareness day in your state, which might help some of those people to say, oh, wait a minute, the government, the governor endorses this, so therefore let's try to get a curriculum developed. But yes, so that's my...
Good luck with that in Georgia.
Well, the good thing, though, is that everybody thinks they are a critical thinker.
That's true.
So you can get any side to embrace it, at least the idea of it, because everyone thinks they're a critical thinker. The problem is, in school, I have a 20-year-old, and she's going off to college this week, and in California, they would always tell, even when I was growing up, they'd always say, "Oh, we're infusing critical thinking into this subject and this subject and this subject." And as somebody who grew up with, surrounded by critical thinking, I'd always look at it and say, "This isn't really critical thinking," and the teacher doesn't understand critical thinking. They're just, throwing that out there as a buzzword in this English class or whatever. But they say it all the time, but they don't think they're actually doing it.
But with critical thinking, though, there are elements of it that they do incorporate in each category. And so I actually had this argument discussion with some folks, and they're saying, well, do you not think that data analysis is critical thinking? Do you not think that working with models is critical thinking? I'm like, yeah, that is. But there's also skeptical thinking, and there's also looking at cognitive biases, and there's also these elements that's not giving you the whole picture. And the analogy that I use is that it's a clock. You can have a clock that does not work well, and that's because it doesn't have all the pieces functioning. In order to have a functioning clock, you have to have all the pieces working in tandem. And so that's what critical thinking is. It's this nebulous term, but if you bring it together and let them see that there's more to it than just what's covered in their discipline, then they go, aha. So, but
Yeah. And it's a skill, too.
It is.
You have to practice.
it is. It absolutely is.
Yeah. All right. Another question?
Yes, hi. Thank you for this mix and match of people who are
Get
experts.
closer. Please get closer to the mic. Don't touch it, but get closer. There you go. It'll come up to you.
Okay.
Yeah, and now stand on one foot, jump up and down. No. Cabbage.
Okay. We have so many people who are experts in their field, and it was really great to hear you open with how we all think in the same ways in terms of pattern seeking and community identity and things. How you were discussing scams work because we have predictable patterns of thinking. And my question is, if you were aware that we watched some of this happen in the panel, we had talked about people redefining their identity markers as like self-soothing or reassuring. And we literally in this panel watched, don't say belief, say this, and then pivoting off that, no, say this instead. And we did this in real time. So we're really not so different. And in terms of opening dialogue, like you were talking about early on, thinking, well, we're not susceptible to stupid catchphrases. We would never fall for something like vote blue no matter who. Oops. Or a kitschy no king's parade. What's different? Those are the things that I was like, do we see ourselves in the people that we're dialoguing with? Rather than, we could never. Going, you know what, we're the same. Let's see if we can find something to connect with before we get into our, differences. What were your thoughts on that?
Well, I don't think that we are. Well, I wouldn't say those are the same thing, but I don't say that we are never or any of that. Like, and when I'm talking specifically, if you're talking like political, I'm not saying that there aren't a ton of whatever people on either side, people that don't understand critical thinking, or the people that are crazy, or people that are dogmatic on both sides. Of course there are. I personally don't say vote blue no matter who, but I wouldn't say that that's a catchphrase. I think there's a difference between an ideology of, hey, one side is going down this fast authoritarian track, and the other side, whether it's center or left, is trying to not do that, and let's at least just derail. So I think that specifically came from, hey, it's either possibly lose democracy or vote for a centrist or a leftist just to not vote for that. That's where that came from, and I think that was a guardrail thing.
I'm aware of the justification.
Sure, no, I understand, but I'm saying
phrase.
I don't. I know you. I'm saying I don't think that's the same as personally. I don't think that's the same as governing by catchphrase. Personally,
Why do you explain to me kind of the thinking about, well, our reasoning is good, or our slogans or hashtags, what makes our strategies different? Because these are the things we also rally behind.
Yeah, I don't really want this to become a political rally.
Oh,
We're
yeah,
really kind of
no,
on the
not at all.
side of what's independently verifiable. So I really, ideologies, I don't really think that we should be delving too deeply into those, but to address the specific claims that people have. So I do believe that you have an excellent point about, that we are humans and we all have similar structures and things like that. And I think that, as you were saying, Dan, and actually Brian, I think all of us have said that we are all subject to the same sort of systems thinking and such. Does it matter who you define as your in-group and who your out-group is?
I think it's the only thing that matters, or it
Well, that's
matters
fair.
not
Okay.
at all. I don't know.
Well, problem solved.
It depends on to what. Does it matter to what? I mean, to
the individual. So, like, if you have this person who is pretty deeply into whatever specific ideology that's clearly non-functional or destructive.
It is the most important thing. Again, think of evolutionary pressures. Exile equals death in a tribe of 150 hunter-gatherers. And likewise, anytime you become an ideological exile, you will do anything to redefine the argument or to shift the focus, the boundaries of the discussion. There's a fantastic book by James Lindsay and Peter Boghossian called How to Have Impossible Conversations. I cannot recommend it enough. It is about the beautiful art of good faith discourse and of allowing, the very first thing he says is, understand, you will never change anybody's mind. The very best thing you can do is get them for one fleeting moment to hold a counterfactual position or to their reality in their mind long enough that it doesn't sting to go there later on, to offer them, as they put in Sun Tzu's The Art of War, a golden bridge to retreat upon for their ideals. That, to me, should be one of the core books for any skeptic who is serious about making a difference in the lives of other people.
Well, you're changing their fundamental identities potentially. So
well, you're certainly bringing up the possibility,
and that's very uncomfortable.
And that is going to be so scary to them that immediately they're going to want to retreat to a more stable position. They're going to say, well, that's not what I said, or that's not what I meant. And now you're in the weeds. You're not actually having a substantive debate, which is, again, that there is a delicate side. Like even now, we have a timer, and so I'm thinking about how much runway do I get to make the point. And so instead, I'll stop talking right now.
Thank you. Yep. Next. Yep.
Hey, thanks. Thanks for being here. It's really nice to.
Yeah, that mic is coming for you. Just talk, and it'll come to you.
It's out of control.
Told you it's haunted.
No, don't touch it.
Don't touch it.
Don't touch the mic. Oh no. Mark can touch the mic. It's his mic. This is the first one. We're kind of getting our we're working out the kinks right now.
Smart.
There you go. Oh, you get to touch the mic.
I get to touch the
You are
mic.
special.
I was just thinking how nice it is to have a group of people here that think exactly like I do and share all this. It's really comforting.
We are your people.
And I actually have two questions very quickly because I know we're close to time. But the first one is, in my field, curiosity is kind of like the cornerstone, or one of the cornerstones of a safe and effective communication, and you all seem fairly curious folks. And assuming that you guys agree with that and that that's something that is an accurate statement, how do you maintain a curious posture in the face of positions or people with positions that are either you are really familiar with or you just really dislike? So that's the first question. Second question is for Dan. It's like, what's the fit for today?
What is your field?
I'm a therapist.
Therapist, physical therapist, a psychiatric
sorry,
therapist?
yeah, mental health.
Mental health.
Yeah.
Therapist. Okay, all right. See, I was curious.
Thank you.
Well, I will say that I've got the new Superman. By the way, I got this shirt like months before the movie came out, and
nice.
I get people like, "Oh, you like the movie?" No, I saw it in Hot Topic when I was there with my daughter, and I was like, "I like that shirt." They do, yeah. They keep opening them in my state. I think I've always been naturally curious, and one of the things that I enjoy about working on social media is and also one of the most frustrating things about working on social media is there is no end to the creativity and the ignorance of the people who are out there trying to spread their ideological wares. And so there are issues there's ground I have tread dozens and dozens of times, and yet people will come up with new ways to repackage and find new implications and all that for a lot of these things. And I enjoy just being like, oh, this is a new way of looking at this that I get to go now figure out what's going on under the hood. And so I think the way I engage this curiosity is kind of necessary. It's kind of baked into my engagement. I can't really do the job without being excited about being curious, because otherwise it turns into a day job, and I don't ever want to have one of those again as long as I live. But there's always more to discover, and I think part of critical thinking is realizing that, you know, as much, we're never standing outside of the influences of our own conditioning, our own situatedness and all that. There's always going to be more to discover. We're always going to find ways that we are wrong. We're always going to find things that are fascinating. And I think changing my mind is one of the most exciting things in the world, because it makes me more fascinated by the world around me. We've got 30 seconds.
Oh, no, my God, that was the best way to end. Wow, that was fantastic. Okay, so, yes, indeed. Okay, so we've got 23 seconds left. So I'm going to give each of you about 7 or 8 seconds for a shameless plug. Margaret, go.
Okay, no place in the world can you advertise that you're a skeptic than in the DragonCon parade, where 90,000 people will be seeing you on the streets and millions on TV.
Yep. Ian?
Just, hey, come to Leanne Lord and I have a show here every year, and tonight it's at 10 o'clock at the Hyatt Ballroom, Hyatt, whatever that is, over in the Hyatt. Please come to that.
Brian?
Drop me an email, brian@schwood.com. There is no C in Schwood if you want to help me take on the scampocalypse.
Dan?
Cash me outside at McClellan, and I'm going to be on a panel right here at 5:30 p.m. tonight with Kurt Anderson to talk about the Bible and academia.
Yep. Dan?
And you can find me at www.danielareed.com or criticalthinkingday.com.
Okay, so we've just gotten word that David McCraney has had a medical emergency and will not be able to make his 8:30 talk tonight. So I'm very, very sorry. We are very, very sorry. We are going to see if there is another alternative. Otherwise, we might just let everybody go to dinner and then get fueled up for Ian and Leanne's show. We have a table outside for our guests to continue the discussion, because this was a wonderful discussion. If y'all want to talk to our guests, there's a table out over by the escalators, so please meet them out there. Thank you so much for coming to our first talk for DragonCon 2025. We'll see y'all a little bit.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
Aspartame has been one of the most popular artificial sweeteners for decades, but now some people are starting to say it's poisonous. Is that really true? I'm Brian Dunning, and you're watching In Fact. Welcome to the show that gives you the real facts behind popular myths. Aspartame is an artificial sweetener. It's 200 times as sweet as sugar, so we only need to use a tiny amount of it in foods. Even though it has calories like sugar, we need so little of it that it's considered 0 calories. But all kinds of urban legends surround it. If you listen to them all, you'd think aspartame was the worst product ever. Let's take a look at some of these. It causes methanol toxicity. When you digest it, aspartame does release a bit of methanol, but so do a lot of foods, like fruit, for example. When you drink tomato juice, it releases 4 times as much methanol as does the aspartame from a diet soda. I wouldn't worry too much about it. It turns into formaldehyde in your body. This is true, since formaldehyde is one of the byproducts of digestion. This happens when you eat almost anything. Although the word formaldehyde sounds scary and shocking, it's a perfectly natural compound found in our bodies and has been for as long as people have been eating fruits and vegetables. It causes multiple sclerosis. Only according to anti-aspartame activists, this goes back to a 1995 anonymous hoax email that's been circulating ever since, which claimed the Multiple Sclerosis Foundation was suing the Food and Drug Administration. Finally, the foundation had to put a notice on their website debunking this. The MSF neither condemns nor endorses aspartame and has never filed suit against the FDA. Donald Rumsfeld was the CEO when it was approved. Therefore, it's poisonous. He was indeed the CEO of Searle, the company that invented it. But this is a giant non sequitur. To assess the safety of a product, we don't ask who was the CEO and who were his cronies. We ask, what are the test results? So far, no tests have ever shown aspartame to be harmful. Except to one small group of people, those who have phenylketonuria. About 1 in 15,000 people have a rare genetic disorder and can't metabolize phenylalanine, an amino acid found in aspartame and a lot of other foods, including milk, so they have to avoid all of them. Of course, no product can be proven to be 100% safe, but decades of testing and retesting of aspartame have failed to produce any evidence of health risks from aspartame. So drink up. I'm Brian Dunning, and this has been In Fact. In Fact is made possible by financial support from viewers like you. Please visit infactvideo.com.
Scientists tell us genetically modified foods are safe, but how can we know whether or not to trust that? I'm Tamara Robertson, and you're hooked up to the feeding tube. Welcome to the show that serves up the real facts behind pop culture food myths. It's far and away the most contentious subject in pop foodieism, whether genetically engineered crops are a good thing or a bad thing. On one side, you have the farmers and scientists touting the benefits. And on the other side are the consumer groups and activists claiming a long list of dangers and demanding warning labels. Who can you believe? A genetically modified organism is one on which we use some technique to change the genome of a crop in order to improve some trait. There are a lot of ways we've been doing this, some for thousands of years. The most familiar is crossbreeding, where we take the pollen from one species and put it on the female part of a closely related species to create a new species. Many of the apples you enjoy were genetically engineered centuries ago using crossbreeding. Mutagenesis is where we use radiation or chemicals to intentionally cause mutations and then look for beneficial traits that might have arisen. You've probably had grapefruit that you owe to mutagenesis. Your watermelons came from polyploidy, where we give a crop extra sets of chromosomes. Polyploidy and mutagenesis are two types of genetic engineering used in organic farming, a fact that a lot of people don't realize. Your red cabbage came from protoplast fusion, where we modify cells in the pollen. Your corn came from transgenesis, where we take genes from one organism and move them into the DNA of another organism. The newest version of this, genome editing using the CRISPR system, lets us cut into DNA with unprecedented precision. So, are these dangerous? Well, let's add up the death toll from eating apples, grapefruit, watermelons, cabbage, and corn over the past 100 or so years. We test them exhaustively, thus, there hasn't been a single observable health consequence in all that time. Think of a famous novel. Is the quality of that novel determined by whether it was typed on a word processor or a typewriter? Of course not. We also don't judge people by whether they were conceived with in vitro fertilization. And neither does it make sense to judge crops the same way. Instead, judge food crops by their nutritional content. So far, there's never been any safety-related reason to avoid GMO crops. And give some credit to farmers and agriculturalists. It's just possible they know what they're doing. I'm Tamara Robertson, and your feeding tube is out. The feeding tube is made possible by charitable donations from viewers like you. Please visit feedingtube.tv to learn more.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
Groundbreaking new research shows that anybody who closes a video ad within the first 5 seconds is most likely to watch online advertising all the way through. Go on, think about that totally coherent statement for just a couple of seconds. Incoherence, noun. The quality being illogical or inconsistent. If your goal is to defend a position at all costs, it doesn't really matter whether your reasons for doing so form the coherent whole, because most people won't notice anyway. It's much easier to use the most convenient argument at hand, even if this argument and a different argument you made earlier cannot both be true at the same time. It's useful to be on the lookout for such incoherent arguments. Being incoherent means being wrong. The earth cannot be flat and round. If someone is using both arguments at different times, they are the ones who are confused, not you. Incoherence can be difficult to spot in real time, as people often don't make incoherent arguments in the same sentence. But let's see what the Truth-O-Matic has to say. Pull the lever, Crunk!
Well, that looks exactly like my old space.
Yeah, but this one comes with your own company suck-up. Morning, Mr. Griffin. Nice day.
It's a little cloudy.
It's absolutely cloudy. One of the worst days I've seen in years. So, good news about the Yankees.
I hate the Yankees.
Pack of cheaters. That's what they are. I love your tie.
I hate this tie.
It's awful. It's gaudy. It's gotta go.
So whenever you see contradictions like this, the argument is most likely incoherent. Truth Labs. Keep coherent and carry on.
seems nearly all your friends are doing special cleansing diets. Should you do one too? I'm Brian Dunning, and you're watching In Fact. Welcome to the show that gives you the real facts behind popular myths. Cleansing diets are a food fad that's been around for decades. From the Hollywood 48-hour miracle diet, to lemon and maple syrup concoctions, to today's absurdly overpriced, high-sugar fruit smoothie drinks that you buy in an impressively multicolored, day-specific pack. Now notice that accredited healthcare providers like medical doctors and dietitians never recommend that you buy these cleansing products. They recommend the most basic and free health advice of all: eat right and get some exercise. It's only the unaccredited, unlicensed tradespeople, like nutritionists and yoga teachers, who will advise you to buy cleansing products and, not surprisingly, will often sell them to you themselves. Why don't doctors advise cleansing for general health? Because there's no such thing in medical or dietetic science. The idea that toxic substances from a normal diet build up in your body and cause health problems is a fantasy invented by marketers. Proof? Humans and animals all exist fine, and have for millions of years without these products. We have perfectly functioning systems already built in: kidneys and livers. The technical medical terms for detoxification are poop and pee. Make no mistake, these are nothing more than trendy snake oil products that use sciencey sounding language to take advantage of gullible people who have disposable income. A lot of disposable income. In the United States alone, high-end boutique cleansing juices are a $60 billion industry. The main demographic is healthy, educated young women, exactly the same target demographic as high-end fashion and cosmetics. Make no mistake, cleansing is a trendy fashion statement. It's got nothing to do with your health. That's why the marketing claims are medically meaningless. Ridding the body of toxins without ever identifying what these alleged toxins might be, or boosting the immune system, which, if it were medically possible, would mean giving you an autoimmune disease where your body's overactive immune system begins attacking your own normal healthy cells. This is a change in diet that you're going to do for a week at most, so it's not going to affect your overall long-term health in the slightest. But if you really want to do it, or if you just want to go on a one-week weight loss binge, don't throw your money away. Have yourself a couple pieces of fruit and a multivitamin each day, and you're getting virtually the same thing for next to nothing. I'm Brian Dunning, and this has been In Fact. In Fact is made possible by financial support from viewers like you. Please visit infactvideo.com.
Hello? Okay. If you have an empty seat next to you, please raise your hand. Okay, I've got a seat down here, two, three seats down here.
Skeptics Track.
Where else?
Before we
How many?
begin the talk,
Two?
here's
One?
a word about
One
this
seat up
track
here
and
on that
skepticism.
side.
First, if you're
It looks
here
like
right
one
now,
more.
you may be a skeptic. Do you care
Anybody
about
else?
science
Oh, I see
and
one
ways
back
of
in the back
finding
on
out what
over
is
there.
true and accurate?
Anything else? Anybody else have any empty seats? I seeing none. Oh, we got two. It looks like two down here. Well, there's one in the front and one behind. Yep. And a couple of handicap and a couple of disability seats. Okay, so there are two more. It looks behind the AV crew. We're so happy you came. This is exciting. Okay.
Fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories. Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
Does anybody have any seats next to them? We've got a couple more people looking for seats. I heard a right here. How many do you have next to you? Just holler it out. I can't see you. One seat behind the AV crew, it looks like. I heard one Angie back here way at the back. So hold your hand up high. That'd be great. We do have a couple of handicapped seats down front. And I hear there's another seat back there. Leanne, is that you? And there's a seat down there, seat back there? One seat back next to where Leanne is holding her hand up. All right. Yay. Okay. All right. Ready when y'all are. Ready when y'all are. Margaret is still walking around with the sign to dragoon people into being in the parade, which is so much fun. You definitely, I mean, like, I'm not being facetious. It really is a lot of fun. You don't even have to have a costume. She'll hook you up. Oh, good. Okay, 6 more seats. We have 6 more seats right here up in the middle. And then we'll take questions. Oh,
you're the one. I need it. She did.
You read some of them. No, I'm kidding.
Still wearing it.
Aw, that's cute. And I'll be the halo over his head. The lights will take care of that. Yes, we still have a couple of seats here in the middle if anybody needs a seat. Hello, and thank you so much for joining us on the Skeptic Track here at DragonCon 2025. Yay! I'm so sorry, Blake Smith won't be able to join us. There were some issues, I guess, but I'm so sorry. But we have an outstanding panel. We have Daniel Reed, who is the founder of the West Virginia Skeptics, and John Michael, who is a paranormal claims researcher and critical thinking advocate. Alex Matsuo is a folklorist, a paranormal claims researcher, and the author of 13 books. Thank you so much for joining us. Daniel, it's all yours.
Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing today? I think it's Barney Fife that says "good goobly-goo." When I look back through there, that's what I think. My God, look at the number of people that's in this room. So good
I know.
So thank you all. Thank you all for coming. We really appreciate it. So having said that, I will dive into this, and I'm Daniel Reed. I am the a contributing author to the Skeptical Inquirer magazine. I've written a number of articles specifically about cryptids and paranormal sorts of things and general types of weirdness. And I am the founder of the West Virginia Skeptic Society, which I might point out is different than the West Virginia Septic Society. They handle a different type of stuff. So, having said that, I will let you introduce Alex, if you'll go first.
Yeah, sure. My name is Alex Matsuo. I am a paranormal researcher, paranormal claims researcher as well, author, folklorist, part-time anthropologist, hobbyist anthropologist. And I've also written several books about the paranormal, from folklore, personal experiences, and legends and whatnot. So, yeah.
John.
Hey, I'm John. I'm a ghost hunter turned skeptic. So I used to really be into ghost hunting and the paranormal. I also attended seminary, and out of that, I also became a skeptic. I'm also a Dragon Con noob, and yeah, which means I went to sleep at 4 o'clock last night and woke up at 8:30 and forgot my ADHD medication. So this is.
All right, so to start this off, I'm going to ask the obvious question. The question that is on everyone, the burning question that's on everyone's mind. What do you think, and I'm just going to read it off, what do you think is the role of skeptics in terms of looking at the paranormal?
Melly? Yeah, I'll take that on first. I believe skepticism brings balance to the paranormal, because I'm also a content creator under the spooky stuff on TikTok and Instagram, and so I get a lot of fluff on my feed. I'm going to say this nicely. I'm using the nice word. I get a lot of fluff on my feed, and I get asked all the time, like, is this legitimate? Is this real? And a lot of times it's bringing in that balance of, like, if I outrightly say something is faked or not real, I actually get more pushback, versus if I say, well, actually, if this were me and I were to recreate this, this is what I would do. So it's like planting that seed gently. But to me, skepticism, and sometimes I've labeled myself as, and John's gonna roll his eyes at me, I've labeled myself as a skeptical believer, because the term skeptic has kind of been the title of it. Like, a lot of people, at least in the paranormal world, are fearful of it, or they automatically assume that means that they don't believe, or that they're just there to debunk, and that's actually not the case at all. But I've used that term to kind of like keep the door cracked open, so I'm not completely like disregarded by hardcore believers. But I find that skeptics play that role of balance. It's discovering the truth. It's or diving deeper into the truth. I'm a very data-driven person. So for me, skepticism has always been, and this is why I love skeptics, and I talk to people like John, it just brings that balance, and it keeps me and keeps others accountable in the paranormal field.
Okay, I myself, I write, as I said, I write for the Skeptical Inquirer, contribute to it quite frequently, and I am a skeptic. I mean, I've got a business card that says card-carrying skeptic. Having said that, I'm the molder of the, I have the mentality of the person I want to believe, but I don't yet, because the evidence doesn't carry enough weight to warrant belief for me at this point. Now, which is not to say that my mind would not change given the proper evidence. And what is that? I'm not sure yet. I would find that out. The evidence would have to be sufficient, and the necessary and sufficient check marks on each box in order for me to start believing and to change my mind. But I do believe that things are interesting and people are interesting, and I want to hear what people have to say, and I want to hear about the folklore, and that's what I appreciate. John?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a trick question, because I think skepticism should be applicable to almost everything. I can't think of much which skepticism shouldn't be applicable to. But I rarely go to skeptical events. I'm usually hanging out with more paranormal-minded people, because I love hanging out with them. But for me, skepticism is a pathway to truth, right? And so if we were able to disprove or prove cryptids or any other kind of paranormal claim, in my opinion, and I stand on the shoulders of giants, right? Skepticism is the way forward to either prove or disprove many paranormal claims. And if we did prove that stuff, skepticism doesn't get thrown out the window, right? Skepticism worked. Like, we used it in order to find truth. And then we get to move on to the next thing. So for me, skepticism is the core of who I am in terms of critical thinking and trying to figure out reality and truth around me.
Well, that's an interesting point that you raise, is because skepticism, everyone thinks they are skeptical.
Yep.
And so you can talk to any person on the street, they will say that I am a critical thinker, I am a skeptic. But the illustration that I used on the last panel was that it's like a clock. And so critical thinking is like a clock, and skepticism is one of the cogs in that wheel of the mechanism that makes that clock work. You have the data analysis, you've got working with models, you've got those are all elements of critical thinking. And you can have a clock that doesn't work, that has parts in it, but when all of those parts are working in tandem and working correctly, then you have what I like to think of as proper critical thinking. But so tell me, Alex, what do you think? What for you was the triggering event that got you interested in cryptids and the paranormal and such?
Oh, that's a great question. So when I was a kid, I grew up in a mixed race household with my grandmother, my Japanese grandfather, and my grandmother was from Appalachian, Kentucky.
Hey now,
That's
I'm
all
from Listen.
Wait a second.
That's all I had to say was Appalachian.
Yeah.
And maybe Kentucky. Yeah, actually in the tri-state area, right where Kentucky, Ohio, and West Virginia meet with the Ohio River. So I spent many summers in Kentucky, and I actually had a very strange experience there when I was about 8 years old. But I was also regaled with these tales of, just of my grandmother's upbringing and her town, and also where my grandma's from is only about 45 minutes from Point Pleasant, West Virginia. So my great uncles, her brothers, actually went Mothman hunting. They actually would get in their pickup trucks and go try to find Mothman and I see the glowing red eyes in the back, so I think I just summoned Mothman.
Yeah.
So this was inadvertently like part of my upbringing, in a sense. So just with the tales that my mama would tell me, I was fascinated by them. Now my conservative Christian mother was not a fan of these tales, but it ended up sparking this interest, and plus I had some experiences.
How come you never invited me Mothman hunting?
I mean, we can go.
Yeah, awesome.
You can hunt for Mothman here if you like.
I've found him.
Yeah, but the real Mothman I'm talking about. So, well, I've prefaced that as about, I have no belief that the Mothman exists. So, John, tell us about the thing that, basically your origin story. What was the event for you?
Yeah, I don't have like a singular event. So I was raised in a very religious, very conservative household. And I was raised by my grandparents, so there's a generational gap there too. But for some reason, when I went to the library, I checked out UFO books and witchcraft books as like a kid, and I don't know,
Same.
I don't know why, right? I can't think back that far and remember. But for me, just the question of, is there life after death? Are there other species out in our solar system? Are there strange creatures that we can't explain? I think those are interesting questions, and maybe some of the most important questions we can ask. And so I'm fascinated by, I guess it's like the logical extension of, if those things are true, that is revolutionary, and mind shifting.
And I think you and I have talked about before, that would completely change my reality if those things did exist.
Yeah, absolutely. And so for me, it's not so much something has happened to me or there was like a singular event that pushed me here. It's more of just like thinking through some of the questions. And I love, again, I please, if you guys have never hung out, if you've ever gone to like a paranormal convention or anything like that, like go hang out with the X-Track people. They're wonderful human beings, very open to talking with skeptics. Like they want to talk to us, right? But they are just wonderful human beings. I absolutely love the paranormal community.
Oh, actually, I myself have been on the opposite end of that, where they don't want to talk to me. And so, I mean, and it's, again, I am not the kind of person who's going to say, that's a bunch of BS, I don't believe it, and here's why. That's not going to be me. I'm going to come up to you and I'm going to say, okay, so tell me your story. I legitimately want to hear the stories. I want to see the evidence. I want to hear what people have to say. I go to paranormal conventions. Lots of times I'll go to them wearing my West Virginia Skeptics t-shirt. And here's the cool thing. If you look at our logo, it has like the Flatwoods Monster, the Mothman, and Bigfoot sitting around a fire, like a campfire. And people are, they look at it and they go, oh, that's a cool logo. And then they see the skeptic part. And then they go, oh. Yeah. So for example, are you all familiar with Kenny Biddle?
Yes.
And his work? Yeah, so Kenny and I frequent the Grafton Monster Festival, and I'll have my booth there, and he'll have his booth over there, and people will come up, and there's some people come up and they just want to talk, and then there's these people who just sort of wander up, and then they go, oh. And then they turn around and they walk away, which is fine. That's fine. I think that people have a bad taste for skeptics because there's sometimes a negative connotation to that term. They view us more as cynics than they do as skeptics, because skepticism is just simply about asking questions. It's not about coming to any sort of formative conclusion. It's about asking questions. And they just sort of, they're like, I don't want to talk to you. I've actually had people who organize festivals who have said, we do not want you here in any capacity. And I've offered to go, and if anyone listens to the presentations I give, I never, ever, ever do the debunking. I say, let's look at the evidence. Let's look and see what is there. And I actually go through this process. But recently, there's a Bigfoot festival that I had tried to contact in a number of years and tried to get in with them. And they're like, no, thank you for applying, but we're going in a different direction. It's like, okay. So yes, I do enjoy folks, but when you blatantly come in as a skeptic, sometimes you get the opposite effect of what you're having.
Yeah,
but you're coming at it from a paranormal investigative perspective, right?
And I guess that's where it's like a little bit different, also, because I do have connections from when I did do normal, like, ghost hunting, if you will.
Right.
But for me, and maybe this is a question you can answer better than I can, because I don't know how I can get into places sometimes. Because I just ask, and they're like, sure. But I can only talk about, my experience,
your experience,
right?
Yeah.
But in my experience, the paranormal community has been wonderful to me. And so I disagree with their, conclusions. But to me, when I come around, they're very, they want to talk to me. Now, they may be like, well, you're a skeptic, and yell at me for about 5 minutes, and that's fine. But we get past that, right? I let them get it out, and then let's move past it, and let's talk about stuff.
Right.
And so, I don't know. It's just, they're great people. That's all. That's all I have to say.
I'm not saying you're not
absolutely.
great people.
I don't think you
Don't get
would.
me wrong.
I don't think you would.
Alex, what about you? What are your experiences?
Yeah, so I've seen both sides of it. I've seen where skeptics are embraced, and I've also seen where skeptics are like, no, stay out. And I, like I said earlier, sometimes I use the term, the description of skeptical believer for myself, because it does soften. It softens it, even though it's like saying ATM machine. It softens it a bit, but no, I've actually seen both ends, and I know Kenny as well, and I've heard about his experiences. I have found that the ones who are the most abrasive towards skeptics have the most to lose when you just ask questions.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Yes. And that could be for a variety of reasons. It could be financial. It could be validation of experience.
Yeah.
But for me, I mean, and I had a very alarming experience in my early 20s, and when you read the book, because I wrote a whole book about it, because it was going to be featured on a TV show, and I wanted to make sure the true story was there in some kind of form. I spent the last chapter debunking myself, or just trying to explain exactly what it was, and I had so many people tell me, you don't need that chapter, just let people believe. And I'm like, no. No. I want to make sure that there's still some balance there. But because I added in that last chapter, a lot of people came at me about it. A lot of believers came at me about it because they felt that because they could relate to the experience that I had, then when I went in and tried to explain it, at the end they were like, I felt like you invalidated my experience. Which I'm like, okay, that's fair, but also this was my experience and my story to tell, and I could, and using things like in my experience or my feelings. But I've experienced both sides. I tend to not get invited to a lot of the mainstream paranormal cons anymore because I do put out content that's balanced, and not even saying this is fake. It's just, well, if I were to recreate this, this is what I would do.
Right.
Even if it's reframing, and not saying debunking. It's like, well, if I were to recreate this, this is what would happen. Or these are the things I would think about. Like, there's a video of a door moving by itself, and I'd be like, well, I'd be interested in seeing what's on the other side of the door, or I want to see another angle. And again, just comes back to the point of, I find that the people who are the most abrasive to skeptics are the ones who have the most to lose when it comes to if you ask questions. Not even debunking, but asking questions.
Well, and again, that's one of the things that, as I have a cousin that says that gringes me. He uses the term cringe, it aggravates me. Is that when people are trying specifically to make money off of falsified beliefs? I mean, personally, I am all about the folklore. That is why, for example, the Grafton Monster Festival that they have in West Virginia, that is one of the only, well, it's actually the only festival that actually invites us in and allows us to have tables, and we go in. Kenny has talked about ghost hunting equipment and the flaws associated with ghost hunting equipment. I go in and I talk about cryptids and different sorts of experiences that I've had, which if you all come to the other presentation that I'm doing, I'll tell you about some of those that were just bizarre to me at the time until I experienced, till I investigated. And so having said that, the people who are purposefully and fraudulently, knowingly and willfully fraudulently presenting things, those are the ones that I find bothersome, and those are the ones that are very much against what we're trying to do. But so having said that, what do you feel is, in terms of skepticism, what do you feel is the primary effect of your work on the folks that are in the paranormal field? Or what do you feel is the primary effect that you have had, the splash, the ripples that come out?
Oh, I'm going first. Okay.
Oh, yeah, yes. I can go first. So for me, I don't try to, like, when I talk to people, they've had strange things happen to them, right? And I don't want to invalidate those strange things.
Right.
Where we may disagree is what actually happened. But for me, it's all about talking about critical thinking. I'm not trying to convert someone to my belief system. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in making or helping people think just a little bit better. If they can think just a little bit better, I think eventually that'll kind of break things down, and maybe they'll start thinking better about the next thing that comes into their mind. Maybe a strange knock will happen on a wall. Well, maybe they'll think a little bit better about that instead of thinking it's like a ghost or something like that. And so that's always been my goal. And I've seen that. I've seen people, there's a team out in North Carolina who's a team leader. Every time something happens, they say to me, oh, what would John think about this? Right. And it's like I live rent-free in their head, and I love it, and I appreciate that so much. And so I do see, like, people are thinking just a little bit better. Right. And that's all I care about. Just think a little bit better, and you will eventually arrive at some kind of truth.
Right. Alec?
For me, I want people to feel empowered by what I do in this field, this community. Kind of very similar to John. Like, if they hear that knock in their house, they're not going to live in fear right away. It's like, oh, I'm going to go check out and see what happens. But in encouraging people to ask questions, encouraging people to think a little bit deeper, and also ultimately, like, appreciate the experiences that they've had, that others have had. My team, we used to do residential cases. We used to go into people's homes and see what's going on. A lot of times we were like the third or fourth team to come in after they got told there was a demon in their house. And I know, call Zach Bagans. I went 20 minutes without mentioning him. That's a record for me. So a lot of times we're doing cleanup work, and a lot of times it's actually, you should probably talk to your doctor. But getting people to just think a little bit broader and not, fall into the fear mongering. That's often out there, especially with like paranormal content, cryptid content, even folklore. I mean, most folklore stories are lessons. They're lessons to be taught. So especially in Japanese culture, a lot of the stuff that my grandpa told me, realized I'm like, oh, you just didn't want me to walk around at night by myself. I get it. Things like that. So just kind of having a better understanding of what these experiences mean for us as a culture, and also being able to just ask more questions and not just default to a singular monolithic perspective.
You reminded me of something. From this past weekend, I was at the Paranormal Research Symposium, and I was having a conversation with somebody where they had a strange happening, and they were using a ghost app on their phone. Something, when we talk about critical thinking and skepticism, in a lot of ways, it gives us autonomy, and it allows us to make decisions for ourselves, right? But this person was using an app. They had never really thought through, well, is this app legitimate? Is it actually, detecting ghosts or whatever it's doing? And they were letting an app, in a lot of ways, dictate their life. And it's something you don't think about in the paranormal world. And I think skepticism, in a lot of ways, sets people free from outside influences, an external locus of control dictating their life. And it sounds small, right? Like there's an app, just dictating their life. But you'll also hear often when you talk to people, and you start asking, like, well, why do you do X, Y, Z? Why do you sit in the dark and do like an EVP session? Like, where does that come from?
Right.
And as you talk to people, eventually you get to, well, it's been said.
Right.
Or they say. Well, who? Like, who said, right? And they're allowing this. Oh, EVP, electronic voice phenomena. It's a claim that ghosts or spirits or disembodied spirits can communicate through like recorders and things of that nature. But they let these ideas run their life. They have no idea where it came from, and they are dictated by almost like their own folklore.
Right. Well, and speaking of folklore, Alex, you had mentioned the Mothman. Talk to me about your perspective of the Mothman. And go.
Oh, wow, my knuckles actually popped too. Yeah, so I have a little bit of a mixed feelings with Mothman because, like I mentioned, my grandmother's family is 45 minutes from Point Pleasant. I actually am kin to a couple of people who were directly like part of like the Mothman lore or Mothman legend. Mary Heyer, who was the main reporter who worked with John Keel. Very distant kin, like marriage and cousins and marriage, and that made it sound very incestual. I'm sorry.
And if anyone makes any West Virginia jokes about that, we'll have to talk afterwards.
If you have any family in Canova, we're probably kin too. Anyway, so I do believe that there were people who thought they experienced Mothman. How explainable it is, I'm not sure, but I do know the culture of that town, and these are people who would not put themselves out there for public scrutiny if there wasn't some sort of legitimacy to the experience. Because I also look at what do people have to gain by going public like this? Especially when you think about the climate being very religious, literally church on every corner or several churches on every corner, like they're on the same block and they're all like stuck together. So when, the original two couples went to the police and, things went public, they had a lot to lose. And I also know when another newspaper had put out the article that it was a crane, like it might have been a crane and debunking them, that very much wounded that community. So to me, that told me like they did experience something. Now, Mothman, I don't think that's that could be the case. But I also do wonder from a like legend and lore, so to speak. I mean, because that area is very rich with indigenous lore and culture. And just as a side note, when I do research and I research folklore and I see commonalities between cultures, I'm like, that's interesting. You know, I'm just like, there's some commonalities with these legends with cultures that wouldn't have talked to each other at the time. So I'm like, not saying that that's true, but I'm like, well, there might be something to it in collective thought. So I'm not gonna now. Do I think that the newer sightings of Mothman are legit? I don't think so. I think it's used to push out
like
headlines.
Chicago and places like
Yeah. Like I don't think Mothman is a harbinger of doom or even a warning of doom anymore. I think, yeah, and I think something very unique happened in Point Pleasant at the time because it wasn't just Mothman that was happening. I mean, you also had the Men in Black, and there was also UFO sightings, and there was a lot happening in Point Pleasant at the time. Point Pleasant and the Enfield poltergeist in the UK, those are like the two cases I'm very fascinated with because there was something weird going on at the time.
Well, if John Keel, you mentioned John Keel, and he's the person that wrote the Mothman Prophecies, which the movie was based on, and so on and so forth. But what a lot of people maybe don't realize is that 5 years prior to that, Gray Barker wrote a book called The Silver Bridge, and he actually talks about Men in Black, and he talks about the Mothman. Now, the Gray Barker archives are at the Clarksburg Harrison Public Library in West Virginia, and you can go and you can make an appointment and you can go peruse through them. And it's interesting once you start to dig into it because Gray Barker was known as a hoaxer. He was, if you go to hit the website on the Clarksburg webpage, if you go to the Flatwoods Monster Museum in Flatwoods, and again, Gray Barker was one of the original people that wrote about the Flatwoods Monster. They have a picture of him, and there they have the hoaxer, and it's a direct a picture of what comes off of the website from the Clarksburg Harrison Public Library. So again, you do question the people's motives. You are correct in terms of it is a very religious area. It's what do they have to gain? But then I'm not going to poo-poo anybody's story, but from the things that I have started to look into, there actually has been monetary recompense for some of these stories, like particularly with the Flatwoods Monster. There are some questions that have been raised about that, and so you begin to wonder, you know, how much of it is the story and how much of it is the experience, and so those are actually two very different things. John, in terms of cryptids and things of that nature from your area, your respect, tell me about some things that you have encountered, or well, not you've encountered.
Never encountered a cryptid.
You've never done a cryptid?
Well, I mean, I am on a panel with you, so maybe this counts as a cryptid experience.
As a cryptid experience.
But I did want to say real quick, I think you both bring up really excellent points. And it was interesting what you were having to talk about, you know, these people didn't have like a monetary, like they probably didn't go to the police thinking, we're going to make a lot of money off this, right? I think sometimes as skeptics, we don't realize there's an in-between ground. It's either it's a true story or they're hoaxers, and there's no in-between. That maybe they experience something strange, like an owl. You know, I've seen owls in trees in the middle of the night, and they're terrifying. When you don't quite know what it is, you're like, what in the heck is that in the tree? The lights and the reflections in the eyes looking at me. It's terrifying, especially like in the middle of the woods or something. But you know, that's why critical thinking is so important to me, because in those situations, when I see something like that in the trees, does my mind jump to, oh, this is an alien or interdimensional being, or do I just say, I don't know what this is, let me ask questions?
Right. Well, one of the points that I postulate, I actually wrote an article about that was my very first article for the Skeptical Inquirer, was on the Mothman and the research that I did on the Mothman. And one of the conclusions that I came to at the end was, which is more plausible, that a creature from another dimension came through space and time, warping all the stuff that's there to come to Point Pleasant, West Virginia, and to sit on top of a bridge and to warn people that the bridge was about, or is it more likely that
someone mistakenly saw something and mistook it for something else. So which of those two are the more plausible, the more prosaic rationales?
But at the same time, for the people in Point Pleasant, it is very much important to them.
It is.
And it's hard, as skeptics, man, it's hard to navigate those waters of personal identity. Like, I identify with Mothman, right? And it's really difficult sometimes having conversations while not stepping on people's identity. And that's something that I struggle with. But as skeptics, is why I think skepticism is so important. As best as we can, we try not to make our beliefs about the world our identity. Like, we are the judges of beliefs, and belief should be provisional until we find better evidence for something else to be true.
Well, speaking of evidence,
yes.
Let's turn to the big brown hairy creature in the room. Not you, not you, but Bigfoot. Bigfoot.
Also not me.
Also, Bigfoot has become quite embroiled in our society. You can look from back in the 90s when there were the Bigfoot sightings maps, and then after the Finding Bigfoot and Search for Sasquatch or whatever the different TV shows are, you can see that they have multiplied. The sightings have just spread all across the United States. Alex, what do you think? What's your perspective on? I know I keep doing that, don't I?
No, you're good. You're good. No, ironically, so people in my field community, we all have our one thing that we're like, meh, Bigfoot's mine.
Okay.
Mostly because I've seen the original, the video, of course I'm up
Patterson
here with
McGimlin video.
Yes, I've seen that. One of my really good friends is a puppet builder, costume builder, Sherilyn Lambeth. And so she's like, I'm not an expert on animals, but I'm an expert on building animals, on creating, costumes and puppets. And she actually worked on the Muppet Christmas Carol. And I also come from a theater background. So I also have a lot of knowledge of like how to build believable costumes. And I mean, I've built costumes for, people dressing up as dogs, and looking very realistic. So for me, I'm not bought into Bigfoot at all. With the amount of sightings that have happened, the TV shows, and I don't take Bigfoot hunters seriously. I'm so sorry, but it's like, okay, you're gonna go wandering in the woods with weapons, with something that you don't know what their mating calls sound like. You don't know what anything looks like or sounds like. We don't have any baseline data to support, what Bigfoot is or could be. And it's like, so how the heck do you know that all the things you're bringing with you is going to be effective? But also, why would you want to be in the woods by yourself with wild animals?
Oh, I do that all the time.
Huh?
I'm serious. I'm from West Virginia. I do that. I go out in the woods at night.
But you know what you're going after, though.
Yeah, well, I don't go after Bigfoot. I just kind of go out and hang out in the woods. It's the thing you do. I mean,
Yes, because my family does that too, but not to go after Bigfoot. That's the one thing I'm not completely bought in for. I don't know. And plus, like with so many cameras out there nowadays, like satellite cameras, and like it's easier now than ever to capture data of. I don't like to use the word evidence. I use data. It's easier now than ever to capture data, and even in the last like 10 years, it's easier. It's just easy now, and I don't know. I'm just. Bigfoot's my hard no, and I don't know why. I'm just like, meh.
Well,
I don't know.
That's the interesting thing is in terms of the line of demarcation. What do people believe where is that line of like, oh, I believe in Bigfoot. Oh yeah, but these lizard people over here. That's
well, and the other thing that I do take into consideration, and I also think about this with Mothman, is how impressionable people are, and it's like who set the baseline standard for like the story, for it to collectively spread. So with Bigfoot, I feel like that's very common, even with Mothman. But for Bigfoot, for sure, like just with the practices and like the mating calls, and I'm like, who decided this was the Bigfoot mating call?
Not me.
No.
But so I will tell you that there was a spate of sightings in West Virginia back in that time period. You have Bigfoot not so much, but you had, I don't even know at all until those TV shows came out about the different monsters. We had 3 channels that we watched, and once a year there would be these TV shows on about Bigfoot, the Loch Ness Monster, and that sort of thing. And so during the 1950s to 1960s and 70s, that's when there were a lot of these different sightings. But you have the Mothman, you have the Grafton Monster, you have the Flatwoods Monster. Are you all familiar with the Flatwoods Monster? Have you heard of the Flatwoods, West Virginia? I forget the year. I'd have to go look it up. But there was this crash that happened, or was supposed to have happened, and this creature, this gigantic green creature, you'll have to see the imagery. It's quite interesting. That this family saw back up on a hill. They went back up on the hill to investigate, and when they went back up on the hill to investigate, they saw this creature. Well, it frightened them and emitted this strange smell. So they all left, and they ended up speaking to reporters and so on and so forth, and the story transpired, and it became a bit famous. All three of those, the Grafton Monster, when I look at in West Virginia, you look at the big three. I think it is the Mothman, the Flatwoods Monster, and the Grafton Monster. Those are the trifecta of cryptids in West Virginia, which honestly we have more cryptids in West Virginia than you can.
West Virginia's
so
a weird
many.
state.
Yeah, there's so much folklore that's there, and there are all these different stories that have originated. But the point I'm not very well getting to is that Gray Barker, remember the hoaxer that I talked to you about? Gray Barker is the progenitor of all those stories. He wrote in Fate magazine about the Flatwoods Monster 5 years before John Keel, and I have seen the letters that they wrote back and forth to each other, John Keel and Gray Barker, about the Mothman. The Grafton Monster, that was told to Gray Barker from Robert Cockrell. And again, come to my thing after a while and you'll find out more about all this. But having said that, they're all very interwoven into West Virginia lore, culture and lore, and there are so many identities that are connected to that, personal, for whatever reason. But they all go back to Gray Barker, who was a hoaxer, and a known hoaxer at that. So what do you think about that, John?
That's fascinating. I'm so interested in how ideas can kind of like take shape and almost form into like, I hate using the word meme, but in a lot of ways, like it forms into like its own meme as like time goes on.
Right.
Like we can look at the Patterson-Gimlin film, and I think it's pretty clear when you slow it down and put it in, like stabilize it. It doesn't walk like any kind of creature that looks like a Bigfoot. Like it doesn't walk like a gorilla. It doesn't walk like anything that we would, I think, expect it to walk like.
A man in a suit.
It walks like a man in a suit.
Yeah.
And so for me, I think that's pretty good evidence that it is a man in a suit, right? But there's a lot of people that disagree with that, and that's just so fascinating to me. And there's a lot of people who will look at that and say, oh yeah, it's a man in a suit, but I still think Bigfoot's real. There's all these sightings, even though that's kind of like the first big one. And so sometimes even when you show people, all the things that you were talking about, there's still like a need to continue to believe an idea, because again, we put our identity in the idea, and that, to me, that is just fascinating.
Well, there was another cryptid that Guess Who had a connection to, Gray Barker, spoiler, that, again, all of these different cryptids, the Flatwoods Monster, the Grafton Monster, the Mothman, and now the Vegetable Man. The Vegetable Man from West Virginia, from Fairmont, West Virginia, that's another cryptid that Gray Barker had a hand in creating. You can read about that in the latest issue of Skeptical Inquirer. Anyway, so the Mothman is probably by far the most famous, and arguably the most famous. The Flatwoods Monster has a fan following in Japan. It's really big over there. There's actually some research that's going on right now about how that story made it from Flatwoods to Japan and how it became interwoven. Mothman, the Grafton Monster, they're in Fallout 76. At least the Grafton Monster is.
Yeah.
So there's all these representations of them, and so it speaks to how impactful they have become to society. But so as I said, I am not at all opposed to the lore, to the folklore, to these festivals, the Grafton Monster Festival. I love that because it keeps the lore alive. Alex, in terms of the lore for you with respect to these creatures, what's your take?
You know, I find that I'm going back to Mothman.
Everything goes back to
You know,
It does.
I mean, the Mothman Festival in Point Pleasant, that brings in the town's entire economy for the year.
Yeah.
You know,
There are people from all over the world that come to this. So if you ever get a chance, and you want
Yeah.
to be stuck in a small town with 16,000 people,
it's absolutely wild, but it supports the town's economy for the entire year. And if you ever go to Point Pleasant, not during the Mothman Festival, but any other time of the year, it's pretty much they're just very almost abandoned. Like there's nothing going on in that town. I mean, I usually stop and visit and give a little tap on Mothman's atomically correct butt. Anytime you go see the Mothman statue, you got to do that. But yes, but otherwise, I mean, that town is just there.
Right.
But yeah, I think culturally, I mean, it's what brings us together as a community. It creates a collective community overall. Another thing, as you were talking, I was thinking about was Slender Man. Slender Man came from a creepypasta Photoshop contest, and then the photos went viral, so to speak, and then you have people committing murder in the name of Mothman or trying to do that. Or not Mothman, Slender Man. So many man. So much men's.
So many men.
So many men's. But anyway, no, I think they can have their benefits as long as it doesn't go down a Slender Man route and becomes dangerous. But I mean, today, there is a benefit to Mothman. It supports a small town. You know, it supports a small town, supports small businesses. I can get Mothman pizza. I can get a Mothman coffee drink. I can get Mothman cookies in Point Pleasant. It's just part of their collective identity now, and their motivation would be financial because it keeps the town going. Flatwoods Monster, that sort of thing. I grew up in San Diego, California, so Chupacabra was our cryptid, which really was, dogs and coyotes with mange. That's the hill I'm going to die on, y'all. So I've seen these things. But I think as long as it doesn't become harmful, I think, hey, go celebrate. I mean, also a lot of these cryptids are, as speaking as someone who's queer, cryptids have become queer icons now too. It's like it's another way that it's brought together community and brought people together with a collective identification and help bringing a sense of belonging. So, for me, I'm like, as long as you're not being harmful, go for it.
Well, and again, my perspective is this is my bias, I openly acknowledge this. I want people to believe in as many true things as possible and not believe in as many false things as possible. And so for me, I don't mind at all the celebration of the lore and the stories and so forth. But when it comes to actually believing and people coming up with these excuses as to why it really exists, when in fact it has been disproven or disavowed, and that I find that's one of my peculiarities that needs addressed.
I'm going to lurk over your shoulder here for a second. So, I'm going to ask y'all a question, and then we're going to have the microphone available for questions, if y'all have questions. And Alex, I'm going to kind of put you on the spot because, unfortunately, our 8:30 speaker is unable to come because of medical emergency. And these gentlemen have graciously agreed to do a panel. And if Alex is interested, then I would love to see a part 2 of this panel. Is that something that y'all would like? Okay, so we'll do that, and we'll put that on the schedule. And Alex is going to have to check her schedule.
I'm good.
Okay, great. Okay, well, that's what's going to happen then. So 8:30, we're going to come back to this room, and I'm going to have Celestia Ward, who runs the Squaring the Strange podcast, and she's going to be the moderator of this panel, and y'all are going to be on the spot because she knows her cryptids. Now, speaking of cryptids, tell me y'all's favorite cryptids and why.
I'm a big Goatman fan because the story is just absurd. And that's, I don't really have much else to say about it. It's a ridiculous story, so I love Goatman.
Okay, Alex?
You're putting me on the spot. So I've heard this. That's the other thing too. Is there's so many different stories about. Like seriously, I've heard about like 10 or 12 different stories, and some of them are very problematic and awful stories. So I'm not going to get into those. But the story that I first learned about, and the one I'm drawn to, is that there's a goat man who's like a half man, half goat, who hangs out at a bridge. For some reason, cryptids love bridges. And so, but he hangs out at a bridge. And the story I'm aware of is at certain times of the night when you're driving across the bridge, the goat man will stop you, make you get out of the car, and try to push you off the bridge. And I'm just like, why? Like, what? Yeah, like, what? Why is this the story? Like, one, how does a cryptid know, like, what a bridge is, and why is his motivation to push you off of it and get you out of a car? Also, it's just, and it's not just a story. Like, people truly believe like in that story and that Goatman exists, and it's fascinating to me.
Oh.
Alex?
For me, even though I don't believe in it, I do love the culture it's created a little bit. Is going to be Chupacabra, because that was honestly my first cryptid that I was really introduced to, and it just scared the crap out of me when I was a kid. Like, it was absolutely terrifying. And then as I got older and I learned more about it, it was like, oh, okay, it's a coyote with mange. You know, it's like, you know. But so it's like more nostalgia for me. But just like anytime like there were situations with like livestock or anything, you know, dying from whatever was, draining blood. It just like, but the community coming together, like it was almost like this. Everyone just came together to support each other, like when that happened. So I guess it's like the ripple effect of like, this is the sighting, this is the result of it. Now Chupacabra doesn't have nearly the cultural phenomena that, like Mothman and Bigfoot and, all these other cryptids have. But I don't know, I got to give Chupacabra some love there.
Well, mine would be Mothman, because Mothman is from my home state. I've actually investigated Mothman, and so that for me is the creme de la creme of the cryptid world.
How come you never invited me to investigate Mothman, Daniel?
Because it was before I ever knew you, John.
It's not an excuse.
Now I'm craving a pepperoni roll, by the way.
Oh, well, for those of you that don't know, pepperoni roll is the state food of West Virginia. Oh. So it looks like we have some questions. I'm not sure I recognize that first person there. Could you please give us your name?
Hello, I'm Celestia Ward.
Well, hello.
Hello.
And, Alex, we're going to talk Chupacabra, because there's a whole other iteration before the mangy coyotes even came into play.
Yes.
But I am an enthusiast, not a believer, but an enthusiast. And I wondered, we're going to have so much fun on part 2, because there's so many obscure little cryptids to go into that it's impossible to do in 1 hour. But a lot of cryptids serve more than just a tourism function. We did a whole episode on how cryptids are often invented to keep children from playing in dangerous bodies of water. Can you guys think of other functions, like societal functions, that cryptids have played?
Stay out of the woods at night.
Yeah.
Yep. Stay out of the woods at night. Treat certain people with respect. So I do a lot of, because I'm a quarter Japanese, I do a lot of research in Japanese folklore. There is a lot of cryptids in Japanese folklore too, and also yokai, oni, yurei. But yeah, they all serve as like lessons learned, treating people with respect, or even just falling in line with society's rules, especially for women. Which, if you're interested in that, I do have that panel on yurei and yokai tomorrow at 5:30. In case anyone's interested, I'm going to dive in a lot into that. But yeah, so a lot of it is, a way to keep people in line, which is very interesting.
Cryptids for control. All right, next, please give us your name and your question.
What advice do you have for like staying fun with commitment to the bit while still honoring that skeptical actually voice in the back of your head?
That's a good question. So for me, it's staying objective and constantly asking questions. In my own head, right? Like, is whatever is happening, is this real? But also keeping in mind like the people you talk to, so that subjective factor, right? So a lot of this stuff is important to them, and so I want to honor that. I don't want to, tell people something didn't happen when something may have happened to them. And so I think it's just honoring yourself. I think it starts with that, right? And that's the objective part. Honor yourself, be aware of yourself, ask yourself questions. And when you have good times with these things, also don't deconstruct it so much where you're offending people who have like a belief about, you know, some of these cryptids. Like you can celebrate them, but don't deconstruct it so much to where it could potentially make someone upset who like truly believes in it.
You can honor the feelings without validating the encounter, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
Whether that's paranormal, cryptids, or things
Whatever
like
it
that.
might be. Also, too, for me, it's balancing the lore with the facts, and so that's why I appreciate the Grafton Monster Festival so much, is because they invite us in to provide that balanced perspective. So, all right, next question. Your name and question, please.
Hi, my name is Haley. I wanted to ask the person in the middle, I'm sorry, I'm bad with names. You said you were a paranormal investigator. I wanted to know, like, your favorite investigation you've ever done.
My favorite investigation I ever did was a place called Mordecai in Raleigh. We did an investigation where they had like a chapel that wasn't original to the location. And this was when I was a skeptic at this point. When I joined a team for a while as a skeptic because they wanted balance, and I thought it'd be kind of cool. And so I joined a team called the Ghost Guild, and we investigated this chapel. And I was showing someone how not to investigate, which is how most paranormal people investigate. And so I was just showing them what not to do. And so we were running that EVP session that we were talking about earlier, where you ask a question in expectation of hopefully a disembodied spirit would respond in some way, right? And for me, lots of confirmation bias. You know, you're asking a question, you're expecting a response. You're probably going to get something that you think is a response, because that's how our brains work, right? But as we're standing there, we're in a chapel, we're up on the second floor, and I think, again, a lot of times with these sessions, you ask very vague questions. And I asked, like, if you're here, can you show us a sign? And not lying to you, in the middle of the chapel, I started hearing someone singing. And it was wild. And I have audio of it, and I was just like, okay, like, I promise you, like, this is not how to investigate, but we got to figure out what that is. So we couldn't figure out what it, like, at first I was like, oh, it's a car, but we tried to replicate it, drove around, couldn't figure it out. It took us a year, but we finally figured out where if you got into a car and you drove about maybe like a quarter of a mile away, there is a particular spot that's a stop, like a stoplight where you stop at. And if you blare music, something about the acoustics enters into the chapel at the top and goes straight down to where like the pastor would like preach from. It was so cool. And it was my favorite investigation because like 99% of people in the paranormal world, 99.999% would probably have been like, that's a ghost, and just packed up, right? But it was so much fun showing this team like how to critically think and like don't stop asking questions, keep pushing forward. And it was a really cool experience, and we got to use science, and I loved it.
All right. So next we have.
Yeah, my name's Garrett, and like y'all have talked about, I spend a lot of time in the woods too, especially in Appalachia, hunting, fishing, whatever it is. And one thing you kind of notice is, like, especially with bears,
right?
Spend a lot of time on 2 feet,
Mm-hmm.
walking around and
right.
stuff like that. So how much do you think that has an effect on sightings of specifically like Bigfoot or other furry cryptids?
I think so.
Do you want to?
Yeah, sure. I'm only going to be. I've never been out hunting or been out in the woods really without like supervision of my great uncles and my cousins. It's interesting you say that too, because I'll also mention that my family wasn't always sober when they were in the woods. Mm-hmm. So if they were to have seen something.
Yeah, so it's if you look at the sightings where they're and then you overlay that, there are maps that you can pull up and do that. It actually becomes, but then you have to ask yourself some other questions too. So it's a bit more involved than just this. These are bear, but I always ask people, is it possible that you've misidentified something? Mm-hmm. They'll usually say no. But nevertheless, that's the case as it may be. Okay, next we have about 5 more minutes left in this session, so we'll roll through this and give us your name and your question.
My name is Tanya, and I grew up being terrified of Bigfoot after watching Leonard Nimoy talk about it on Surf in the 70s.
Oh, wow.
I was
Yes.
afraid to go in the backyard at night because I was sure Bigfoot was out there. My question is, I'm wondering about the role of AI in the world of like cryptids, paranormal stuff. Like as technology's advanced, where it's not just lore being passed around or some old grainy photos or something like that, but now you have people that can generate this stuff all the time. But I also think we're all kind of getting more skeptical of everything we see like that. So I'm wondering, do you think it's leaning people more toward becoming non-critical thinking believers or more skeptical overall? How's that work, like in your field of skepticism?
For me, I'm not sure that that's the case. I've at least the people that I've seen. It depends on what echo chamber you're in, and because some people will point to these things and say, look, this is evidence, and I look at it and I say, no, it's blatantly AI, and but at some point we're going to be able to or not be able necessarily to tell the difference at all, and so I revert back to the basic premises of classical skepticism is how can we really be sure that we know anything? And so when you look at skepticism as far as it's used in the modern vernacular, then you have to say, okay, anything I see, I'm going to question. I'm going to, All right, next.
Hello, my name is Michelle, and something that I think is really cool about like paranormal stuff is like sleep paralysis. I always thought it was something interesting is like the idea of like Hat Man, and like even though it's like something that it's like a lot of people see like when they have like sleep paralysis. So I was wondering if y'all had any background about that or wanted to talk more about like common things people see when they have stuff like that. And I don't know if a lot of people even know about Hat Man.
I have heard about, yeah, so yes, I have heard about Hat Man. I have had sleep paralysis myself, but I have not actually experienced seeing anything, thank goodness, when that occurred. But I have heard that people see Hat Man, and a lot of times, like when I talk to people in the paranormal world, sometimes I find they kind of flip the narrative a little bit without realizing it. So have people throughout all of time seen Hat Man when they had sleep paralysis, or is it because like we have this idea that, oh, if you have sleep paralysis, you may see Hat Man, which enters into our brains, and so when we actually experience sleep paralysis, now we're seeing Hat Man, and I think that's probably the more likely explanation. Again, it's one of those things like a meme that has kind of carried on and kind of become folklore in of itself, and so it's almost made itself not true, but it's almost like made itself true, if you will, where we have this idea, and now the idea is starting to come true. Where
A self-fulfilling cryptid.
Correct. Self-fulfilling cryptid. Yep.
All right. Next, sir.
Hello. Is this on? Okay. I wanted to throw this out and see how you guys reacted to it. What do you, as skeptics, how do you find it difficult to, or not difficult, but to use language that accurately describes and communicates what you are trying to say to other people, whether they're believers or skeptics? For example, you have repeatedly used the word belief.
Yes.
If there's enough, if there's enough evidence, then I would believe.
Right.
To my mind, belief implies taking something on faith. If there's enough evidence, you don't have to believe. Maybe I'm just using that word too specifically.
Well,
at the beginning, you guys said something about, one of you said, if there was enough evidence, then people would say, or perhaps we could agree that proves the paranormal.
Right.
But if Bigfoot walked into downtown Seattle out of the woods tomorrow and walked into Starbucks and ordered a latte, that didn't prove the paranormal. It proved that there was...
that instance was correct.
Right. There was always
Right.
something normal. It just previously was unknown to science.
sure.
Okay, so we've got like 56 seconds.
I know, such a good question for only 1 minute remaining.
We can. I will tell you this: that I personally, I do not like to use. I use it because it's habit. I do not like to use the word belief because when Alex says she's a skeptical believer, I'm not a skeptical believer. I'm a skeptical I don't know her. So it's okay to say I don't know, but also the other thing is too that again it's by the preponderance of the weight of the evidence. And so if one instance of a Bigfoot came into a Starbucks and ordered a coffee, okay, that's weird in and of itself, but it doesn't prove. What it does is that instance is correct. So we have to look at the conglomeration of the weight of the evidence, and so but then we have a body to look at, and so on and so forth. So
okay, well that sounds like outstanding fodder to start the discussion tonight. 8:30 back here. please, please, please come to see these folks talk with Celestia from Squaring the Strange. Thank you so much for joining us. I do want to give you all about 5 seconds each for shameless plugs. Go.
I'll be over by the escalators if you'd like to chat or buy a book. Please help me lighten my luggage. Otherwise, come chat with me. I'll give you a card and let's talk.
Yeah, you can find me at John Michael Has Questions all across social media and pretty much everywhere. I'm starting to build more stuff, but it's taking time. And please feel free to grab me at any point and ask me some questions as well.
And you can come and listen to my presentations. I think I have 2 different presentations.
You got another one tonight.
And another one tonight. So, but you can also find me at www.danielareed.com. That's www.danielareed.com.
There you go. Thank you. And meet them over by the escalators if you have any other discussions or questions. Thank you so much for coming. We'll see you all in a little while.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or 2, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
A rapid-fire history of one of the craziest conspiracy theories of all time, QAnon. I'm Brian Dunning, and you're watching In Fact. Welcome to the show that brings you the real facts behind popular myths. By now, you've probably heard that QAnon is a far-right populist conspiracy theory in which a global cabal of prominent Democrats, Hollywood celebrities, and Jewish bankers secretly comprise a deep state secret government, which, on the side, also runs a worldwide pedophilia ring for their own amusement. In the QAnon fictional universe, then President Donald Trump was the only one heroic and powerful enough to save the world through mass indictments and arrests of Democrats. Well, obviously, none of that ever happened. So if all of this was fiction from the beginning, what was its source? In October 2017, someone began posting on anonymous internet message boards, calling himself Q Clearance Patriot. Q Clearance being a security clearance level at the Department of Energy. Q claimed to be an insider in the Trump administration, and for years posted predictions of mass arrests of Democrats. Though none of the anonymous internet trolls' predictions ever came true, many Trump supporters nevertheless rallied around him and adopted him as a sort of messiah. Now, obviously, it's not credible that an insider in Trump's inner circle would have leaked these sensitive releases of classified information in secret behind the administration's back. That would have been treasonous. So the QAnon conspiracy must assume that Q was making these internet posts with the full knowledge and consent of the government. Thus, it follows that the Trump administration determined that announcing tomorrow's indictments was best, and anonymous postings to message boards best known for pornography, racism, and assorted illegal content was the most appropriate channel to make these presidential announcements. So, how can ordinarily smart people believe something so obviously irrational as QAnon? Now, a lot of academic research has been funneled into figuring this out. In recent decades, globalization has led many people to feel disenfranchised and unrepresented, people who had grown accustomed to feeling safely entrenched in predictable, homogeneous, traditional communities. Sociological studies tell us that the less we feel in control of our own lives, the more likely we are to believe there's a conspiracy against us, and to embrace anything that promises to fight that conspiracy. Q happened to appear just at the right moment, when millions of Americans felt their accustomed way of life was under fire, and their wounds were fresh from having 8 years of progressive values wash over them during the Obama administration. Q was the savior they sought. And that's QAnon in 3 minutes. I'm Brian Dunning, and this has been In Fact. In Fact is made possible by financial support from viewers like you. Please visit infactvideo.com.
You might think about skipping this ad. Don't. What happens next will make you tear up. Wait, you're still here? I mean, great, looks like the trick worked. You see, when watching videos or browsing online, you are likely to encounter content that is loaded with emotional language, and with good reason. Playing into emotions, especially negative ones, such as fear, anger, or contempt, is a trick to get you to pay attention to something when you otherwise wouldn't. It's likely that's a big reason why you're still watching this ad is because you were lured in by our use of emotional language in the very first sentence. Research has shown that expressing emotion is key for the spread of moral and especially political ideas in social networks. So let's say when you're writing a headline and you're trying your hardest to manipulate your readers to click, one thing you can do is pepper your headlines with a bunch of emotionally charged words. Call it a horrific accident instead of a serious one, a disgusting ruling instead of a disagreeable one, or a heartbreaking twist of fate instead of an unfortunate coincidence. That way, you're likely to reach more people and influence their reactions. So let's see how this plays out in real life. Let's take the following headline from the movie Anchorman. No emotional manipulation at play here, just to the point, no-nonsense coverage of such an important event in history. This headline, on the other hand, see what they did there? The writer used an emotionally charged word like revolting to describe a whole group of people. Are mutants people? Oh well, you get the point. They're fear-mongering. So whenever you feel outraged or angry, remember, someone may be pulling your strings. Don't be manipulated. Truth Labs, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
No, the Rothschild banking family does not secretly control all the world's finances from behind the scenes. I'm Brian Dunning, and you're watching In Fact. Welcome to the show that brings you the real facts behind popular myths. Anti-Semitism is the most popular trait that so many conspiracy theories have in common. Whether it's myths about billionaire George Soros, that Israel was behind 9/11, or that the Holocaust never happened, Jewish people are blamed for just about anything by some conspiracy theorist on YouTube. The Rothschild banking family, who are Jewish, are charged by conspiracy theorists with controlling the entire world's money supply and having hundreds of trillions of dollars under their control. They're said to be blamed for every market shift and to use their whims to control your financial future. Now, up until about 100 years ago, some of these things were basically true about the Rothschilds. The family rose at the beginning of the 19th century and began loaning money. With Meyer Rothschild's 5 sons as his agents in Europe's 5 major financial centers, the family was a major underwriter to governments and made huge fortunes financing entire wars. In fact, throughout the 19th century, the Rothschilds filled the same role in Europe now held by the International Monetary Fund, stabilizing the currencies of major world governments. But what ended their empire was World Wars I and II, the costs of which exceeded the abilities of either the Rothschilds or any other banks to finance, and resulted in the creation of the International Monetary Fund. In addition, Nazi Germany devastated the Austrian Rothschilds and seized their assets, costing them their entire fortunes. Today, generations later, descendants of the original Rothschilds are diluted all around the globe, engaged in various professions, just like every family. Only a few are still involved in banking. There's no longer any such thing as a single, monolithic House of Rothschild as a creditor to governments. The closest thing is Rothschild's Continuation Holdings AG, a Swiss company that manages interests in many Rothschild-founded institutions. There are no longer any Rothschild family members on its board, the last having retired in 2011, though about 8 Rothschilds are believed to own 72.5% of it. It's thought to hold about $5 billion in assets. But compare this to the biggest bank in the Netherlands, Rabobank, with $774 billion in assets. Does it really look like the Rothschilds are the world's greatest controllers of money? How about the Royal Bank of Scotland, or Germany's Deutsche Bank with $1.7 trillion in assets? In fact, you've got a whole host of major banks around the world that dwarf the Rothschilds. The largest U.S. bank, J.P. Morgan Chase, is 500 times its size. There are more even bigger, but the major players are the 4 biggest banks in China, with $12 trillion in assets between them. Now, it's really easy to find this information as these banks are all public, including who owns them and who's on their boards. The narrative that the Rothschild family controls the world's money supply is trivially disproven. So why do the YouTube conspiracy theorists still spread this slander? Make no mistake, anti-Semitism is alive and well among conspiracy theorists. I'm Brian Dunning, and this has been In Fact. In Fact is made possible by financial support from viewers like you. Please visit infactvideo.com. Have you heard there's an island of floating garbage the size of Texas in the middle of the Pacific Ocean? I'm Brian Dunning, and you're watching In Fact. Welcome to the show that gives you the real facts behind popular myths. Every coastal country in the world dumps some of its trash at sea, and a lot of that trash is plastic. What happens to all of it? Well, if you've been reading the internet in the past few years, you've probably been told that it's been accumulating in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, creating a vast, solid island called the Pacific Garbage Patch. You've probably seen frightening pictures of birds and fish fatally entangled, and great piles of rubbish. Well, there is some science behind this. Like all oceans in the Northern Hemisphere, the North Pacific is predominantly a single clockwise current called the North Pacific Gyre. Wind and currents combine to drive floating debris toward the middle. The Hawaiian Islands are right on the southern edge of the gyre's epicenter. But if you've ever been to Hawaii, you've probably noticed the water's pretty clean. You can't walk from island to island on floating garbage. Well, how can that be? What gives? What gives is that the stories have been absurdly exaggerated. Photos like this are usually taken along the coasts of developing nations that lack or ignore environmental laws. But all that trash has to go somewhere, and the center of the gyre is where nature takes it. So why isn't it there? Well, it's a long journey. Floating plastic takes a full year to reach the gyre from Asia, and about 5 years from the United States. Plastic in the open ocean becomes very brittle very quickly from the sun's ultraviolet radiation. Wind and wave motion pulverize it into tinier and tinier pieces. Many plastics degrade completely. Never underestimate the power of our oceans. Very little plastic survives long enough to make it to the gyre, and what does is microscopic or granular. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration monitored over 200 basketball court-sized sample stations in the gyre for 4 years and found that half had detectable levels of plastic particles. But at a certain size, these granules are consumed by plankton and enter the food chain. That's the real problem, not a solid island of trash. Fortunately, it's a problem to which there's an easy solution. Stop dumping trash at sea! Our awesome oceans will do the rest, given enough time. To find real answers, we need to understand the real science, not sensationalized nonsense on the internet. Good science delivers good solutions. I'm Brian Dunning, and this has been In Fact. In Fact is made possible by financial support from viewers like you. Please visit infactvideo.com.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
Hello, and thank you so much for joining us here on the Skeptic Track, DragonCon 2025. We have with us today Mandisa Thomas, who is an old friend of not an old friend, she's a very good friend of the track. So we are delighted to hear from her today. She's a founder of the Black Nonbelievers. Please support that organization. There is a table out at the escalators out in the Hilton. Thank you for joining us, Mandisa. Please welcome Mandisa Thomas.
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry. Margaret would kill me if I didn't say. Please come to Margaret to participate in the parade. I'm sorry, I forgot to say it first. Thank you, Margaret. That's her waving in the back. Thank you, Mandisa. I'm so sorry.
Thank you so much, Dr. Angie. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming to this presentation. I am pleased to be doing so in conjunction with my Chi-Town affiliate leader, Cynthia McDonald, who will be joining us via Zoom. I'm not sure if we get to, there she is. Yay! And it is a pleasure to be back. And you know, Angie got the old right. I will be 49 in a week. So I guess I kind of feel young, but you know, that's you know, it's a pleasure to always be here at DragonCon with the Skeptrack and also representing Black Nonbelievers. And this year, I am very, very pleased to be leading and facilitating this discussion on a very, very important topic that is not just important to Black communities, but it is important to this country and also the world. And again, I'm very, very happy to have my sister Cynthia with me on this. It is giving credit to her. This is a presentation that she leads, and we'll give our introductions in just a moment. And even though we do not agree on the style of pizza that we like, we definitely agree on this subject. And this is an initiative and a cause and a very, very important topic that both myself, Cynthia, and our organization encourages and supports. So at this time, I'd like to bring, if you can bring Cynthia up on the stage, and also, yeah, if we can bring her up on the stage for just a brief about us. Hey there, Cynthia. Say hello to everyone.
Hey there, Mandisa. Hi, everybody. So nice to be here. I wish I could be there in person, but as you can see, I'm also at work. So they let me out to talk to you guys today. So I'm very, very happy to be here. I'm very happy to be invited to talk about something that's near and dear to our heart. And yeah, we won't bring up pizza right now. But just a brief about. So I am from the city of Chicago. I was born and raised there. I currently am working in social work. I have a bachelor's of science and a certification in community health. I currently have been working as a social worker for the past 6 to 7 years in various capacities. And I have been doing activism work for economic and social justice on behalf of African Americans since 2019. And I'm also the lead affiliate for Black Nonbelievers in Chicago, Illinois, yay, since 2023. And also, like Mandisa, I am a member of the Godless Gospel Project from the Freedom from Religion Foundation. So yeah, that's just a brief about me. And Mandisa, tell the people about you.
Yes, if we could bring up the slideshow just for a moment, please. Give more viewpoints. And Cynthia's new style is very it's new, so we are kind of matching there. But yes, so if you aren't familiar with me by now, I am originally from New York City, and I am the founder and president of Black Nonbelievers. Yes, thank you. We will be celebrating our 15th year in 2026. And we would love for all of you to be a part of that celebration. We will have more information, hopefully by the end of this year, that you can support and attend. And we always have a wonderful celebration with some guest speakers, workshops, and discussing issues that definitely pertain to our communities. And so I transitioned to full-time activism in 2018 because it was where it was best determined where my time was needed. And you may have seen me in a few media outlets like CNN, Jet Magazine, Playboy, The Humanist, to name a few. I am a certified humanist celebrant. I did a presentation on humanist celebrants at DragonCon a few years ago with Seth Andrews and others. And we did a presentation on Godless Gospel last year, and we definitely want to bring it back so that we can actually perform here, because if you have never heard it before, it is fantastic. So I appreciate Cynthia for being a part of the Godless Gospel Ensemble with me, and shout out to Dan Barker from the Freedom from Religion Foundation. It is a fantastic project as well. So I'm gonna go to the next slide. The reason why we are talking about this subject, especially in this current time, in this current year, is because when we are talking about justice, when we are looking at rights being rolled back, we are looking at history being revised. We are seeing so many initiatives that are trying to be obliterated, that they're trying to decimate, especially that pertain to Black communities and other marginalized communities. This is a subject and a call to action that should never go away, because it is important to the history of this country. It is, when we talk about reparations and economic justice, we must understand that the United States became a superpower of the world in a huge way, in a huge part due to the unpaid labor and exploitation and discrimination and at the expense of bodies of millions of enslaved people. This is a part of the history of our country. This is a part of the reconciliation that we must have and that we must continue to work towards in order for us to continue to progress. And this is the perfect venue for it, as a track that values skepticism and evidence, especially as it pertains to history. And before I turn it over to Cynthia, just to say a few words, for those of you who aren't familiar or only maybe vaguely familiar with the subject of reparations, this is going to be as brief as it is. We only have an hour. We only have an hour to discuss this subject, but if you have never heard of it or aren't familiar, it would be this. We're gonna do a bit of history, a bit of current events, and how we're gonna move into the future. So this is the goal of this presentation, and we can turn it over to Cynthia for just a moment so she can say a few words on this slide.
Okay, guys. So just a brief history about reparations activism. As early as the 18th century, formerly enslaved individuals like Belinda Sutton in Massachusetts petitioned their former enslavers for restitution. Belinda Sutton was a woman who was born in West Africa. She was sold in slavery when she was 12 years old to the royal family. And because of their strong ties to loyalists, the state of Massachusetts seized the royals' property, and they manumitted several enslaved people, including Belinda. And 2 years later, she petitioned and legislated for her pension to be paid out by the royal family estate. And the legislature actually agreed to pay her about 15 pounds per year. And through Sutton, and though Sutton had to renew her petition multiple times to actually receive the payment, it was the very first known case of a freed person to obtain financial reparations for slavery. We also have several bills proposing financial compensation for formerly enslaved people, including introduction of a bill in Congress in the late 19th century, but unfortunately it failed to pass. There was also organizers named Callie House and Isaac Dickerson who actually put together the bill called the National Ex-Slave Mutual Relief Bounty and Pension Association. That was their organization that put forth the bill for a pension to be set up by the federal government in order for them to pay out monies to slaves who have been emancipated at the end of at the end of the Civil War. World War II is like a little bit below that line. At that particular time, the organization actually gained significant support of over 300,000 African Americans by 1898. And the structure was supposed to be for people who were being a tiered system so that they would be able to receive their pensions as time went on. And actually, it actually failed to pass when it was actually introduced into Congress. And the National Archives actually show records that movement was systematically undermined by federal government surveillance. Other efforts were done by Bishop McNeil Turner. He was a political Black leader during Reconstruction. And he argued that African Americans were owed about $40 billion for actual services rendered. Moving on to 1865, which is General Order number 15. I'm pretty sure you all heard the 40 Acres and a Mule. Shout out to Spike Lee and such. And the General Order 15 was proposed by General William Tecumseh Sherman that proposed 40-acre land grants to formerly enslaved people in order for them to work the land. Basically, the way that came about is that he met with leaders that were inside the community that were asked, what is it that you need in order for you to, move on, to thrive? And they said land, because the majority of these people who came out of slavery, because you have to think of at the end of 1865, when we had emancipated free Blacks, it was over 4 million. And the majority of them were farmers. So it made more sense in order for them to be able to work their own land so they could feed themselves, create industry, et cetera, et cetera. However, that directive sought to provide these particular land grants was thwarted after the assassination of Abraham Lincoln back in 1865, and then thwarted by Andrew Johnson, who became president. You also had other efforts to assist freed Blacks at that particular time, which is the Freedmen's Bank and the Freedmen's Bureau. They were they actually provided financial assistance and advocacy for formerly enslaved people. So the Freedmen's Bank was actually officially the Freedmen's Savings and Trust Company that was set up as a charter back in 1865 to newly emancipated African Americans after the Civil War. It was a very radical institution, and the hope was to attempt to foster economic independence to former slaves, but the bank collapsed in 1874 due to mismanagement, fraud, and a lack of proper oversight. Frederick Douglass tried to save the bank when he was appointed 2 years prior, but including actually putting in some of his own money, about $15,000, in order to try to save the bank, but it just wasn't enough. Ultimately, it failed and closed on June 29th, 1874. He would later describe it as the bank that became the black man's cow, but the white man's milk. And then we had the Freedmen's Bureau, which was a federal agency established in 1865 to formerly enslaved African Americans in the southern states during Reconstruction. This bureau actually acted as a way to distribute food, clothing, medical supplies to millions of freed Black people, and establishing hospitals and temporary camps. You also had the Bureau tasked for education from the youngest to university level. And it actually established over 4,300 schools and played a key role in founding HBCUs like Howard University in Washington, D.C. And it also oversaw labor contracts between freedmen and employers aiming to replace the exploitative systems of slavery. And unfortunately, white Southerners in Congress at that particular time actively resisted the Bureau's efforts, undermining its ability to protect freedmen's rights, including not appropriating funds to the Bureau in itself. And unfortunately, it was terminated in 1872, leaving many issues unresolved. Next slide, please.
Yes. So I think it's important for that time period, once slavery officially ended in between 1863 and 1865, which followed were the years of Reconstruction, which we saw, quite a few areas of progress. And, there were Black congressmen, there were a lot of newly freed slaves that were starting their own businesses and working towards those compensation efforts. And so, of course, once that ended, in the 1870s, we saw a lot of destruction take place. But we wanted to just highlight, just for a few moments, some famous reparations activists and advocates. Some names some of you may know them, some of you may not have been aware that they were supporters of reparations and financial and economic justice for African Americans. So the first is Audley Queen Mother Moore, who was born in 1898 and passed away in 1997. She is considered the mother of the reparations movement. I actually had the opportunity to meet her in New York when I was younger. And she was a very, very powerful voice. She was a Pan-Africanist, similar to Marcus Garvey, for those of you who are familiar with Marcus Garvey and the Black liberation movements. And she also wrote the book and the pamphlet, Why Reparations, which only recently became more widely available. And so she should always be remembered as one of the pioneers of the reparations and economic justice movement especially for our communities. And actually, James Forman, who was one of the founders of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. He was an atheist. He is featured in Chris Cameron's book Black Freethinkers. He authored the Black Manifesto in 1969, and he delivered this manifesto to some religious organizations in a conference which outlined the need for financial compensation for Black communities. Also, Dr. William Darity, who we will feature some references to him, and I'll yield the floor to Cynthia on this slide. Be ready, Cynthia. She can speak more about Dr. Darity's work. And also, honorable mention, Margaret's in the room, Margaret Downey from the Free Thought Society. A very honorable mention to Thomas Paine, who was one of the founding fathers, who was considered one of the founding fathers of the United States. Many people may or may not know that Thomas Paine was a staunch abolitionist. He was very, very anti-slavery. He started one of the first, if not the first, abolitionist group in the United States. And he has written on the cruelty of slavery, as well as how the enslaved needed to be paid and compensated for not just their work, because this for their labor and for their suffering. It's a very, very early supporter of financial compensation and reparations for the enslaved. And now I'll yield to you for a few minutes, Cynthia, or for a few seconds, to speak more on Dr. Darity.
Yeah, so Dr. William Darity, we're going to reference some of his work later, but he has been an advocate for reparations for the last, I want to say, over 30 to almost 40 years. He has gone to several places, speaking all around the world, even with some other reparationist organizations like Narcan and Cobra. And also is a Duke professor that talked on the importance of why reparations is absolutely necessary for African Americans who descend from chattel slavery. He is one of the ones that's often quoted when it comes to being able to put data with history that would really make that particular case in a very poignant way. And during the George Floyd protest, he did a lot of speaking on mainstream outlets to talk about some of the reasoning why that you do have like civil unrest. And a lot of it is because the social contract was broken by the government in order to protect African American citizens. And part of that social contract was not failing to pay the formerly enslaved and also take care of their descendants. That has caused like some ruins in our communities, which I will talk a little bit more about later.
Yeah, we have the next slide up.
Okay, so has America paid reparations? Yes. Oftentimes we hear conversations concerning, this particular thing about, being able to pay reparations is going to be like too radical, it's going to cause divisions, things of that nature. But in actuality, the United States is very known to pay reparations in some shape, way, or form since the 1770s. So one of the first examples that we do actually have was a case involving the rights of enslaved people in Essex County, Massachusetts. That's not the word, Massachusetts, that was tried in a court of common pleas. Richard Greenleaf was charged with trespassing for enslaving the plaintiff, Caesar Hendrick, and he was found liable for 18 pounds in damages and cost. We also have another example of Henrietta Wood in 1853, who was a free Black woman living as a laborer and also a domestic worker in Cincinnati, when she was lured across the Ohio River and was enslaved in the state of Kentucky, in the state of Kentucky, by a white man named Zebulon Ward. He actually sold her into slavery illegally. Ward then took her to traders who took her to Texas, where she remained enslaved throughout the Civil War. Would eventually return to Cincinnati, and in 1870, she sued Ward for $20,000 in damages and lost wages. In 1878, an all-white jury decided in her favor, but only awarded her $2,500. We also have the example of former slave owners starting in 1862 with the District of Columbia Compensated Emancipation Act that actually received reparations for the loss of slaves. And it continued during the Southern Homestead Act of 1866. So in 1862, the Confiscation Act was actually passed by Union Congress during the Civil War. And this law authorized the seizure of property, including land and enslaved people, for those who were aiding the Confederate Army. However, the Confiscation Act of 1862 was loosely enforced by the Lincoln administration, and enforcement was actively undermined by his successor, Andrew Johnson. And then in 1866, in an attempt to actually address the Confiscation Act, Congress passed the Southern Homestead Act, which opened up public lands in the Southern states to homesteaders, including free people and loyal whites. But the majority of the people who actually received those particular lands were people who patriated and, pledged their loyalty back to the Union, which a lot of that were former enslavers and even former Confederate soldiers. We also have an act. We also have the Civil Acts, the Civil Liberties Act of 1988, which was a bill that was signed into law by President Ronald Reagan. And it provided $1.2 billion, which was $20,000 per person, and an apology to approximately 60,000 living Japanese Americans who had been interned during World War II. And additionally, $12,000 and an apology were given to 450 Ugandians and for the internment during World War II, and also $6.4 million in land fund that was created for their communities.
Yes, thank you for that, Cynthia. And with all of that information, we have to ask the question of why is generational wealth non-existent in Black communities? Because we hear all the time, well, why don't folks just pull themselves up by their bootstraps? That is nothing new to our communities. We've always had to do a lot with less. But there are reasons for why generational wealth is almost non-existent, especially with the horrific legacy and institution of slavery and injustice. And part of that is this is not an exhaustive list. These are just some of the reasons. And that because there were laws that prevented financial advancement. There were in many cases in the South where Blacks were prevented from getting certain jobs, or they were relegated to certain jobs. There was access to education. There were businesses that were destroyed, and that goes into the domestic terrorism point that is on this slide. There were deliberate, not even just attempts, there were policies that were put in place to effectively disfranchise Black communities and individuals and families from advancing beyond, advancing beyond the poverty level. And this is very, very much documented. And we must discuss the domestic terrorism by the primary hate group, the Ku Klux Klan, which is a Christian organization. And we must remember that the Ku Klux Klan was comprised of politicians, law enforcement, business owners, some pastors and preachers who went around burning crosses, destroying Black businesses, destroying homes, destroying and also lynching and taking the lives of Black folks, even sometimes for just being in the wrong place at the wrong time. There was probably no good reason for it. Many of us you may have heard of Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and Rosewood in Florida. These were all Black towns that were thriving. And in many cases, due to false accusations of sexual assault against white women, these white mobs came in and would lynch and destroy kill people, destroy homes, and destroy businesses. And they often eluded justice. And so there was never any, they were able to get away with it. Now we can appreciate later trials of the murder of Medgar Evers, in which one of the sheriffs was convicted. And also there was a conviction in the murder case of the civil rights workers, James Chaney, Andrew Goodman, and Mickey Schwerner in Philadelphia, Mississippi. And so there was some justice later, but at the time it was very much non-existent. And so we're going to get into these other policies later, like gerrymandering and redlining, which relegated Black folks to live in certain areas. They could not move to areas that were considered white or considered better neighborhoods. So it was illegal for them to advance beyond a certain neighborhood in many states, particularly in the South. And so when we talk about like generational wealth, where there has been no access because it was denied for so many years. Sure, there are cases of very few. It doesn't mean it was non-existent. It doesn't mean that it didn't exist, but almost non-existent, as opposed to folks in the white community who may have had more access to, and we have to remember too that there were many white people who were sold this idea, even if they were dirt poor and just as poor as their Black counterparts and their Black neighbors, they were sold the idea that because they were white that they were better. And so they were used by more of your affluent white people to do their dirty work. And so we have to remember that all of this happened in a very, very, very volatile part of history. And so Cynthia's going to go into a bit more about some acts that should have been available to Black folks but were not. Cynthia, you can take it from here.
Thank you, Mandisa. So wanted to talk a little bit to you all about the Homestead Act of 1862. The Homestead Act basically was a law that was signed by President Abraham Lincoln that allowed any United States citizen or any intended citizen to claim up to 160 acres of public land for a small filing fee, with the requirement to live on and improve the land for 5 years before gaining ownership. This act actually aimed to encourage settlement and westward expansion, manifest destiny, through much of the land was ultimately acquired by speculators and also large companies. Because one of the things that could actually happen is that if you were able to secure the acreage and then live on it for that particular moment in time, then, a lot of times homesteaders say, well, it was kind of hard to stay out here. And in order for them to be able to get compensated, they would sell their land to, to large companies. Land grants were also given to create other colleges like USC. And then you even had the government that was actually paying people not to farm the land, and the county agents that actually empowered them to do it. So I believe that if we do have time, there's a small video that was given from a speech that was given by Dr. Martin Luther King, who actually talked about how this one act of Congress actually put a lot of people that was mostly white, whether they were born U.S. citizens or even if they immigrated to the United States from Europe at that time, that was able to take advantage of this particular act and be able to be compensated handsomely for it. And you still even have families to this very day that are living off of the wealth of that one act. I believe that the last land grant was given in 1988 in Alaska, because it was actually it was cut off in the 1978, but in the 1970s from anybody else claiming land, but it was then expanded to the Alaskan territories at the time before it became a state, and people were able to claim those lands as well. And many well-known corporations in agriculture today, such as Tyson Foods and also Purdue Farms, trace their roots to individual family farms that may have been established or expanded during the era of the Homestead Act. And if you go to the next slide, I want to also talk to you about another act called the GI Bill of 1944. So this act was signed by Franklin Delano Roosevelt in 1944, and it was officially called the Servicemen's Readjustment Act of 1944. And it provided benefits to World War II veterans, including funds for college and vocational education, government-backed homes and business loans, unemployment allowances, job placement assistance, and it also increased healthcare for veterans who served at the time. Now, this act actually helped propel millions of veterans into the middle class, transforming higher education and contributing to the post-war economic prosperity. So if you ever heard the notion of that the middle class was not, was made, this is one of the acts that actually created a middle class. So when lawmakers actually began drafting the bill back in 1944, some Southern Democrats actually feared that returning Black veterans would use public sympathy for veterans to advocate against Jim Crow laws. So to make the GI largely benefit white people, the Southern Democrats drew on tactics that would previously used to ensure the New Deal helped Black people, or as few as Black people as possible. And one of the ways that they did that, instead of actually going to the federal government for you to be able to receive your benefits, they had to be approved by states. So states who happen to be more conciliatory to white people and also to white wealth were apt to not be able to give these particular grants to Black servicemen that served. And while the GI Bill language didn't specifically exclude African Americans, it's from the benefits. It was structured in a way that ultimately shut the doors down to 1.2 Black veterans who bravely served their country during World War II in segregated ranks. Next slide, please. And I know that Mandisa talked a bit more about redlining, but before we even go into that, let's talk a little bit more about repair. So repair looks like financial compensation for the descendants of the formerly enslaved and victims of lynching, Jim Crow era legislations, and other laws that actually disenfranchised the Black community. And one of the laws that was mentioned previously, as I just said before, was like redlining. And I wanted to talk a little bit more about that because redlining was so pervasive that it actually was one of the bigger components that actually robbed Black people of wealth and be able to create wealth. So it was actually discriminatory practice where financial institutions denied services like loans or insurance to residents of specific neighborhoods, and often based on racial or ethnic compensation. Ethnic composition, rather. Now, this practice was historically used to deny mortgages and other financial support to Black and other minority communities, leading to racial segregation and also economic disparities. So banks and insurance companies would literally draw red lines around certain areas that they said that they were not going to invest in. So if any person actually lived or were looking to purchase in that particular area, they were denied because it was said so. Now, when redlining was actually legally sanctioned for practices for decades. It eventually was outlawed by the Fair Housing Act of 1968, which prohibited discrimination in housing based on race, color, national origin, or protected and other protected characteristics. Unfortunately, even though that act was placed and also moved to make people not practice this particular egregious, horrible thing any longer, you still had other institutions and also loan companies, real estate agencies, and things of that nature that practiced it. I was even reading up examples up into 2018, 2019, where redlining was still practiced in ways that was being identified by banks. We have even some famous people who I will not mention, who have been sued by the Department of Justice, not once, but twice, because of practicing redlining and not renting to African Americans. And because of this particular practice, the legacy actually continues to affect communities today, contributing to persistent racial segregation, wealth inequality, and health disparities. Right now, there is a chasm of the racial wealth gap because of practices like this. Some economic institutions have done numbering where they said that there happens to be a 1% to 3% wealth share that African Americans have in this country to this day, just opposed to 99 to 95% in white hands. And a lot of this is because it was built by design because of acts that were sanctioned by the federal government. Mandisa?
Yes, I'll just add before I go to the next slide that this is more than just simply a federal government issue. There were also private companies and institutions like Harvard University that benefited from slave labor. There were many insurance companies, I think Wells Fargo might have been one of them, that insured slaves for their slave owners. Brooks Brothers had actually a line of slave clothing for the slave owners to dress up the enslaved to be sold. You know, they did not just simply just take them off the field. They made sure that they were dressed up and to be presentable for sale. And Brooks Brothers had a hand in that. They had a whole slave line. So this is what repair looks like in identifying these companies, these institutions and organizations that had a hand in benefiting from the exploitation and the enslavement in this country and financially benefited from it. So what can we do about reparations now? And I know we'll probably have quite a few questions and we still have to get to references and resources. So we're going to try to go through this quickly. So again, we can continue to push for legislation. I know there's been HR 40 that has been recently, that has been attempted to be introduced in recent years. And also, it's important to listen to the leading voices and activists on reparations. This must continue. Listen to the activists, work with them, listen to their strategies, and also support them when necessary. And also, you can do your own part in supporting Black-led organizations, hint, hint, but also those who are leading the way towards racial justice and reconciliation and I'm going to be saying this wrong, but organizations that are dedicated to the research, to the history, as well as active justice for communities, especially those who are led by women and LGBTQ plus folks. Because it is important that we are all supporting and recognizing that this impacts all of us, whether we realize it or not. This is this is an American problem, or this is an American justice issue. When it comes to the segment of the population whose ancestors was responsible for building this country, but yet has not received the justice that is deserved. And so there are things that we can do as individuals, as leaders, and as organizations to help continue to work towards this. And because this is a skeptic track, because we are presenting this as non-believers, it is, we must, unfortunately, there have been many churches who have benefited from respectability politics in Black communities and who have benefited from being who have benefited from the proximity of whiteness, who are actively against reparations, and who have been sold the idea of if you give it to God or pray it away, it will fix itself. And this is something that cannot be fixed by prayer. It cannot be fixed by just simply waiting on God or any divine intervention. This is something that we as people must do. And there is enough evidence to support why it needs to be done. And unfortunately, we see this over and over again. And it's just unfortunate that it becomes a conversation, and the reparations conversation can be a bit tricky at times, but certainly waiting on God is not going to save us with this problem. It's a racial justice problem. It's an economic justice problem. There is enough evidence to support why it needs to happen. And if we need to continue to lead the way on it, then we must. So in conclusion, I'm going to let Cynthia go from here.
Thank you, Mandisa. I kind of also wanted to mention when it comes to what repair looks like as well, and why we even are bothering to do this particular presentation is because we know that these problems that have happened within our community do not happen within a vacuum. And as we laid out, there were several different instances of practices, historical inferences, and also people who were part of institutions, whether they were private institutions or government institutions, that purposely, kept African Americans from being able to secure wealth after slavery. And there is an importance for all of us who believe in economic and racial justice in order for us to actually coalesce together to support policies that would actually be beneficial to people who have been wronged in this country. Recently, Amanda Seales was on a show called Surrounded, where she was asked, where her very first claim was about reparations. And one of the things that she talked about was the moral wrong and injustice that was done to African Americans who were formerly enslaved and the descendants who have carried the burden up until this very day. And as much as I have no issue with talking about morality. Morality can be subjective to whatever edict or belief system that you happen to judge your morality by. But one of the things that Ms. Mandisa has also pointed out as evidence, we know empirically what has happened in this particular country. And we can't fail to mention, even though we talked about the Ku Klux Klan, but there were also other religious institutions that were also complicit in slavery and also causing domestic terrorism, and people who were part of those religious institutions that were in law, preachers who talked against, racial and economic harmony for African Americans, and who have been even complicit in the demise of the people that benefited from slavery and also economic disparity of African Americans. Recently, there was even an apology that was made by the Southern Baptist Convention for African Americans because of their part within slavery. One of the reasons why you had a National Baptist Convention and a Southern Baptist Convention is because the Southern Baptist Convention broke off from the Baptist Convention because they supported slavery. And a lot of the people who happened to be in leadership were slave owners, and they received their wealth over the exploitation of millions of Black bodies. And so I have a quote here from James Baldwin, who was a non-religious activist, an author, and a poet, and a laureate, and a scholar, and everything that I love. A beautiful queer man who was forced to be reckoned with during his time. And he said that I love America more than any other country in this world. And exactly for this reason, I insist on the right to criticize her perpetually. And he also said to accept one's past, one's history is not the same thing as drowning in it. It is learning how to use it. An invented past can never be used. It cracks and crumbles under the pressures of life like clay in a season of drought.
Awesome. Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Cynthia. And speaking of Dr. King, we won't be able to show the video that you referenced, but we certainly hope that you will look. We certainly hope that you will do some research on it. But when we think of Dr. King, most people think of the dream speech, "I have a dream, free at last." But there are so many people who don't. There are many people who don't. And we often see this in white conservatives when speaking about the protests and the quote unquote violence from it. They often quote Dr. King and say, he was a man of peace. What would Dr. King do? And it's important for folks to understand that Martin Luther King was not just simply a dreamer. He was an advocate for state-church separation, and separation of religion and government, in case you didn't know. He was also an advocate for economic justice. And like it says here in the quote, there's a quote here when it says, "Now, when we come to Washington in this campaign," and this was after the March on Washington, "we are coming to get our check." So for those who have anglicized Dr. King as this, as just this, and he was a peaceful leader, right? He wasn't about proactively inciting violence, but he was much more of a leader than that. And it's important for us to understand that part of the history when it comes to economic justice and racial justice that he was very much a part of. And so we're going to get to the recommended reading because I know we have questions. So if we can go through this real quick, Cynthia, that would be great.
Sure can. So here, there was a recommended reading. Read it. No, I'm just kidding. No, but there's like several different books that we put together as far as like learning more about this issue. I definitely recommend, as I talked about, Dr. William Darity. He wrote 2 books with his wife, Mary Kirsten Mullins, From Here to Equality, Reparations for Black Americans in the 21st Century. He also wrote the Black Reparations Project, which is a handbook for racial justice that talks more about how to implement recommended programs and other acts that can be done for reparations and wholeness. There's also The Stolen Wealth of Slavery, A Case for Reparations by David Montero, and a little bit more about one of the first reparations advocates, Callie House and Isaac Dickerson. My Face is Black is True, and Callie House and the Struggle for Ex-Slave Reparations by Mary Frances Berry back in 2005.
Thank you all very, very much. Thank you, Cynthia, for joining us and taking time out of your day to join us for this. I give credit to Cynthia for leading. This is a talk that she normally leads, but for DragonCon, definitely appreciate her partnering with me on this as my being sister, as my Godless Gospel sister, and also us being colleagues and sisters, both in atheist representation, especially for Black folks, as well as racial and economic justice. So thank you all very, very much. Thank you, Cynthia.
Thank you, Mandisa.
And so I think we have a few minutes for questions.
And I can stick around if anybody wants to ask me questions, Drew.
Yes, please do. Please do. So one of the things that struck me during this talk is it feels like it didn't acknowledge the attempts to reinstate that economic subjugation that we're starting to see in the political sphere. I don't really want to make this all very political, but I don't think we can help it in a lot of ways. And so I was really particularly struck by some of the ominous things that have occurred recently. Can you please comment on that? And what can we do collectively as a society to prevent this from being a discussion that we're going to have again in another 150 years?
Right. So I would definitely say that there is a concerted effort from this current regime to erase the history of slavery. We see the pervasive attack on the Smithsonian African American Museum. Even some talks about taking out slavery exhibits from other museums that's across the country. We even had I believe, a statue of Harriet Tubman that was placed on a marker of the Underground Railroad in one of the national parks that was taken down. And even the regime leader stated that if there were efforts from schools to even teach about slavery or even the genocide of Native Americans at the onset of this particular country, that they would defund them. And even taking away like certain programs like DEI for hiring and also for school admissions that were going to be even a further impediment for people from marginalized communities to be able to have even a piece of being able to get into some kind of opportunity area, right? And unfortunately, when you have a long game that was played by Christian nationalists and Christian nationalist organizations to say that we're going to be doing this in the name of Jesus because we're right and we're right, it has led into, people who have been elected and laws, and this has been a long time coming. One of the things that we can do as a conglomerate, as a citizenry, is that we have to recognize what this is. We can't continuously be in the fray of taking on the rhetoric and propaganda and saying it's truth. We have to be able to call out these things as what they are, and they're horrible, they're terrible, they're bad for our country, they cause divides, and it even causes even more of a chasm between those who happen to be the richer and the richest versus the poor and the poorest. And another thing that we have to understand is that respectability politics and identity politics come in hand when we're discussing these things. And I don't ever like subscribe to the idea of not seeing color, because yes, you do. We are a racial society, but at the same time, we can definitely understand that, listen, when it comes to a suffering on one portion of our population, we all suffer. And it's important for us to have, those who believe in economic and justice for, African Americans and other marginalized communities to stand up with them and say, no, these things that you are doing are wrong. You need to implement the things to prepare. And we also need to support these things by writing your congressman, going to those town halls. I love it when people shouting down the town hall, the representatives, because they need to hear that. They need to know that you vote and that, your voice matters. And even though that we see like concerted efforts to even try to drown out the vote, we can't allow the regime and their sycophants in order for us to be able to keep us silent. When they push, we need to push harder.
Yes, and I'd like to add, thank you for that, Cynthia. I'd like to add that during the first administration, the first Trump administration, and even now, people are saying, this is not my country. I don't recognize this country. Some of us have. This is a part of the history that is still, and it's a part of the ugly. We have to take the good and the bad of American history. And a lot of it is ugly. And there is often that saying that those who don't remember the past are doomed to repeat it. Unfortunately, our education system, whether it is public or private, has not done a very, very good job of reminding people of what this country has done to people. And it's going to be important for us because we are seeing a resurgence of, again, rights being stripped and also funding being cut. We're seeing the gutting of PBS and education, good comprehensive education for our children. And again, this is why the history is important. And I grew up, and I know Cynthia has. We've seen like very local, smaller, and in your cities and your states, historic like museums, African American museums that are not necessarily funded by the government. They need to also be supported. As they also they tell a story that isn't always on the national level. And so it's going to be wherever you travel, I make it a point, wherever I travel, I go and try to learn the local history, especially the local Black history. We are empowered, to learn more and educate ourselves more, and to, again, put like that fire under your local representatives, because they are trying to repeat a very, very ugly side of history here that many of us who come from these communities that have been impacted have always known that they can do. So it's important for you to be listening and also, again, like Cynthia said, working with us to make sure that this doesn't happen again.
Thank you. Okay, Mandisa, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we need to hear this. Just 7 seconds left for a shameless plug.
Please visit Black Nonbelievers. We are out across from the Grand Ballroom East on this floor. You can purchase some swag. You can go to our website and make a donation. We co-sponsor a student scholarship every year. Please support the work that we do. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you to Cynthia once again.
Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you for joining us. We really appreciate it. Did y'all like the Zoom? Did y'all like that? Excellent. Okay, good. Because we're going to have a couple more Zoom things later in the weekend, just because the people couldn't be here or there was a thing. I don't know what. But just a reminder, Margaret is supposed to be in the back there for the parade. If you don't have a costume, she can hook you up. She's got a whole thing. So please go join Margaret. Join us in the parade. It's a lot of fun. Thank you for joining us here on the Skeptic Track. We'll see you in a little while.
All right. Going over to our table now. Thank you. Yeah.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
Anti-EV advocates love to claim that electric cars still have a larger carbon footprint, but it just ain't so. I'm Brian Dunning, and you're watching In Fact. Welcome to the show that brings you the real facts behind popular myths. The debate over whether electric cars actually produce more greenhouse gases than internal combustion cars is actually a proxy debate between those who accept climate science and those on the side of the dying fossil fuel industry who want to turn the clock back. Their argument, intended to frighten you away from buying an EV, is that making the giant battery is such a dirty process that it outruns any savings from not burning gasoline, and that generating the electricity uses the same dirty fossil fuels anyway, so there's nothing to be gained. Now, it's true that all the resources that go into mining and manufacturing EV batteries does mean that manufacturing EV produces more greenhouse gases than internal combustion cars. Depending on the car and the size of the battery, the manufacturer produces between 15 and 68% more greenhouse gases. But what they fail to note is that manufacturing is only one stage in a car's entire lifetime. And because of the fuel savings, by the end of the car's life, an EV has produced, in total, only 47 to 49% as much greenhouse gases as an internal combustion car. So now, let's look at the source of generating all that electricity, which the haters will tell you makes EVs just as dirty. A great way to look at it is this map, produced by the Union of Concerned Scientists. Taking into account how electricity is generated in every region, it shows what equivalent miles per gallon electric cars are getting, based on the greenhouse gases produced by making the electricity. In the very worst places, it's still far better than the average internal combustion cars. Most places, it's way better than that, and in some places, it's amazing. These numbers are 10% better than the map from 2 years ago, because the electric grid is getting cleaner all the time, so it's only going to continue looking better and better. This much cleaner running of an EV is what turns the equation upside down, and more than overcomes the extra greenhouse gases from the battery's manufacture. Finally, there's the recycling of the EV battery at the end of the car's life. The haters will tell you the process is dangerous, expensive, and extremely polluting. The reason we know they're lying is that this doesn't really exist yet. Very few EVs have reached the end of their life, and all EV manufacturers are just starting to explore pilot programs with recycling partners. There's a tremendous amount of investment flowing into this, and it's an exciting growth industry, so you college kids, look into it. All expectations are that recovering the valuable materials from EV batteries will be both profitable and carbon neutral. So, enjoy your EV and don't listen to yesterday's news. I'm Brian Dunning, and this has been In Fact. In Fact is made possible by financial support from viewers like you. Please visit infactvideo.com. Ever get into a conversation with someone who twisted words? Chances are they used a logical fallacy. I'm Brian Dunning, and you're watching In Fact. Welcome to the show that gives you the real facts behind popular myths. In this second of 3 videos, we're going to look at some common ways that people use language to make a point when their argument is weak. One of these is the use of weasel words, cleverly chosen words that are hoped will make you think they say more than they do. Our product supports a healthy immune system. Supports doesn't really mean anything. Enjoy up to 50% off today! Yeah, I'll probably be out there on the dance floor. The straw man argument is a way to rephrase your opponent's point of view into something that's absurd and much easier to argue against. Very, very common.
I'm tired of all this homework.
Lazy, you never want to do any homework at all. You'd fail all your classes.
You just want me to do it 24 hours a day. That would be ridiculous.
Both sides are exaggerating the other to a ridiculous degree. The loaded question is 2 questions rolled into one, attempting to force the acknowledgement of a point. One last question. Did you enjoy killing him? No, no! Oh, so you did kill him! There was never any opportunity to answer, no, I didn't kill him. Shall I nudge you for breakfast? If your argument is weak, start off by poisoning the well. Use phrases that suggest your point of view is already the accepted one. The acknowledged quack, Carl Sagan, buried the role of Kundalini energy in the creation of the universe. I acknowledge that, don't you? And now we're going to hear those same old rejected arguments that we should vaccinate against disease. Rejected by who? Poisoning the well is also employed by those who name government programs. The Patriot Act. Don't like it? You're not a patriot! No child left behind. Don't like it? You hate children! One technique often used by conspiracy theorists is proof by verbosity, where the sheer number of words gives the false impression of the subject having been thoroughly researched.
The chain of command on 9/11 was all messed up. Bush, Cheney, and Rumsfeld were all somewhere other than where they were supposed to be. NORAD and the FAA all gave different reasons for air defense failures. How could an inexperienced pilot make it past Andrews Air Force Base to hit the Pentagon? Flight 93 was clearly shot down, according to the debris trail. Prominent members of government were given secret warnings not to fly on 9/11. Then what made Building 7 fall down, since it was undamaged? It could only be explosives. Insider trading happened at the stock market, proving that the government tried to profit from 9/11 and planned it in advance. If the FBI hadn't obstructed the investigation, everyone would know that the World Trade Center was destroyed by a controlled demolition, since all the debris were quickly disposed of before anyone could examine it.
Listen for all of these next time you have a debate with someone. In the next episode, we're going to look at some fallacious arguing techniques, and you'll want to listen for those too. I'm Brian Dunning, and this has been In Fact. In Fact is made possible by financial support from viewers like you. Please visit infactvideo.com.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
So he's done brilliantly. Play on, says the referee. No, it's going to be a penalty kick for the Italians.
What an idiot! He should get his eyes checked. He's been bribed. He's been bought by the mafia.
In sports, as in life, it's easy to get emotionally involved. But sadly, the Bad News Corp have taken things too far. Staff watching the game resorted to name-calling, accusations of bribery, and made jokes about the ref's heritage. This is a manipulation tactic known as an ad hominem attack, which means against the person in Latin. The reason that we refer to this tactic by its Latin name is probably because even as far back as ancient Rome, people were aware that attacking the questioner rather than the argument is unfair. Sometimes, of course, it is relevant to note someone's past experiences. Like imagine a tobacco company putting out a study saying that smoking can't cause you harm. Should we question the character and motive here? I think so. But instead of attributing blame in such a deserved way, sadly, ad hominem attacks are commonly used to draw attention away from the issue at hand and manipulate your impression of the person instead.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. Well, then you better turn up your hearing aid, Pops. Pops?
I'm only 2 years older than you.
Do we want old man Patterson here with his finger on the button?
What button? What the hell are you talking about?
What button? Where am I? Who took my false teeth?
You'll be surprised how often people attack a person or group rather than the argument itself. Truth Labs. Just because they get personal doesn't mean you have to.
Fracking has been a standard practice in natural gas mining for a long time, but recent documentary films have caused some lay people to question its safety. How justified are these fears? I'm Brian Dunning, and you're watching In Fact. Welcome to the show that gives you the real facts behind popular myths. A lot of natural gas mining is easy. You drill a hole, the gas comes right up. But once you get down deep enough, between around 1.5 and 6 kilometers deep, the pressure is so high and the rocks are so tight that the gas can't move to your borehole. The standard solution to this is hydraulic fracturing, or fracking. Water is pumped down into the deep shale at really high pressure, just like a hydraulic ram, and splits open the fissures. Then sand is mixed with the water and gets distributed throughout the cracks to prop them open. The water is then pumped back out, and now the gas can freely flow to the borehole. The controversy comes mainly from the fact that about 0.1% of the fluid consists of lubricants and surfactants needed to get the sand through the system and into the fissures. Opponents believe that these agents can poison groundwater supplies, or even worse. The most dramatic criticism of fracking was this scene from the 2010 shock doc Gasland by avant-garde stage director Josh Fox. It showed a family whose tap water was actually flammable, and Fox blamed the fact that fracking was used in the area. An investigation into this family's well, which was ignored by the movie, discovered that their well had been drilled directly into a shallow natural gas deposit. This is common. It's not a problem if the well is properly vented. Theirs wasn't, so gas got into their water. Now, how do we know it had nothing to do with fracking? Water wells range in depth from a few meters to a few hundred at the very deepest, but fracking takes place kilometers deeper, past numerous layers of bedrock. Years of study have proven what geologists have always known. There's just too much distance of solid rock between the two regions for any seepage to take place. Since the fracking fluid is removed right after the sand is inserted, there isn't even any fluid there that might seep. Instead, it's best to understand the real concerns with fracking. These include surface spills, just like we have with maple syrup trucks or gasoline trucks. And of course, the disposal of the fracking fluid, usually done into ultra-deep wells. Just remember, whenever you have non-experts claim to have discovered something shocking and sensational, unknown to science, you have very good reason to be skeptical. I'm Brian Dunning, and this has been In Fact. In Fact is made possible by financial support from viewers like you. Please visit infactvideo.com.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
Hello. Oh, yay. Okay. So just by way of reminder, before we start the show, Margaret has costumes back at the back for people to walk in the parade with us as a skeptics group. Yay. She's waving her little sign. Next is our 8:30 with You Are Not So Smart. I'm so sorry there was a medical emergency, but this cryptid panel was so popular, we're going to do part 2. So, and Celestial Ward from Squaring the Strange has graciously agreed to moderate that, so you won't have to look at me. So, yay. Anyway, I mentioned Margaret. I mentioned that. Anything else? Oh, the app. Please, on the app, tell us what you think about what's going on. We take those comments very seriously, most of them, and then we try to make adjustments. Have y'all seen the television outside that we've had running the cards and such? No? Okay, well, there's a television outside running cards and such, and it does schedule updates, things like that. So tell us what you think. This is the first year for that. So, is it on the app now? Oh, good. Okay. Yeah. So we've been having app update issues. I think they've got a new system in progress now. So hopefully it'll be a little more streamlined than it was last year. That was a big problem. So, all right. Y'all ready to start the show? Yay! Okay, go, Mark. Hello and welcome to the DragonCon Skeptic Track in 2025. Thank you so much for joining us. We have with us our perennial favorites, Kevin Grazier and Jessica Kale. Please join us here on the stage and tell us all about anti-science.
Hi. How you doing? You ready for this?
Yeah, go for it. Introduce
Okay.
yourself.
No, I went first last year. You go ahead.
Okay.
You,
all right.
you.
Hi, I'm Jessica Kale. I am a psychopharmacologist and a specialist in behavioral medicine. I have worked with the Defense Department. Oh my gosh, the Defense Department in the military. I just finished a panel on CSI where I was talking about fooling lie detector tests. Because they sent me to the Department of Defense Polygraph Institute to try to trick the agents to see if I could fool them. I couldn't, by the way, and even though I was practiced. I'm also a science advisor for movies and television, as is Kevin. A lot of my work as a pharmacologist, I end up with a lot of the either super soldier stuff, because I used to work with the military on developing super soldier serum, well, not serums, but super soldier stuff, enhanced soldier performance in, extended operations and things. So when I get called in for Marvel, I work a lot with Marvel. They end up calling me in they let me help design part of the Captain America serum, of what turned him into Captain America. And then I get a lot of the drug questions, like they let me design the bad guy's artificial heroin in Iron Fist. So the show got terrible reviews, but I saved a newspaper clipping which it said, Iron Fist, season 1, not so good, but the synthetic heroin is disturbingly realistic. And I went, yes, that was me.
Cool. I'm Kevin Grazier. By education, I am a planetary dynamicist, which means my research involves modeling, doing large-scale models of the early solar system, dynamics, evolution, stuff like that. However, I have had a switch in the past year. I am now, I'm on the faculty at the United States Military Academy in West Point, New York. I am in the Department of Physics and Nuclear Engineering. You'll see that acronym spells P-A-N-E, PAIN, also known as the House of Pain, and we lean into that quite thoroughly. So yeah, I teach physics, and I'm a researcher in space weather and the military operational impacts of space weather. So I can talk about, in fact, just came from a panel talking about space weather and Aurora. As far as the military operations part, it's one of those, I can tell you, but you saw Top Gun.
I'm going to assume space weather doesn't involve raining on an asteroid, like in...
Oh, no, it doesn't, no. No, actually,
windshield wipers on the shuttle, yeah.
So you can assume that everything I say is from me, not from my employer. So I am not speaking for the military academy. Just felt the need to say that. Also, yeah, I have done science advising for TV series and films. Battlestar Galactica was one of mine. The movie Gravity was one of mine. I wrote one whole scene for Foundation.
It was the coolest scene, though. Yeah, the one where they're mapping out space to figure out where she is in space.
Yeah, that was mine. And even the composer for that scene said, yeah, I should have figured you had something to do with that. Anyway, what else? Oh, and I also I still consult. I actually recently worked on potential prequel for a show that I've worked on. Can't tell you which one, but it's really cool. Anyway, that's what I do currently. We're working on the third book in a series called Hollyweird Science. First two are out. We decided to add something new for the third book. We have little breakouts, little sidebars called science boxes, where we do deeper dives into the science and TV and film. And by deeper dive, I mean more often we're likely to do math in these things than we are in the body of the text. And we decided, given the state of affairs on, well, the internet basically, that to do Hollywood anti-science, talk about the cognitive biases, logical fallacies that are often misperceptions that are used to promulgate anti-science beliefs, and that's what we're here to talk about today. Again, for the third year in a row, third or fourth. Gosh, I don't know. I'm losing track.
But the series of books, just so you know, it's sort of a science education, but unlike a textbook, it teaches a science through the science fiction. So there'll be one on chemistry, but it's teaching the chemistry through sci-fi. It's teaching, I'm working on a chapter on brains, and so it teaches it through all sorts of different brain stuff. I'm doing one on medicine, I'm doing one on CSI forensics. He's doing physics and astronomy and all sorts of other interesting ones. So it's kind of like a textbook, but a fun textbook to read, because it's like, remember that scene in Gravity, you know, but you learn something through it.
We literally did a science box about that scene in Gravity, because everyone says it's wrong.
Because someone got into a flame war with Neil deGrasse Tyson
and won. I absolutely had to put that in there. So, yeah. So that's what we're here to talk about today, about cognitive biases and logical fallacies that promulgate anti-science beliefs, especially online, because a lot of them do. And there are a lot of go-to biases that people resort to. And I'm proud to say that since we did the last Hollywood Science book, a lot of people are piping up and talking about these fallacies and fighting back against the plethora of anti-science beliefs and disinformation out there. And we have to do that these days, because there's so much out there.
I've seen a cut and paste little image of like the top 12 fallacies, and people will paste it onto an argument, and it just has a quick little bullet point of like straw man, where you attack the person instead of this, ad absurdum, and all of those different ones, and they'll just post that image and say, nice use of straw man, this one and this one, as a response. So people are becoming aware of these, and it's great. It's helpful.
So straw man is one I think we talked about a little bit in the past. The straw man fallacy, and that's one I want to talk about again for people who may not have seen us before. And it's because basically it's so common. It's common in everyday lives, and there's things that are so entrenched in the way we talk and the way we act interpersonally that we don't even realize they're logical fallacies. And so we want to talk about some of those, the more common ones, so you will potentially recognize them and maybe jump into the
Can
phrase.
call them out.
Yeah, call them people out for using these. Jessica mentioned the straw man. I guess that's a good place to start. A straw man logical fallacy is basically taking someone's argument, reducing it to something really simplistic, winning their, or changing it and reducing it to something that's, I guess, basically easier to attack. Sometimes that means just reducing it to something simplistic, but changing it to something easier to attack, win there, and then claim victory over the entire argument. And actually, I was just talking to my wife. Oh, by the way, since last year I did get married. Yay. So, yeah, things aren't going well. Sorry, what?
She's clearly a lefty.
Yeah, well, she was a martial artist, but, it was my fault. I forgot the safe word. Anyway, Kidding.
Pre-10 p.m. panel.
Oh.
Can't say things like that.
We can?
Not well. Yeah, you can make innuendo, but
So basically, someone's going to say the YouTube version and see, yeah, and then they're. I'm not going to get bleeped. Anyway, no, I'm kidding. But any Doctor Who fans? You know what's engraved in the inside of our rings? Tell what it says. What does it say there?
I don't have my glasses on.
Okay. It says, "Hello, sweetie." Yeah.
Isn't that great? That is great.
Anyway, so, and the reason I brought her up is because we were just actually having this conversation a few minutes ago. So I have an example on mind that of the straw man fallacy of someone who has taken your argument and reduced it, because it's also used in concert with another fallacy, and that is, you ever complain to a parent about something, of some behavior, you're this hurt me, this upset me, this traumatized me because you were. Okay, now you cut my mic for the.
It's a really long swear word delay.
You cut my mic for the safe word comment, right? So I had to say safe word again. Anyway, so you ever you complain to a parent, you did this thing that traumatized me when I was a kid, and instead of meeting it face on, and this is usually it's meant to not meet something face on. Oh, I'm just the worst parent in the world. You see, you've taken this thing that you've described, reduced it to, oh, I'm the worst parent in the world. So the goal is to do two things. Number one, it's easier to win that because there's only one worst parent in the world, and the odds are, again, basically 1 in 8 billion that you're it. And number two, it's often used as a distraction to get them to say, oh, no, and you've just changed the subject, and now we're not talking about that anymore. And it's done all the time as an anti-science bias because it gets the person off the topic. If they can't argue the science, and more often than not they can't, at least not well, you get them to, they pull you into their arena and try to fight and win there. It's just for somebody who just wants to win. It's not about arguing the science. Bring on a science argument to a real scientist, but when the person doesn't have the cred, they're just going to basically try to reduce it down to what they're used to arguing about. Jump in here at any time now.
You're doing a good job. If you think about a straw man, the way you can remember that is just that think how easy a straw man would be to knock over. So I'll actually during the pandemic, I had to turn off being tagged by friends even on Facebook because what was happening is they would start getting in a flame war, an argument with somebody on their feed, some conservative from back home or some whatever, somebody who was being unreasonable or anti-science, and they would get that argument to a fever pitch, and then they would tag me in and be like, go get him, Jess, my scientist friend. And I was getting tagged and tagged and tagged, and so many of those I had to tag out of those. I had nobody's allowed to tag me in any more posts because I'm getting exhausted doing all those arguments. But frequently they would reduce things down to the simplest possible way and then knock that one little that one little point down and consider that they had won the entire argument when that wasn't the case. One of my favorite memes to reply to some of these is there's a cartoon where there's two pathways diverging and one says simplistic and wrong and one says complicated but right, and there's like two people on the complicated but right path and everybody else is on the simplistic but wrong. Often science is complicated and there are gray areas, but you have to have some basis in science to understand the gray areas. And to somebody who doesn't have that experience, the gray areas look like science is drunk. It doesn't know what it's doing. And it's hard to explain to somebody that life isn't simplistic, and it's not because science doesn't know what it's doing. It's because science does know what it's doing, but it's very hard to explain that. And it's easier for them to just reduce it down to one little thing, knock it over, and call a win.
You alluded to another one just now, indirectly, another cognitive bias that I want to talk about. That I don't think we talked about this one previously. There are two paths diverge in the forest, and I took the one that was kind of more complicated, kind of thing. You're going to use that, aren't you? In that case, the simplistic but wrong crowd often experience something called a need for cognitive closure. This is a complicated thing that's scary. I don't understand it. A simple answer, yes, please. And so the ease of buying into something easy but wrong trumps the complicated but right, because this takes effort to understand, and it's nuanced and it's gray shades, and and science can be messy. We all know that. So often people will buy just the most simplistic answers because it gives them closure. I don't have to think about this scary thing anymore. That was really coming up a lot during the COVID wars, and that really was that. I mean, does this ivermectin thing work, or are we going to die with COVID? Is it really even COVID, or is it the COVID cold, as Dr. Mercola, a famous disinformation person, like that's the technical term now, disinformation person, as he calls it. Is it even thing? All those complicated issues surrounding COVID. A lot of people just boiled it down to something simplistic, and hey, I'll buy that because it's easy. I don't have to think about this scary thing anymore. I can go on living my life and complain about the fact that I can't go to my job.
There's a science of propaganda in the science track at 5:30 that I'm on, and so this was forefronted in my mind, and about what type of personality is more likely to believe conspiracy theories. He's talking about straw man and reducing things down, but they kind of go hand in hand with the idea that people who are more likely to believe in conspiracy theories tend to be either loners that don't have or don't feel like they're part of an in-group, and know in being part of this conspiracy gives them an in-group to be part of. So there's one of them. And the other thing is people whose lives are way more out of control than they would prefer. And like we all deal with things that are unexpected that come up, but feel way more spiraling out of control than it should be for those people. And they're more likely to latch onto conspiracy theories because it gives them a sense of control. Life is not big and scary and uncontrollable. It could be explained by the fact that this happened and then this happened and this happened, and Jewish space lasers and whatever else that they've come up with. And it helps them feel like these things aren't just random. It is, if you feel like life is out of control and people are dying around you in an international global pandemic, it's terrifying to think that that's just random. So it's much easier to believe that China leaked this as a weapon and that explains everything. Not that it could happen randomly, because if you acknowledge it could happen randomly, you have to acknowledge it could happen again tomorrow or the next day, and it's terrifying. It's too much. So those are the tendencies. I think if we could make people aware of those tendencies within themselves, they would be kind of inoculated against believing conspiracy theories, if we recognize those behavioral correlates.
I can give you a good example on the need for cognitive closure. This was several years ago on Facebook. I posted an article about how researchers who study carcinogens and cancer genesis have learned that in a lot of cases it's just a simple, and to any physicist this is obvious, that it's just a simple manifestation of the second law of thermodynamics in a closed system, which you're not really a closed system, but the body does sort of have mechanisms to isolate you from the rest of the world. Homeostasis, is that the word?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So did I hear? Oh, I heard somebody say something. Okay. Anyway, so in a closed system, entropy always increases. That's the second law of thermodynamics. Your measure of disorder, it will increase, unless you're pumping energy into that system, which we are. But a lot of cancer genesis is just simple replication failure of DNA. That's it. It just fails to copy properly, and you end up getting cancer. And oftentimes your body will take care of it. Sometimes it doesn't. And I had posted an article about that, and says you don't have to boil it down. It doesn't have to be you drank too many sodas with saccharin. It doesn't have to be you had red dye number 40. In fact, the dyes are really not as carcinogenic as their reputation might suggest. It's not just that you had this. People feel the need to boil it down to this thing gave them cancer, and don't deal as well with the idea that you were a victim of random chance.
Yeah.
Because then we're back to controlling. I can control how much red dye number 2 I get. Or I can theoretically control these other things. I can't control random chance. And yet many of us who will contract cancer at some point in time, contract the word, even the word, it's just random chance. You got the luck of the draw, the bad luck of the draw.
I think there's also the tendency, humans love to be a pendulum all the way one way or all the way the other, and not necessarily somewhere in the middle. Admit that it's partly lifestyle and partly random chance. You can't do anything about the random chance. That's scary, but You don't want to make it so it's entirely nobody's fault, because then people just eat whatever they want, drink whatever they want, and they engage in behavioral risk factors that make them more likely to get sick. But on the other hand, you don't want to go all the way the other way, which a lot of people do, especially left-leaning people who think they're immune to conspiracy theories. But left-leaning people are of the boat where they're almost too far the other way, where they're like, well, you didn't have enough herbal kombucha with raw milk and whatever else there is that you should have had in your behavior. What do you mean you're not going to Erewhon and getting a $20 smoothie every morning? So you don't want it to swing too far the other way. The reality is it's in the middle, but people don't like middle ground. And the other thing I want to bring up to that is news. Whereas science and real scientists are tentative. They use passive language. This tends to suggest this correlation is not causal. We can't assume it's causal. It might be, but we can't assume it's causal. This tends to suggest that as this increases, the amount of fiber you have in your life increases, the amount of colon cancer decreases. It's a tendency, but then the news takes that and makes it into huge absolutism clickbait. Coffee causes cancer, and then the next day a study will come out and find that coffee's antioxidants are somewhat cancer protective, anti-inflammatory. Cancer, and then they'll turn it into coffee cures cancer, which is it's not like prevents, and cures are two totally different things, but they don't care as long as they get the clickbait on there. And so the problem with that is, societally, is that when the news inflates science, claims to be reporting on the science, but inflates it into absolutes, what the public hears is coffee cures cancer, no, coffee causes cancer, no, coffee presents cancer, no, it cures it, no, it causes it. And then of course, trust in science is going to go down because they think science is wandering home like a drunk like that. Go home science, you're drunk is my phrase for that. But it's not. It's the way the news is reporting it. And so I think news has to really get I don't know how the answer to that, because clicks earn them money, and as long as you're going to monetize clicks, you're going to do whatever it takes to get those eyeballs on your page, even if it's sensationalism, even if it's exaggerating the findings, even if it's whatever, even if it's damaging public health going forward.
I was on the Cassini mission for 15 years. I was the investigation scientist for the main camera aboard the spacecraft. And 3 times a year, we would have big science meetings to just talk about all things science, talk about results, talk about how we're going to capture science in the future, and then talk about outreach, how we're going to present our findings to the public, what we're going to present. And in one of the big outreach meetings, which we had 200 scientists and some others present in Von Karman Auditorium at JPL, John Wilford Noble, who was a longtime science communicator, science columnist for the New York Times, he stood up, and this was in context. It wasn't just random, but the backstory is kind of doesn't matter, because he said to a room full of scientists, and we all know who he was, "What's my job?" And scientists would offer, "Well, your job is to present science." Nope. Well, your job is to educate the public. Nope. Well, and 200 very intelligent scientists went on for about 20 minutes trying to guess what he had in mind. And eventually he said, "My job is to sell ad space." And the New York Times is banking on there's enough science fans out there that you will buy the paper and you see the ads to read my article. And that goes directly to what Jessica just said about clickbait. It's still true. It's just taken a different form.
And you would hope that the major news sources that do actual fact checking, the heritage media companies out there that granted their corporate biases might make them lean their stories one way or the other, or ignore certain stories rather than the other. But you would hope that at least there were their science columns, that they are doubly source checked and checked for accuracy and stuff like that. But when you get on Facebook and you just get those random naturalnews.com or something like that has no vetting whatsoever, they got AI pictures all over the place now, and look at this new species discovered. I'm like, no, this doesn't even exist. There is no tiny dragon that lives on the tip of your fingernail. There is this is not, Grandma, stop clicking on stuff.
Really? The dragon?
Yes. It's supposed to be this little fingernail-sized dragon that was discovered somewhere. It's completely fictitious.
Oh, you have my hopes up.
So
this would be a great place to have.
okay,
yeah.
total aside, but I'm speaking on Self-Rex in the science track tomorrow, and I'm speaking about AI and accuracy and teaching critical thinking in a world of AI. My thought was, and I didn't get to order it, they sell a thumb that you can attach with a little clip, or another finger that you can attach with a little clip to. You know how AI is really bad at hands? It tends to put like 6 fingers. You can attach another finger to your hand, and that way any video footage or photos that are taken of you doing something incriminating, you could be like, look, there's 6 fingers. It's clearly AI. Get out of jail
Totally
free.
should have told that to people
Get out
before
of jail.
Dragon Con.
Get out of jail free. You can buy those on Amazon. I just didn't get mine here in time, but I was like, I was going to go up on stage and go, so if I say anything that offends you, hi, and you like it was 6 fingers, so nobody's going to believe this was real.
I don't know if you've seen, there's some really good AI videos on there. They're like day after a game, whatever the game is, mostly football, hockey, you have people just like, they're faux press conferences, entirely AI, and they're the best. They're just like, oh, I'm addicted to those.
I can't with that stuff, because like I'm already mourning the death of truth, you know, and having more ways to fake truth. I had a hard enough time during the pandemic, before the AI is what it is now, trying to, you know, fight misinformation with actual sources. But now you can have made up sources, and you can't even give somebody photographic evidence of a thing without them being, oh, that's fake too. It's just basically carte blanche to anybody believe whatever they want and stick their fingers in their ears when they hear something they don't want and just go like, la, 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 cognitive dissonance, la, 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 and not listen. And it's so frustrating as a scientist and a science communicator to like, what is left to me if I can't show you photographic evidence of a thing that you won't even believe that? Like, oh, fake news, oh, fake pictures, oh, fake video, fake, like, short of getting you a PhD in what I'm talking about and then having you believe it yourself, there's nothing I could do to prove to you anymore.
Should we take questions?
Where are we at time?
Right
We could, oh, yes, there's time. Unless you've got another fallacy you want to talk about.
I do, but we can open it up for a little while.
Sure, all right, might open some doors.
Any?
There's a mic, I think, hot mic on the thing. Just jump in line. There are a few.
Or from the diaphragm.
Got the diaphragm.
Oh, we can't hear on
that's
the
right.
stream. Yeah, good point. Thank you for pointing that out.
I've heard the phrase anti-science a lot recently, and I was wondering what the philosophy behind using that term is. Is this going up, or am I okay? All right. That was.
Is it just happy to see you? Was the rest of the question?
Woo! So I was wondering what
you
the,
got it.
It's
That's
not
what kind
10
of panel it's going to be.
Innuendo.
Yeah. So I was wondering what the philosophy behind using that phrase is. Using anti-science in reference to what a lot of other people use, like naturalism or homeopathy or what have you.
Well, I was going to talk about homeopathy and appeal to nature, and we probably still will. But, okay, so there are a lot of people making money off of propagating anti-science beliefs. We actually talk about that in our third book. In particular, there's a lot of Goop. That has multiple meanings here, because there's goop, as in there's a lot of goop out there, but there's also,
The literal website Goop, where, yeah. Jade yoni eggs and steaming and just stuff.
So after the pandemic, and waned, I guess it's now endemic in our population, but you'll see a lot more push towards nutrition disinformation. And there's a lot of disinformation out there. People will say things that are absolutely wrong to get you to buy their product. And it's almost always, oh, here's what they won't tell you. Or often, oh, this substance is banned in Europe, not telling you there's plenty of substances that we've banned that they allow. So there's a lot of implications, anti-science. Like, this is banned in Europe. Well, it might be, but you don't know. They don't tell you the reason why, and often it's nothing to do with the science or the fact that it's carcinogenic or anything like that. Or if it is carcinogenic, you need to drink 800 bottles of soda a day for like 12 years to actually get the levels that they give to the laboratory rats.
On that note, I'm also on a panel called LD50, and the dose makes the poison, and so we're going to talk about everything from, with the right dose, water is poisonous, so it's just the dose makes it. But before we wrap up with his, I don't love the term, this is just me personally, I don't love the term anti-science because it makes it sound so active, like they're actively anti-science, like they're going out there and constructing something purposefully to get science back or something. And I think a lot of them are ulteriorly motivated. They are not anti-science, but they're pro-sales, and they're, and they're pro-sounding plausible-ish. And if they can't sound plausible-ish with real science, they're going to sound plausible-ish with a lot of big words. The irony is that if they were anti-science, they wouldn't use any of the science stuff. But what they always do is hide themselves behind the imagery of science. They're like, well, no, the thing that science won't tell you. But their background, if you click the science of some, holographic anti-arthritis bracelet or something, which is just a hologram sticker on a plastic bracelet. They'll have all of their behind the scenes of our science, and they show a bunch of people in lab coats for no reason why. And and reviewed studies show this. If you're really anti-science, then why are you hiding behind the tools of real science to make your science? So I think anti-science makes it sound like they're actively anti-science, but really they're either pro-sales or just pro, yeah.
Hi. So it's sort of like, it sounds to me like it's more of an anti-intellectualism and sort of an lack of, I don't know,
intellectual curiosity.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was about to say. But also, there are memes that are going around, that don't eat things that you can't pronounce.
Yes.
I'm like, well, learn to pronounce more stuff.
Yeah. Well, exactly, because can you pronounce the things that are in a banana?
I can.
No, well,
Hydrogen monoxide.
You, the generic
But,
you, not
yes.
you personally. I mean,
But it's an anti-intellectual kind of current that's running through.
Yeah.
And can you talk about that in the context of Hollywood, and how much responsibility do you think they have for some of that?
Let me talk about society before he talks about that in Hollywood, because he's got a longer history as a science consultant than I do. But I was surprised when I started diving into this anti-intellectualism, how long that's gone on. Politically, that's been a dividing line between the working class and those educated elites. It's just, how many, regardless of political party, people who are more conservative tend to use that anti-intellectualism to appear that they're more a party of the people than they are right now. And that's gone on for a long time. But in reality, a lot of those conservatives, they're making fun of those Ivy League educated Democrats using their big words like cultural appropriation and things. They're right.
Those high IQ stupid people.
Those high IQ people. How many of those Republicans went to Harvard, went to Yale, went to these very places that they're accusing of just being woke, places where they turn out woke individuals. And you went there too, and you didn't turn out that way. So I don't like the disingenuousness of that. There you go. There. I did not have enough coffee this morning.
So I went a couple different directions. I bifurcated again in that one. So I'm going to bring up two
How
things.
is that? What's your responsibility as a science consultant to improve the science literacy, to undo that as a consultant?
Point it out. So when you're a science consultant, I'll lead with this, is your job is to get the science as right as possible and still let the writers tell the story they want to tell. Tell a compelling story, and usually they have something they want to accomplish with their story. And so you help them get the science as right as possible. And you can tell them why. When I would give science advice, I would give a bluff, bottom line up front. Here's what I would say here, and if you want to know why, here's why. And instead of giving this long-winded upfront thing, I would just say, please say this, and here's why. And it's dependent upon the writer how much of that they'll take, and it depends on the pressures they have. Because in that industry, especially in television where it's a conveyor belt, once you've started airing your season, it's a conveyor belt. You're just cranking stuff out. And you just got to get this out the door, and you're getting notes from your fellow writers, you're getting notes from your showrunner, you're getting notes from the network, you're getting notes from the studio, and the science advisor is just one more set of notes. And there's a lot of pressure on them to get something out the door, because sometimes when you're actually in the season, they literally, as for all intents and purposes, take it, rip it off the typewriter, and hand it to the talent to say. So there's a lot of pressure on them. So you get you do the best job you can and hope they listen to it. I remember on Eureka, I was the science advisor for every episode but the pilot. In our final 2 seasons, we restaffed the writer's room for season 4, and we basically got a bunch of science groupies. And that's why you'll see Eureka ended on a high note. If you watch the show, or if you haven't seen the show, I recommend it. But the last 2 seasons were our best work, and that's because of the caliber of the writers we had and their affinity for science. So in that case, I didn't have to do a lot of arm twisting to get people to say, oh, that's cool, that's science, or, oh, I don't want to lead them astray, or I don't want to say this thing that's wrong. So it depends a lot on the writer with whom you're working and your ability to twist, to twist their arm or guide them into the right answer and not into disinformation.
That being said, how much of it is our responsibility, I take that responsibility very seriously. Kevin's been lucky enough to be on staff at some of these shows like Eureka and Battlestar Galactica, where they will pay him as like a retainer to keep him on. But all of the consultations I've done have been done through the National Academy of Sciences, the branch out in Hollywood called the Science and Entertainment Exchange. Anybody can call like 888-NEED-SCI or 844-NEED-SCI, and any writer, any television, whatever, who needs science for some sort of creative project will get connected with a scientist to help them improve the accuracy of their science fiction, with the hope to slip a little vegetables in with the toddlers' meals so that they don't notice that there's a little bit of science education coming in with their science fiction. I have not been paid for any of mine, and I do mine as a public service. So I've worked on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Luke Cage and all sorts of Marvel, and always for free. It's always been short consultations, but still. So I take it very seriously. Now that all the things he said, they don't have to take our advice. I can put it out there. My job is not to be a dissertation advisor where I red pen their script. My job is to say, okay, like on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., they wanted a formula that would turn, Daisy's dad into, from Jekyll and Hyde, between Jekyll and Hyde. And they're like, what's in there? I'm like, okay, it would probably be an injectable. And like, season 1, we already established as a blue glowing liquid that he drinks. It's always a blue glowing liquid, by the way. I don't know why. So we needed to be orally consumed. I'm like, okay, then you'd have to take it with a liver enzyme inhibitor, and then and they let me come up with a formula for that. So within the constraints of that, they took a lot of that, but I got that formula pretty darn accurate. Unfortunately, they got my synthetic heroin for Iron Fist really accurate, and then even some of my students have seen that in pharmacology, and they're like, "Is it true that you could keep like a first-timer newbie level of addiction if you just used a liver enzyme inhibitor?" And I'm like, "Shh, do not use anything you learned in this class or this show for evil." But yeah, actually true.
And there's a couple points there that sometimes, believe it or not, there are shows who, with a bit of social responsibility, will actively get their science wrong. If you're the science advisor on Breaking Bad, do you want to teach people how to make meth in your hour drama? No, seriously. They did do plausible-ish steps, or they would take this step from this method of making meth, and this step from this method, and they never showed anything or talked about anything that would lead to a final product that was anything remotely meth-like. So they did actively degrade the science. So that happens sometimes. And there's another thing. A friend of mine, Rob Sawyer, you know the science, not Robert J. Sawyer, the science fiction novelist. His book, Flash Forward, was made into the ABC series. And they told Rob that for every technical term you use, this is ABC told him, 25,000 people will not come back after the next commercial. I don't buy that, but they believe that. And there's an anti-science bias there that isn't necessarily because they believe in anti-science, because they're there to make money. The TV series are to make money for the studio, the networks, the stakeholders, and if just that happens to be something that you enjoy as a creative, that's your good fortune.
He's here as a special guest, too, of the con. He's like one of the big featured guests. So go check out one of his panels or one of his readings or whatever.
Rob's really good. So what I did is I was contacted by the Science and Entertainment Exchange that Jessica mentioned, and they said, "Do you know anything about space navigation?" Well, little. Yeah, I was on casino. Yeah, I do. So there is a scene in Foundation where they needed some help and navigation. Has anybody seen Foundation? Yeah. So you probably know the scene with Gal, and she's trying to triangulate between quasars and local stars, and she basically triangulate where she is because the computer won't tell her where she is and where she's going. That was the scene in question. And I look at this, and they said, well, we want to accomplish this. I said, just let me write the damn thing. And when the physicist says, let me write the damn thing, they didn't know I actually have a degree in TV screenwriting. They just said, yeah, about that. So I said, no, look, okay, I'll make a first cut, and if it totally sucks, you can rewrite it, but you'll have a start. I said, oh, okay. And what I ended up writing, I submitted it, and they said, that works. And I did that for a number of reasons. I mean, it was easier for me to just write it than it was to generate 20 pages of note for 3 pages of script. I mean, that's what it would have entailed. So it was easier to weave that together for me. But also, I then created, if you've seen the scene in question, there's more science, math, and geometry in this one scene than you've ever seen in most entire episodes and even most seasons. But because we're following Gail on a process, you don't fully have to understand everything she says to go with her on that little journey and insult the computer in the process and things like that.
Well, she's a mathematical savant, so it reads well with her character, obviously.
So I did that just to show that no, it's not true that 25,000 people won't come back. And like you said, people said about, hey, that was great about the thing. Well, I've seen online people said, hey, whoever wrote this knew what they were talking about.
Yeah.
And it was just to show that it can be done, and you can get really a lot of science out there. I'm trying to do my part to make a dent in the belief that if it's a science word, people are going to freak out and go away. So we're helping to improve the science reception in Hollywood, I think, is also part of the job I've chosen to undertake.
Nice.
Thank you so much. So far. And
so far. Yeah, I could totally tank after this, right?
Oh, who knows? Maybe after this question. I know sometimes writers have to sacrifice scientific accuracy to make the show interesting. But what about critical thinking? As a science advisor, do you try to get critical thinking right and reasoning right? And are there shows that really promote critical thinking and critical thinking skills?
I think in Hollywood's credit, they're starting to realize that real science is actually more interesting than they thought it was. It's not like boring. Some of the stuff on the cutting edge, one of the events that we do with the Science and Entertainment Exchange is they hold these sort of meetings where they have science speed dating, although you don't hook up with somebody and go back to your room. You have these scientists at these different stations. They each give a little 10-minute talk on what they're doing, and they were everything from I developed a substance that will make cancer cells light up and fluoresce during surgery so you know exactly how deeply to cut around the tumor and not leave a single cell there. All the way to this person who's working on eyewitness testimony, or this person who's working, and then writers come up to them and say, what's on the cutting edge? And they're realizing, hey, scripts can be developed based on what science is actually doing, and that's the point, not the thing that is imagined to turn people off. But I think if there needs to be science in there, we get it as accurate as possible. If it doesn't serve the story, I call it plausible-ish. It has to be reasonable with critical thinking to say, well, okay, maybe that's not exactly how that works, but it's plausible-ish. I'll go with it.
So, I'm again going in multiple different directions
sorry.
here. I was fortunate on Eureka because the co-creator of that show, his father was a research scientist, and so he was all about getting the thinking part right. I mean, it's all about the people in the end, and we're following the people on their journey, and we become emotionally invested with their stories. And it was in a scientific background, but they wanted to get the scientific method, the scientific thinking, the correct as possible in that show. Let's go to another show, Battlestar Galactica. I was working on the two at the same time. They were literally shared a building for a while. And on that show, think about this. If you want people to seem like themselves, you write whatever it is for the character. Like if I'm writing for Gaius Baltar or Data, Actually, I went through it one time and figured out I wrote more dialogue for Lieutenant Gaeta than anybody in that show. And if they're saying something, you expect it to be correct. If Colonel Ty is saying something, well, it may or may not be correct depending on how much he's had that day. So you have to take the person into account as well. That's another component to being a science advisor is at least that I thought is I want to make sure that this person says something in keeping with their character.
I'm going to tell you a funny story. Last year at Comic-Con, we had Craig Miller, who was the original publicist for Star Wars. And how do you get Star Wars, a science fiction show, out when it came out back in the day before social media, with word of mouth that didn't have social media? How do you get that out there? And so that's what he did. And he was also on set the whole time. And apparently he had been talking to George Lucas in the big hubbub about how parsecs are not a amount of time, they're a distance. And so somebody had asked George Lucas, like, you realize you got that wrong, that, parsecs are not a number of seconds. I did it in 12 parsecs instead of, and George Lucas said, no, I didn't get it wrong. Han Solo got it wrong. And I went, the character got it wrong. Just braggart.
Oh, I saw a great example for that. I'm blanking on it now, but I saw an example of that. Oh, yeah, somebody, what was it in? It was in the Aliens. It was Aliens that somebody was talking about, I don't know, it was the laws of robotics or something like that, and they credited Asimov versus Clarke, and I guess that was intentionally wrong because the character in the scene rolled their eyes, so indicating he was kind of a braggart.
Nice.
So there was suspicion that they got that wrong intentionally, and they knew what they were doing. Like that's really cool.
Clever.
So now people are actually getting the science wrong intentionally, and
as an eye roll,
and therefore getting it right.
Earlier, you talked about mourning the death of truth, and talked a lot about anti-intellectualism. Is there a path back from this, or are we just like totally screwed?
There are a lot of, in the lee of the pandemic, there are a lot of science communicators who are going after the nutritional mistruths or the climate untruths. One that I like, Jessica Nurick, she's really good. She's a nutritionist, has a PhD. She fights back against all the claims that people are making to sell you their stuff. Another guy, he goes by the moniker of Doc Nock, N-O-C-K. He is also very good. He's a research scientist. And the more people push back on these things, I think eventually that's the path back, is that. And don't undersell the ego of the populace when you can pretend, hey, I know more than you do. They'll start embracing science. I think, right now, as I know more than you do, can go to negative and nefarious ends. We talked about conspiracy theories earlier. What are conspiracies other than people who don't know how the world works, professing that they're the only one who knows how the world works, right? So I think eventually people will see that, hey, these scientist people are pretty smart, and if I buy in with them, I think maybe I seem smart, and I can look down my nose at people. I don't know. It may be we have catered people's egos, but whatever. I think there is, and I think there are honest good as non-ego-driven people who just want to explain their science and just want disinformation not to be a danger to people. There are a lot of really well-spoken, really interesting people putting out reels on Facebook and social media that I think they are our path back, because there's so many of them who are just really good at what they do, that they're entertaining, and they really just hit straight at the point of the disinformation. So yeah, I think that's part of our path.
I'll give you another bright spot too. It's been hard finding bright spots. You got to cling on to them like a blade of grass as you're falling off the cliff. And one of them is science communication is beginning to have a lot more respect than it used to. To give you an example, I used to have to pay for my own trip to come here, and I didn't think anything of it because I'm going to Dragon Con. I'm missing a day of each of my classes. They're all arranged, but I'm missing that. And like that my school has me go and knows that I'm going is one thing, but that in the last 2 years, because science communication has become a big thing, they're realizing as academics that it's look what happened to Anthony Fauci. Fauci had worked for multiple governments, Republican, Democrat. He is a brilliant guy, but the communication style did not work with modern social media styles and again, it made it look like science was drunk because we don't know, is it airborne, is it not airborne, do we need masks, no we don't, and instead of explaining that in a really clear way, it didn't, and look what happened, look at how that got a toehold in misinformation. So academics are realizing it's not enough to just have a PhD, it's not enough to just be educated, but you have to be able to communicate that in a way that can reach anybody at any level of education in an intuitive gut level way, to the extent that now academics are for the last 2 years, my travel here has been covered. Because there are three things you have to have in order for tenure consideration, and one is your teaching, one is your research, and one is service. And they're realizing that science communication to the public is a service. It is a public service. And so, yeah, and the fact that NASA sent an actual contingency here on the space track last year just made it even easier. You know, when the dean of the whole university was like, "Why are we funding this professor to go to Comic-Con?" And they're like, NASA's sending a team, and they're like, oh, okay, that sort of does sound legitimate. So there's that, the fact that science communication is becoming a thing because it's not enough to just understand, you have to figure out how to get that information across to people.
That was a very helpful answer, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Hi there.
Hi.
I
How you doing?
and I'm making this thing.
It'll go down by itself.
Okay. I'm not touching it anymore. I'm an old behavioral scientist. I have worked in public health for 35 years now, and even though the flames have been fanned a lot by COVID, I can assure you there have been conspiracy theories around every epidemic that I've been involved with. Not because I've been involved with it, but you know.
Yeah.
And so
And what the government isn't telling you. And,
yes.
Yeah.
What whoever they is.
Yeah, the
right?
nefarious they.
And I wanted to circle back around to your conspiracy theory for a minute, because I'm wondering if it might not be a little bit more complex. Yes, we tend to think of people as loners.
Yeah.
Yes, we tend to think of them as socially isolated. However, particularly when we looked at HIV conspiracy theory, there's the work of Vicki Mays that you might want to look at. She found that in communities where there was a lot of conspiracy theory, it was centrally located people within that community and people who knew a lot about the history of their community and public health history in their community, who were the central purveyors of conspiracy theory for HIV. So it may have to do also with in-group, out-group, right? Identification, and it is a performance of, I'm a member of a particular in-group, and so social connection and what proves loyalty and social connection might be a factor here more than, or at least in addition to, those who are looking maybe for an in-group or an identity. And so I was wondering, how would you factor that set of observations into what you were saying initially?
What was their motivation for spreading the misinformation?
They had historical and accurate deep mistrust of public health.
Okay,
So, for
I gotcha.
example, Mays found that when she looked at conspiracy theories within Black communities, it was often people who knew a lot about the Tuskegee syphilis
studies.
experiment, for
Yeah.
example, who said, hey, the government screwed us over before.
Yeah.
There's no reason why they wouldn't do this again.
Why are you going to volunteer for that test trial of
Well,
that drug?
it
or
was,
this?
HIV was designed as an instrument of genocide,
Yeah.
for example, and that was a very common thing in HIV.
I did not study that particular, but that's an interesting take, yeah.
MAYS. But is there a way you think that fits into your original thoughts about conspiracy theories?
I don't think they're necessarily mutually exclusive because
Right.
Jessica was talking about underlying motivation. You're talking about their efficiency in getting their information out there.
Yeah, so we talk about in-group a little bit at the very beginning, about in-group membership and look, I'm part of this group, but in-group mistrust of an out-group just flows from that. So yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
It will rise to meet you.
Who will rise to the occasion.
Yes.
Still before 10. One thing that I've seen a couple times, mostly social media, is people starting to show distrust of extremely old proven science facts, like germ theory. I'm seeing that, and I guess kind of what's the
Flat Earth.
That too.
Really, really old.
Yeah, the flat Earth one worries me less because I'm not going to catch anything from someone who
Yeah.
believes they'll fall off the edge.
Yeah.
But I will if someone doesn't believe germ theory and
Yeah.
decides that. And so I'm kind of wondering, is there anything you've seen that's driving this kind of progressive rollback of science and things? Because it's one thing to say, oh, we don't know COVID was airborne or not, but that's just, okay, that's a transmission method.
Right.
There's a virus. How does it get to you? But
And
then,
how the news portrayed it as the scientists know this, and then scientists know that, and the this and that are opposite each other, and they thought science didn't know what it was doing. But I think the in-group thing where, like, oh, look, we all know the truth about this, and I think it has something to do with, like she was just talking about with the AIDS study of, like, they are out to get us. There are political affiliations, and it's been found that that both parties rely on fear to sort of keep their tent together of all their followers, but conservatives generally tend to rely on fear a little bit more strongly, and they found that they did brain scans on thousands of people and found that conservatives tend to have a hotter area of the brain that responds to fear, and that could be fear of others, fear of germs, fear of outside, fear of anything, and so they really tend to push that button. The area of the brain that tends to be hotter for liberals than conservatives is fairness and justice. The idea of bullies, the idea of, and so we both have our hot buttons that the powers that be push to keep us in that party and keep us that. But when fear is that, then it's going to overlap with the tendency to latch onto beliefs to keep the idea that the world is under my control, or that they're doing this and it's us versus them. And so, look, I'm part of that group. And I think the tendency to believe in conspiracy theories has been around as long as humans have. But the fact that politics right now are pushing us more towards those tendencies is making it, exacerbating it.
I think the way we attack that is epistemology, in that what I notice in COVID a lot is that people will push back against something like a study if they have no clue how the data were gathered, or if they just can't understand how do they even know this? How do they know that the rat dreams in this study? And well, they do it because they hooked it up to this device. And so when I teach class, I always, as much as reasonably possible, explain how we know what we know, and why we know what we know, and how did we collect these data, and that usually helps attack that, because the germ theory, yeah, you're right, people do attack that. In fact, I know a couple chiropractors who say they don't even believe in the germ theory of disease, and so they're basically undercutting a very fundamental tenet of why we get sick, so they can insert their narrative to, oh, here, let me teach, let me sell you my services to make you unsick, and or my way of looking at things. And so it's not dissimilar to what we said earlier about the nutritionists who are giving bum information. It's just attacking at a very fundamental level to say to insert their way of thinking. And again, I think that by explaining to people how this information was gathered, how we know what we know, in a simplistic way, or in a way
accessible way.
Accessible. That was the word I was looking for. Thank you.
I'm telepathetic today.
And in an accessible way, that I think that we do ourselves a great credit in attacking that attack.
Let me add one thing to this, because I just read this last night, and it's hurting my heart, but in the spirit of being intellectually honest, I have to portray it here, because you are here at a skeptic panel. We're talking on a Skeptic Track panel. I read a study last night that had they gave scientists, highly educated scientists and people, 2 papers, one with a title that agreed with their preconceptions about, I think it was, people causing the environmental, being part of the greenhouse gases and global change, climate change. And one had a title that it sort of leaned the other way, but otherwise the articles were the same, and it gave them to scientists. And if the title agreed with what the scientist already agreed, they gave the paper a pass and gave it a higher score. And if the title disagreed with what they thought, they ripped the methods apart. So, and they were like, well, there's this critical problem and this critical problem, and they didn't evaluate this and there is this. So it turns out that the people who most suffer from cognitive dissonance and people who are the more intelligent people are more likely to be able to use that great power to support what they already believe. So know that like, oh, we're here and this is our in-group and look how smart we are. We have to be able to convey the scientific information to people who don't know. We are just as susceptible to doing that as people who are on the other side of the coin. Be aware of that and try to be as intellectually unbiased as possible.
Hi.
Hello. So many celebrities and actors, if not consistently masking, surround themselves with crews who are consistently masking. Do you think Hollywood has, or big Hollywood, whatever, any show that implies that their stories take place in our universe have a responsibility to at least acknowledge the existence of COVID?
Mm-hmm. I wondered about that when they were filming shut down. I think that they weren't masking not because they wanted to hide the fact that a pandemic was going on or they were pro-anti-mask. I think when your finances rely on having a long tail end of syndication and reruns and stuff, you don't want to date your show so specifically of like, oh, well, that was 2021 or that was 2020, so they had them not wear masks. It was easier to test everybody, and that way they could have a long tail end and it wouldn't be dated in that way. But I think during the pandemic, they had an obligation to do that. They should have shown that more to make people realize that masking should have been the standard. But
I should point out, by the way, that 2 years ago, I went home with con crud, and it was COVID.
Oh. Yeah. Well, yeah, and COVID's back. I've already seen a few patients with it up in Ohio, and I'm hearing there's an outbreak in California. So anyway, so thank you so much for coming. We really enjoy having you here every time. We will have the table out next to the escalators if people have more questions, if you'd like to continue conversations. We certainly encourage that. Please join us. Again, I just want to remind, the 8:30 talk is no longer the talk about you are not so smart, there was a medical emergency, but we will be doing part 2 of the Cryptids talk, which was fantastic. So please come and join us then. But before that, we do have another talk here in about half an hour. Thank you so much for joining us here on the Skeptic Track at DragonCon. Go see Margaret for costume ideas and to participate in the parade. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
No, climate scientists in the 1970s did not think the Earth was cooling and we were headed for another ice age. That's just more climate disinformation. I'm Brian Dunning, and you're watching In Fact. Welcome to the show that brings you the real facts behind popular myths. One of today's most common arguments against the science of global warming is the claim that climatologists of the 1970s were predicting another ice age. And if they were so wrong then, we shouldn't trust what they report now. Well, it's not true. The overwhelming consensus of climate science has always been that man-made warming would be the dominant influence, not just throughout the 1970s, but ever since the late 1800s. So to understand why this misinformation exists, you have to open your mind to a concept that's really challenging for a lot of people to accept. The idea that some things on television might not be true. For example, what's on TV today about the Egyptian pyramids? We're told that aliens built them. Egyptologists don't think that. It's just TV sensationalism. TV doctors tell us that diet or alternative medicine schemes will cure all diseases. Well, real medical science has never supported that. It's more TV sensationalism. And in the 1970s, In Search Of told us that an ice age was coming. Climatologists didn't think that. It was just more TV sensationalism. At the center of this question is sulfate aerosols, the really nasty pollutant responsible for acid rain. It also blocks sunlight from reaching the Earth, acting as a sort of reverse greenhouse gas. When a few climatologists in the 60s and 70s began publishing that sulfate aerosols could have a temporary cooling effect, the mass media did what it does best. It blew it all out of proportion, exaggerated it ridiculously, and trumpeted that scientists think we're headed for another ice age. What you're seeing here is a collection of mass media articles on a modern website dedicated to the denial of climate science, misrepresenting these articles as reflecting the scientific consensus of the day. In fact, all these were mass media fear-mongering and sensationalism. But those who reject climate science today still publish these lists. By 2008, concern about this misinformation grew to the point that a group of researchers did a deep survey of all the climate-related scientific publications between 1965 in 1979. What they found is that of all those articles, 10% found that cooling would temporarily outpace warming over the coming decades. 28% found it too close to call, and 62% remained confident that the warming would outpace the cooling. If you want to know the true pulse of what climate scientists believed in the 1970s, this is it. Well, we know what happened. As acid rain became a serious problem, international efforts to reduce sulfate emissions were undertaken, and they were really successful. Sulfate aerosols have a pretty short life, so they cleared up, and soon there were 0 published articles predicting cooling might outpace warming. By 1978, even Exxon remained firm in its prediction of large-scale global warming. A doubling of the CO2 concentration in the atmosphere would produce a mean temperature increase of about 2 degrees to 3 degrees over most of the Earth. Man has a time window of 5 to 10 years before the need for hard decisions regarding changes in energy strategies might become critical. So, no, climate scientists in the 1970s did not predict global cooling. Only 10% of them thought for a short time that cooling would temporarily outpace warming. But more data came in, and they rejoined the overwhelming consensus. I'm Brian Dunning, and this has been In Fact. In Fact is made possible by financial support from viewers like you. Please visit infactvideo.com. Municipal fluoridation of drinking water is done nearly everywhere, but some communities are starting to reject it. Is this based on sound science or on unfounded fears? I'm Brian Dunning, and you're watching In Fact. Welcome to the show that gives you the real facts behind popular myths. Fluoridation is practiced by many municipal water providers around the world. It's the management of fluoride levels in drinking water. Fluoride is a mineral that occurs naturally in all fruit, vegetables, and water supplies, usually at trace levels, but sometimes very high. Thus, fluoridation means either adding or removing fluoride to bring the level to the ideal amount. The ideal level is right around 1 milligram per liter, perhaps a bit less. Too much fluoride causes a condition called fluorosis, which starts with mottling on the teeth, and at very high levels can cause deposits in the bones and even permanent disability by skeletal fluorosis. One village in India was found to have levels as high as 23 milligrams per liter. Some places like North Africa and much of the western United States have natural levels at least twice what's recommended, so fluoridation is important here to bring it down to a safe level. Too little fluoride leaves teeth open to decay and causes weakening of the skeleton. Most of the world has levels slightly lower than ideal, so fluoridation is usually desirable. There are only a lucky few places that naturally have just the right amount. A number of conspiracy theorists have called fluoride a dangerous poison. Some say it's carcinogenic. Some even say it's a neurotoxin that the government uses to keep the population stupid. None of this is true. Fluorosis is not a cancer and it doesn't make you dumb. There's plenty of reason to avoid high fluoride levels without making up nonsense. Unfortunately, removing fluoride from water is hard to do and expensive, so usually we provide alternate sources of water for human consumption instead of trying to alter the natural supply. It's easier to add fluoride in regions where the natural level is low enough that skeletal and dental weakness might result. Reduced tooth decay versus the low cost of adding fluoride make it one of the best bangs for the buck anywhere. But some anti-fluoride activists say that adding fluoride to water with too low a level amounts to forced medication by the government. This is true, and it's a perfectly valid ideological argument. But the argument stands on its own. It is unnecessary, dishonest, and logically wrong to make up bad science and untrue chemistry to bolster this argument. I'm Brian Dunning, and this has been In Fact. In Fact is made possible by financial support from viewers like you. Please visit infactvideo.com.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
Are paleo diets more natural and better for us? I'm Tamara Robertson, and you're hooked up to the feeding tube. Welcome to the show that serves up the real facts behind pop culture food myths. We've all got that friend who's just a little too passionate about their paleo diet. A fad that encourages a rejection of modern foods and an embrace of foods they believe are more similar to what our Paleolithic ancestors ate. They believe such a diet is inherently healthier, and that our modern diet is inherently unhealthy. Now, if you've read up on this, you probably learned very quickly that the paleo diet is based on a false assumption, that it's even possible to eat a Paleolithic diet. First of all, there was no single Paleolithic diet. People in every geographical region ate very differently from one another depending on what few things were available. And second of all, virtually none of those things are available today. Today's vegetables are palatable thanks to thousands of years of selective breeding. Paleolithic versions were tiny, dry, bitter, and often little more than stripped bark. Game meat didn't go very far. Most of the calories from hunted game came from eating organs, like brains, stomach, kidneys, and eyes. The rest of their diet was roots, plus insects like grubs and roaches, and small game like mice, lizards, and frogs. The people today who claim to eat a paleo diet are really just avoiding certain grains, certain ingredients like added sugar and butter, and avoiding processed and prepared foods. It's basically just a highly restrictive diet that happens to favor animal protein over vegetable protein. And if you conform to nearly any restricted diet, you're likely to lose weight and be hungry a lot. There's nothing magical or nutritionally desirable about trying to conform your diet to some author's concept of paleo. Try to remember the most basic and important diet fact. Human beings are omnivorous. We can live quite well on almost any reasonable diet. We see this in modern hunter-gatherer cultures, from the Maasai, whose staples are blood and milk, to the Inuit, who live on blubber and meat, to the nuts and seeds eaten by the Bushmen. It's easy to be a little too passionate about your diet. Orthorexia nervosa is a pathological and unhealthy obsession with eating foods you think are right and avoiding foods you think are wrong. Don't go there. Relax a little. Tend more towards vegetables and fruits. Tend toward less sweets and fried foods. Don't overeat. Beyond that, enjoy yourself and steer well clear of diet neurosis. I'm Tamara Robertson, and your feeding tube is out. The Feeding Tube is made possible by charitable donations from viewers like you. Please visit feedingtube.tv to learn more.
Did Navy hydrophones pick up the sounds from an impossibly huge sea creature? I'm Brian Dunning, and you're watching In Fact. Welcome to the show that brings you the real facts behind popular myths. They call it the Bloop, an undersea noise recorded several times throughout the summer of 1997 in a remote area of the South Pacific. It was incredibly loud, audible 3,000 miles away. Nobody knows what it was, but news agencies and cryptozoologists told us it sounded like an enormous animal, way bigger than anything else in the sea. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration recorded the sound and made it available to researchers. We want to know, is it really a giant creature, a new whale species, or possibly something completely different? What we do is compare the bloop to known sounds. We can listen to it, but we can also analyze the sound visually using its spectrogram. Here's the spectrogram for the bloop. Now let's compare it to a recording of the largest known sea creature, a blue whale. By the way, all the sounds I'm going to play for you are sped up 16 times, including the bloop. It's actually a terrible match. It doesn't sound anything like it, and the spectrograms look completely different. So contrary to what the news reports, science does not say that the bloop is probably a sea creature. So what about other things under the sea? How about an earthquake? Here's what an earthquake looks and sounds like. That's not a good match either, but there are other sounds from Noah's library that are also unknown, and most of them are just as interesting as the bloop. Listen to this really weird one they've named the upsweep. And here's my favorite. It's an unknown sound they named Julia, and in my opinion it sounds more like the whale than the bloop does. The fact is, we don't know what any of these sounds are. I don't know yet is a very valuable answer in science. It's right, and it allows for further investigation. When you pretend you do know and jump to an unsupported conclusion like it must be a sea monster, you're doing science and yourself a disservice. I don't know yet is the answer that's truly exciting. I'm Brian Dunning, and this has been In Fact. In Fact is made possible by financial support from viewers like you. Please visit infactvideo.com.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
1 minute. Ma'am. Hello, thank you so much for joining us here on the Skeptic Track for DragonCon 2025. I'm going to turn the program over to Kathy Miller now. She is one of our long friends and has a very, very important story to tell. Thank you for joining us. Thanks, Kathy.
Thank you. And thank you to all of you that are here today and also to our panelists that you'll meet in a minute. So this is a little bit different than some of the other Skeptic Tracks. I am a widow as of November. My husband, Chuck Miller, who many of you know, died in November of last year. And he always was so much a part of this Skeptics family here that we were very generous and excited when Angie gave us a chance, and Derek, a chance to get on and talk a little bit about skepticism from the filter of one person's life. So you'll see his picture here. There we go. And we are ready to start. So this is Meet Chuck Miller. And as always, when he and I were here, we know that one of the things we don't do as a skeptic is make assumptions. And so we want to just have a little bit of a reminder for those of us that might claim to be skeptics here, and maybe some people that are curious or came because they know me. And so we wanted to just provide this oversight. And you can see Chuck there on the left, marching with Margaret in the DragonCon parade in one of his personas, and you'll hear a little bit about that
in
later
front of a
on.
church, too.
That's right. You see he's pointing. Yeah. So that first piece, Questions Everything, is absolutely what he was portraying there in his persona. And so these are the elements that you're going to hear as threads. These dear friends of ours that are here are going to talk with you some about certain facets of Chuck that, although he's gone, live on with him, and that we hope will help you be a good skeptic and maybe get some new ideas about how you can live that dedication to reason. And so I'm just going to run through those real quick, and then I'm going to let our panelists introduce themselves, and I may jump in with some questions from time to time. We'll have some time if anybody's here that would like to say something about Chuck's influence on them or something they learned from him, or maybe a question that you have in the context of what we're talking about today, then you certainly can do that at the mic at the time we set that up. So I'm just going to review that really quickly. Questions, claims. That's the first thing that skeptics do. If you want to put that slide back up there, there we go. Demands evidence, applies reason and logic. And this one is really critical for us in today's world, I think, is open-minded. And we've heard some speakers talk about that piece in the Skeptic Track already. And a critical thinker. And, of course, we like to have fun, don't we, guys? So having that, but it is absolutely a practice and a lifestyle that served he and I well when we were together and continues to serve me well. So I'm going to hop over here and tell you a quick story about Chuck, and then I'm going to introduce the panel. So skepticism, can start early. This is Chuck as a boy in Florida, and typical 1950s child, born in 1953. He's in his fire chief pedal car. And he told me a story a long time ago related to this little book. This book was published in 1958. It's called Exploring Space. And he was learning some things about the space race and about development of astronauts going into space and orbiting the Earth and all those things in school. But he was standing in a church that he was growing up in, a fairly conservative church. And the elders were standing around, and he was listening, and they said, you know, God's not going to let those people go up in those spaceships into the firmament. And Chuck stood there as a 5 or 6 year old going, wait a minute here. This is what I've been learning about science in school, and I've been reading about in these fun little books like Exploring Space. but they're saying something different. So that was the beginning of Chuck's skepticism. And now I'm going to start down here and let Ian, we'll introduce this way, skipping me. And I want them to just share with you a little bit about which of those characteristics they got to experience in their friendship with Charles Chuck Miller. So Ian, you want to start with that?
Okay. Sure. So I'm Ian Harris. I'm a skeptic and a comedian. I've been coming to DragonCon since I think we decided it was the year 11, something like that, maybe 12. I don't know. It's been a while. But yeah, I mean, I met you guys through, I don't even know if it was DragonCon or when I came and did Huntsville doing comedy. It's been a long time. Stayed at their house. And every year it's, it's like clockwork. I knew I was going to see Kathy and Chuck here. And the thing about Chuck is, first off, he's one of the nicest, most generous people you'll ever meet, and that isn't just that's across the board. He's the kind of guy that when you hear someone say, "Oh, they'd give you the shirt off his back," Chuck would probably literally do that. But the thing about Chuck is, he reminds me so much of. He always reminded me so much of myself and of my dad, in that Chuck always has an opinion, and he will tell you about it, and you could have a conversation honestly about anything with Chuck, no matter what it was. I would be going through or bringing up. I would mention something, and Chuck would have an anecdote, he'd have a story, he'd have something to tell me about something, how it related, and when he was a kid, or this person he met, or he watched this show, and he would often message me, or sometimes even call me and ask me if I'd seen a show or a comedian or something that he could, because he thought I would relate to it. And it was like, oh, you have to watch this, or you have to hear this thing, and he had such a wide range of interests, which is, again, reminds me of myself. Like I'm into music and art and all sorts of things that maybe most people wouldn't think of. And it always comes back to my core beliefs, maybe as a skeptic for some reason. Mm-hmm. And I found that so much with Chuck. We'd have these conversations and I'm like, oh, you like this thing for the same weird reason that I like this thing. Mm-hmm. And he'd have a story about it. And I can talk later about, if it's okay, about what he's done, but I'll let other people talk. But he was also, for me, as are you, Kathy, like huge supporter, fan and friend of my work as a comedian and writer and such, and one of my biggest supporters in the last, since I've known him, and that means so much.
So just remind Ian that if he hasn't told you about the accidental pregnancy, it is the most hilarious.
I'll be doing that tonight. I'll do that gig. I'll do that bit.
Yay! We'll make a plug then, because Chuck and I both. It didn't matter how many times we heard that joke, we always just died laughing.
Awesome. I appreciate
it. So, Mandisa, introduce yourself and share a little.
All right. Yes. Thank you, Kathy, and thank you for sharing, Ian. So, for those of you who missed the 1 o'clock panel talk, I am Mandisa Thomas. I am the founder and president of Black Nonbelievers, which is headquartered in the Atlanta, Georgia area. And I think I first met you and Chuck at one of the American Atheist conventions. I think in Des Moines, Iowa. Yes. And what I always appreciated about Chuck is that he is just a treasure trove of information and just facts that most people wouldn't be aware of. And so what sticks out the most to me is that in 2022, I was the Atlanta face of the FFRF billboard, the Freedom from Religion Foundation's billboard for their I'm Secular and I Vote campaign. And it was just right down the street. That billboard location isn't isn't actually there anymore, but it stayed up for 2 months longer because it wasn't a digital billboard. And so he was telling me it was right off of Cortland and John Wesley Dobbs Avenue. And he was telling me, now I'm John Wesley Dobbs, if you don't know, is a famous civil rights activist. And Chuck was telling me that John Wesley Dobbs's main area of activism was voting rights. And that was something that I wasn't aware of until Chuck told me. And so that was a piece of even Black history that I wasn't aware of about John Wesley Dobbs. And so it was really, really great. I can always appreciate folks like Chuck, who grew up in the South, who were able to unlearn, because you know he was born during a time of racism and segregation and injustice, and actually come to unlearn that. So to have, you know, for him to share that information and to be passionate about having that information available was extremely it was extremely powerful and important. And as a history buff, as a lover of history and having information and facts to share myself, I really, really appreciated that. And you know, we had the opportunity to try to put together a documentary, Exodus, with one of your colleagues, David Person. And y'all attended our 5th anniversary celebration, and Chuck was an avid supporter of Black nonbelievers. He was an avid financial supporter. He supported whatever he could, and anything that he would ask me to do, I would try to do it.
That's right.
Because I knew that he was one of those folks. He was one of those people who took the activism seriously and who took the rights of others very seriously. And it didn't matter. You didn't have to be a non-believer in order to do it. But he recognized the importance of the work that we do, and always tried to keep me involved in it, and really got to know some of our members as well. And that really stuck out to me, because that was something I did not know about John Wesley Dobbs. And I'm like, I have Chuck to thank for that information. So, you know, I'll pass the mic, as they say. But I really, really appreciated that about Chuck, and him always having some sort of, you know, really, really good information to share.
Thank you, Mandisa. So I'm going to jump over me and go over here to Margaret Downey and let her introduce herself and talk about how Chuck and she interacted and what what elements of skepticism shown from him to her.
Well, Chuck was amazing, because when I first asked Derek, how come skeptics aren't in the parade? And Derek says, well, we've never had someone to run it, so how about you? And the first person I talked to was Chuck. I wanted to know, do you think it's worth it, Chuck? Should I do this? And he said, I'll be in it. And I said, okay. I've got my first parade walker. And I was actually encouraged by Chuck, not only to do the parade, and it's been, 18 years now, I think, and he supported not only this effort in skepticism, but also the Free Thought Society. He was so wonderful to even look at. He used to sit right there, right there. And every time I needed a little encouragement, I would look over at Chuck, and he'd be going like this, and you were sitting next to him. And in the first parade, you actually sprained your ankle.
I did. I was so embarrassed.
Oh no, it worked. It was. We were really feeling badly for you. But that's what I thought Chuck brings to this entire skepticism movement, is his encouragement, his support, his enthusiasm, and always being positive. You know, there was always something positive about the parade, thanks to Chuck, because he would come up with different costumes. You know, I had a lab coat, and we did a quack doctor costume, so we loved that. And then he said, "What if?" Yes, I have that
did.
picture.
Yes,
I have
he
the
did.
picture of Chuck in front of the chiropractic place saying quack doctors. And he said, well, what if I put question marks all over a lab coat and I can be a question everything guy? Love it, you're in. So, he was very creative and fun to be with. And I miss him terribly. Yeah.
I love this story.
Well, I got a kick out of seeing him driving that little car in the 1950s because last year it was so amazing. John Delancey decided to join us in the parade at the last minute, and we didn't have a rent car, and we didn't have a driver. So I called Chuck. And guess what? Chuck rented a car, drove it from Alabama to Georgia, and was the driver. And unfortunately, John had to cancel at the last minute, too.
So, guess who was in the car? Margaret decided to bring up a character she had played before. That was Ruth Bader Ginsburg. And so Chuck got the honor. He was so honored to be driving that person in the parade, kind of reflecting on what Mandisa was saying about who he was.
Yeah, but we've also had a lot of fun. Remember the time we went to see the Rocky and Bullwinkle show?
Yes, I was just telling our son and his wife about that. Yes.
Fun times.
So if you put the picture back up here, we're going to kind of rotate back around a little bit. So you may recognize that picture on the left. That's Ian, believe it or not. And he is playing
Albert Einstein.
Albert Einstein.
Or Mark Twain.
Or,
I don't know.
Well, okay.
I say that joke
or
every
Mark
year.
Twain.
No, it's definitely Albert Einstein.
Yeah. Okay. In the Dragon Con parade. And so I would like Ian, and maybe some of the rest of you too, one of the things that I think Ian's friendship with Chuck brought out was that he, and you can see it in the middle picture, I'll let Ian tell about that middle picture, but he, at 71, loved learning and loved new things, which is kind of unusual sometimes for a 71-year-old. But Chuck was definitely not of the cloth of what he looked like when you first met him. If he opened his mouth minutes after, then you would see who he really was. And so to me, that was always a lesson because both of us look like good Southern Christian people, right? That's what we look like. And yet we try to break that mold every time somebody meets us because that is not who we are. And it's been very intentional in our life together and in our individual lives to try to break that stigma, I'll call it that, but also to project that there are other ways to think about things than you might expect to think about when you talk to one of us. So I think, so if you would just talk about the experience and shout out about your film if you can.
In the middle.
I would love that.
Well, all right, so I'm only going to mention Chuck, but there is also a second person in the
Yes,
film
you should,
that
because this is a
I
wonderful
will keep
person.
anonymous unless she wants to be not anonymous. But so I've been making a film trying to make a film for about 4 or 5 years, a feature film that I wrote, and I've made many films in the past, but this is the biggest scale. This is like a theatrical feature release, and I got Sean Astin, who is who I wanted to be in the lead almost from the time I wrote it, to be in the lead, and he loved the project so much that he's been on as a producer, and we've been trying to raise the money, and we've been trying to do all this sort of stuff. It's much harder than you think to do a lower budget independent feature these days. It's not a horror film, and horror films are easy, by the way. But and so Sean and I have been helping. He's been helping me trying to get the money for a long time, and about a year and a half ago, or 2 years ago, I guess it was, I had said I had this opportunity to get John Cleese, who is long story, but I'm friends with his daughter, and I've known John for a while, and I kind of begged him to be in this role in this film, and he said, "Sure, I'll do it," and I said, "Okay, great." Well, I told Sean, he said, "This is perfect," and we sat down, and John said, well, I don't come around very often, so we're just going to have to shoot it. We're going to have to shoot my scenes whenever I'm available. And we didn't have the rest of the money. We didn't have the rest of the cast. We didn't have anything going, but we're like, we can't miss having John Cleese in this movie because it's a major part of the movie, and he's John Cleese. And like that happened 2 days before Dragon Con. And I came in and I was telling Chuck in the back, and he was the first person I actually told. I was really excited. I was talking to somebody, I think Sean, in the lobby on the phone, and I said, yeah, I just last night before I flew here, I had dinner with Sean Astin and John Cleese, and John's going to play this role, and it's going to be amazing. And he's like, oh, well, that's so cool. I said, yeah, but we're going to have to try to shoot his stuff out before we have any money, and I don't know how I'm going to do this because I don't have any money to shoot it, and I don't want to miss this opportunity. He goes, well, how much do you need? And I said, well, we need about, this much. He goes, well, I can help you with some of that. And I'm like, what? And he said, I go, you don't need that. He goes, no, I'd love to. He goes, can I come be in it? I said, sure, of course. And he goes, oh, it'd be amazing. And then, it took us, by the way, a year. This is kind of crazy. The Dragon Con stuff is going around. That was the seed. Okay, and then somebody else, there was another person again who also said, okay, and Angie, I told Angie, and at the time Chuck said, don't tell anybody that I'm gonna help you with this. I said, okay, fine. So I didn't tell. I just said, I've got somebody who's gonna come in with some money to help me get this thing done because I needed quite a bit to shoot these days. It's a lot of work. And then Angie said, oh, I can help you as well. So Angie came in and then I found a third friend who said, okay, and I ended up having enough to shoot John Cleese's stuff and get this going and get in the can so we could raise the rest of the film, the rest of the money. And it took us almost a year because John was gone and wasn't around. And then August 26th of last year, here at Dragon Con, and I get a phone call from John Cleese, and he goes, Ian, I'm going to be in Los Angeles in 3 weeks. Can we make it happen? And I'm like, 3 weeks? You want me to put together an entire shoot for 3 weeks? So I had to call everybody, put it together, and I found the location happened to be everything. Everybody made it happen, and we ended up in 3 weeks. I basically put this entire shoot together to get John Cleese's stuff in the can, and Chuck called me and said, all right, we're sure we got the dates now because we've been talking about it for a year. Are you sure? I said, yep. And he came out. He did. And he came out. He wanted to be an extra. He was in the scene and hung out all day and was. Honestly, it was like he was like a little kid.
He was.
He was like a little kid. He was like, I'm a producer. He was very excited and sat out there and he was like and got to talk to which is rough because John.
I love this.
John is he's incredibly sharp and funny but he's also. It was a rush, and he was in and out, and you could just see Chuck like, when do I get to talk to talk to John, and he did, and it felt to me like it was such a big thing for Chuck to meet John and talk to John and be on there and be part of that.
Yes,
and it was incredibly surreal for me, and then I was getting to see Chuck, and I'm like, first off, it was incredible. Like I said, the support of the people in the skeptic community, for me, I'm never gonna live that down. To me, it's the most incredible thing that support that I've gotten, and we're still working on that movie, and it's getting finished this year. But the support that Chuck gave me was the first one to say, let's make it happen, and that's started the whole. Oh, this can happen, and then he got so excited, and when he came down and met, it was just. He met John, he met Sean, but he was a big fan. Cleese was the big one. He wanted to meet John.
Yes, because do you know why? Because he and I have been fans of John Cleese forever. Our whole married life, we love John Cleese. Oh, and I told Chuck, I said, you have to have your picture made with him when you go out there. And that's the picture. If you'll show that back on the screen again. Chuck did not smile broadly very often, but you look at the expression, you can see what Ian's talking about.
And there's Sean Astin photobombing.
And that's right, in the background. And I think that was a genuine smile on John's face, too. that they enjoyed each other.
Oh, yeah.
But I have used that same. Chuck was like a kid in a candy store going on that trip, and he actually put off a little bit, adjusted some surgery that he needed to have to come because it was so important to him. I love that that's a side of skeptics that we don't always see very much. The caring and humanity that is a part of the skeptic community.
Yeah.
I appreciate that so much. So I'm going to ask you guys to leave that for just a second. I'm going to introduce you a couple of things on the picture, and then I'll let this beautiful face be shown on camera. So in the upper right-hand corner, you'll see an unlikely group of people. Mandisa talked about the short film that Chuck got involved in with her and with some other non-believers and some religious folks. And on the left in that picture is our good friend David Person, who is a longtime media personality, filmmaker, been on PBS and NPR, a lot of things, done a very accomplished career, and he's Seventh-day Adventist. But his son is atheist. And so David came to us when he first found that out, and he said, I need to understand my son.
Oh.
And isn't that beautiful? That crossed a belief system that obviously was a choice he made. And we became very fast friends at that time, all three of us. And so because he was so accomplished in film, when Mandisa and some of the others started talking with Chuck about doing this video about African-American people leaving the church from a lot of different perspectives, it was called Exodus, then David was a perfect piece and helped us do a lot of engagement within the faith community about this discussion. So although it never came to fruition because of the almighty money, like Ian was talking about, it did bring a lot of really important conversations that I hope we can still find ways to have across those belief systems, because the one thing we all have in common is that we're human beings. And so, Mandisa, would you like to talk a little bit about your experience with Exodus?
Yes. So, having gotten to know you and Chuck, through the American Atheist affiliation as well as DragonCon, because when we started coming in 2014, that's where we would see y'all as well. And I just love seeing the shirt, the cool stuff that Chuck would wear here too. So that was pretty cool. So when we were when we were about to celebrate Being's 5th anniversary in 2016, and like I said during the last panel, we're going on 15 years next year. So we will be celebrating that as well, and it's just so unfortunate that Chuck will not be around for that.
I will be.
Yes, you will. So the one thing that I am very proud of about the work that we've been doing at Black Nonbelievers is being able to facilitate more people sharing their stories. And folks have come to us to interview our members. They have come to us for research purposes, to do research studies. And also now we now have the current administration aside, we developed a relationship with the National Museum for African American Culture. We participated in their first documentary called God Talk, which followed the lives of 7 Black millennials, one of whom was an atheist. And so we provided the framework for what Black non-religious community looks like, as well as our perspectives. And so that we've been doing that for probably since the first year, like in 2011. And so Chuck at that time, he had asked if David could interview some of our members at the 5th anniversary, as well as Pastor Lorenzo Neal.
Right.
Whom I had actually met, Pastor Neal, who was at the time a pastor at a AME church in Jackson, Mississippi. He reached out to me in 2013 to interview me, and at first I was like, "What? Like, hold up here." But in that time, we had, we got a chance to. When he interviewed me, it was very fair. And we became good friends and colleagues. And so when I asked him to speak at the 5th anniversary, as a religious ally, Chuck and David wanted to interview him as well. So Chuck and David interviewed me, they interviewed Alex Jules, they interviewed Bridget Crutchfield, as well as Lorenzo Neal and some others. And so they ended up using Lorenzo for the trailer, Pastor Neal.
That's great.
And so I was absolutely glad that, because conventions and conferences are absolutely great ways for, great opportunities for opportunities for documentarians, also the press to get interviews from people who are attending events. And I was glad that we had the opportunity to help facilitate that as an organization. And I remember when David got the chance to do an event at his alma mater, Oakwood University. And for those of you who aren't familiar with Oakwood, it is an historically Black college and university, Seventh-day Adventist. Story. It's Seventh-day Adventist HBCU. They have a silo, and their motto is trust God. Like no kidding. And that was the first time I actually drove from work to Huntsville, and was sharing my perspective as the leader of Black non-believers and as an open, unapologetic Black atheist in a room of believers. Yes. And actually seeing some of the folks react positively towards my story in the shared Black experience was very important. And I really appreciated that in those moments, they were actually looking to reach out to their students in a different way.
Yes.
And that it wasn't met with hostility, that we were there to, that we were there to present this. It was actually met with enthusiasm. And I know that, and Chuck wasn't that type of person who wanted to just simply take the lead on that. He helped facilitate it and bring it together, and which is what good allies do.
That's right.
If you think about what a good ally is supposed to do, you allow the voices of the marginalized to be at the front and center, and you support in the background.
Yes.
That is what good allyship is, or good trouble, as John Lewis would say.
Yes.
And so, and I appreciated him knowing that, trusting me, to handle that well and represent us well, because it's not just me representing my organization, it's me representing all of us in this community, and also being able to, because I think his son was there, because I think David's son might have been there. Yeah, I think he, and also for his son to know that there is more direct, relatable support for what he was going through.
Yes.
And for any of those students who needed us, even if they felt like they had to come to us in secret, they knew we were there.
Right.
And so I really, really appreciated, I love the reactions from the audience, because they also got a chance to, because when people see us, they think automatically, well, they may have their, perceptions of us, but to hear us makes a huge difference. And they, we start to become more human and relatable. And that is definitely one of the things that I appreciate about Chuck assisting David with, and knowing that we were the organization that he could trust with that. Because we try to make things happen. We have been that organization to help make things like this happen. And for us to be a part of that, and again, for him to know that through his work and his support of us, that we were definitely going to try to make that happen. And so I appreciate his connection to our members and to our allies, and to help try to bridge those gaps, because that really made a huge difference.
Awesome.
So I'm sorry if I ran a little long, but yeah.
No, thank you. Thank you. And Margaret, I have another facet I would love for you to talk about, which is that Chuck and you both love and loved Thomas Paine.
Oh, yes.
And those of you that don't know, Chuck was a history major at the University of Florida and was a great student of many things, but loved history and very much around the separation of church and state and looking at the beginnings of our country and this very important discussion and argument sometimes that happened. So would you talk a little bit about the Free Thought Society and Chuck, and also about that connection to Thomas Paine?
Well, the Free Thought Society is 35 years old, and Chuck was a supporter way back when. I considered him a founding member. And we concentrate on separation of religion and government, as well as getting rid of negative stereotyping of non-theists. And we use the term free thought, free thinker, non-theist more broadly so that it's more inclusive of those who are actually considering leaving religion. I think Chuck liked that.
Yes.
But I also would run into him at American Atheist Conference, and he was really a lot of fun there. But Thomas Paine is somebody that really united a lot of us non-theists. So we are building a monument to Thomas Paine in Washington, D.C. We got approval of Area 1, which is the most prestigious area of Washington, D.C. It's a triangular space behind the Museum of Modern Art, Constitution and Pennsylvania Avenue. And I was so excited. I remember talking to Chuck about it, and he was so happy because he loved Thomas Paine, as most of us do, particularly for the writing of The Age of Reason, where he talks about deism, but also, not taking a word of God from a minister, priest, or rabbi. And he thought that nature was the language of God. And I wish more people believe that so that we can get them on board with climate change problems. So that particular character in history, Chuck loved, but also Robert Greene Ingersoll.
Yes.
And I'm on the board of the Robert Greene Ingersoll Museum. I love to talk about Ingersoll with Chuck because he knew what I was talking about. Some people draw a blank. Who's Robert Greene Ingersoll? Well, he knew. And there were a lot of wonderful things that Robert Greene Ingersoll said about mostly anti-religious things, but separation of religion and government, ghosts, belief in the supernatural, and he was ahead of his time. So if you get a chance to look at the Robert Greene Ingersoll collection of works, please do. And update yourself on Thomas Paine. I'm the president of the Thomas Paine Memorial Association, and we have already raised $1.5 million for this effort. Thank you. We need a lot more help, but we are on a timetable. What happens in Washington, D.C. is if you're given the right to build a memorial, the clock starts ticking and you have 7 years. And what happened with us was, since we qualified for Area 1, when we go through Congress again for approval of Area 1, the clock starts again. So we are 5 years away from our clock running out, yet we go through Congress again, we get another bill passed for Area 1 specifically, and we have another 7 years to raise what I anticipate will be about a $5 million project.
So I hope that one thing you see here in what our friends have shared is there was a quiet, don't beat my chest and look at me, willingness to commit resources and knowledge and sometimes a little money to really make a lifelong dedication to things. The things that we've talked about with Chuck today will last much longer than his life did. And I learned something a long time ago that we won't ever miss the legacy or have the legacy not influence us as long as folks talk, like my friends have had today, about the important stuff. And so I hope that the folks in the audience so far, and then I'm going to just run through a couple of other slides because there is a whole nother piece that we haven't even talked about, but you guys feel free to jump in if something rings true with you, okay? So here is my next one. Skepticism, and you heard about it here already, leads to activism. And so we're so proud that Chuck took on the leadership of the state director for American Atheists in Alabama in 2015 and actually was acknowledged on a national level for being the state director, awarded a special plaque that first year because he didn't want to just take on the title. He wanted to get something done. And any of you that know Alabama, probably very similar to Georgia and Mississippi and some other places, that different voice is needed in our communities. And that picture of him with his hand under his chin is in Washington, D.C. at the First Reason rally.
Yep.
And he was there very proudly, as was I. And
you were in the VIP section.
We were.
I remember.
Yes, we were. Not because we were VIPs, but just because we wanted to be close to things and appreciated that experience. And then the picture below that is when he ran. And my son corrected me, so I want to apologize. I had in my head, in my grief fuzziness, that he ran for the House of Representatives in Alabama, but in fact it was the Alabama Senate.
Yeah, right.
But he ran for that office in 2018 as an independent because one of the things, again, I think you heard from the panel, is this man had a lot of integrity. And so when he went and talked to the Democrats in Alabama, who are a super minority, because we more aligned in our values perhaps with them than we did the Republican majority, they asked him to do some things that would tie some strings to him, and he said no. I'm convinced that if he had run under a major party, he had a really good chance of winning. And so instead, in the very inequitable world of Alabama, we had to get tons of signatures on a ballot or on a signature petition just to get him on the ballot. And unfortunately, we were a little bit short. I must have lived like 4 weeks out because I love to meet people. So I said, I can knock on doors for you and I can get signatures. And we did get a lot, but not quite enough. But that was such a vision of his because I remember one of his campaign slogans was, no matter if he was talking about education or financial and workforce issues or health, he said, we can do better. And I think in this, that's a champion for me to carry in my heart right now, that we can do better and that I have a piece in it, just like he did. The last two pictures there on the right, the one at the top is the one that Mandisa referred to. And if anybody is interested, I'll make sure that Derek has at the Skeptic Track leadership, and Angie and some other folks has the link to that little video because I believe it's still out there on YouTube.
Yes.
And you can listen to that. I think Chuck called it a tickler for the film, but you'll hear several different people talk about their experiences, including the minister and several other folks. And then the one below that is Chuck sitting next to a gentleman named James Robinson, who started the first LGBTQ advocacy group in the state of Alabama. And Chuck was standing right there with him from the beginning to say this is important. It's that same thread that we heard about from Mandisa and really all of these folks about him championing and understanding and not being like, oh, I'm the majority here, let me be kind to you. He was very much understanding the struggles and trying to empathize as much as he could, as much as we can as white privileged people, what the struggles are of so many minority populations. We cannot give up on that advocacy. Yeah. And then I want to just show you a few pictures.
I've never seen them.
So some of you have never seen these before.
No, we have not.
I love that. So I hope that brings a little joy to everybody.
Oh, wow.
So that is young Chuck in the middle upper. Very much looks nearly the same except dark hair instead of the silver that we all knew in his later years. But that is the beginning of his career. And so I want to tell you just a tiny bit about his journey really fast because he illustrated that skeptical mindset. This man had a history degree from the University of Florida, was a tech writer in his first job out of college with a manufacturing company. And so how in the world did he become an IT professional? He did because they came and asked him if he would join. They knew he was bright, that he would question things and come to a good product. They said, "Do you want to join a new computer division?" And he said yes. Taught himself COBOL, if any of you guys know that old language, and became one of the most well-known and full of expertise SAP consultants with IBM and cyber at the end of his career. Not because that's what he went to school for or what was easy, but because he saw opportunities and he was that rational reasoning person. He also was a great parent to teach rational thinking and learning and modeling that. That's a picture of our son.
Is he here?
35 today.
Is
His wife is patting him on the head.
Could he stand up? I want to see.
Oh, oh boy, you're probably going to embarrass him. There he is. Okay, yay. So just that idea that what we do for our children that are coming up, they don't have the mindset of some people that we feel like we're just beating our head against the wall about. Our children have curiosity. They come to the world wanting to know things. Let's cultivate that as much as we can. And then the picture, the white, black and white picture, is a picture of the David Sarnoff Research Labs because he spent a little time working there and then at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. And then our next series of pictures is just smiling faces. I'm going to tell you one other thing about this next picture. The gentleman in the bottom left, and some of you may not know this, but I want to brag on Chuck and on Kenny Anderson, who was the Multicultural Affairs Director at the City of Huntsville, and on this man, his name is Kelly McCauley. We realized that at city council meetings, they were praying over everything that was going on. Wow. And we were like, somebody's missing here. Wow. And so Chuck, as we heard today, often the instigator very quietly came to Kenny and he said, this is a problem. There are people in your community that are offended by somebody thinking that this particular stripe fits them. And can we we want to petition the mayor and the city council to do a secular invocation. And so Kelly, as you can tell by looking at that picture, he was an engineer. He looked like everybody else in Huntsville at that time. So he was the perfect person to do it. And he talked about Jefferson and why we have government. It was a beautiful invocation. And and then that's him on a podcast with Matt Dillahunty and wearing his Reason Rally cap. And then
that's the best red cap I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And that is a beautiful picture, just one of my favorite pictures of him in his flashy jacket. So we are going to take just a minute because I do think there are some people in the audience that may either want to share something about him and his skepticism with the rest of the group, or you may have a question. So we have our microphone there. If anybody wants to do that, we'll give just a few minutes. What? Oh, thank you, Angie. We are reminded that it's a magic microphone, guys.
Don't.
Because the technology allows it to come to you, so don't be scared or don't try to put your hands on it. Okay. Oh, all right.
I remember that flashy jacket. Oh my gosh, it was so handsome on him.
Yes.
Fantastic.
He did have a little bit of style, didn't he?
He had the coolest, like, tropical shirts. Yeah. But when you looked closer, it was not tropical. It was more like Star Trek and
Right.
different
Horror
themes.
movies.
Yeah,
Yeah. I
just
sleep
so-
in one of those today.
So fun.
Okay, Angie, you have something?
Oh, I just wanted to thank you so much for sharing this very personal journey with Chuck. And y'all have been such an important part of the family here. So thank you.
Thank you.
Don't make me cry.
It's all
Angie.
right. No, crying is okay. And this gives me a really good inroad to talk about something while we're waiting for somebody else to come up if they'd like. If you'd told me what grief was like as a secular person, I would probably have not known. And I've learned a lot, but it is the skeptic in me that makes me want to figure it out. What is happening to me? I've learned since then that my brain is being rewired because I had connections that were built around him. I've learned that that is disruptive and sometimes looks a little like ADHD in the short term. And so I'm practicing that. I'm meditating for the first time in my life because I'm looking for factual things that will help me navigate this. And so I want to mention a couple of resources for anybody, because you know what? Every one of us is going to have loss. And we don't like to talk about it in our culture very much. But one, I would encourage you to talk with your significant other about it, with your closest friends. Because Chuck came to me, frank man that he was, in our 30s. We had been married about 5 years. And he said, I want you to promise me that you'll marry again if I die early. Now, I know that came from a very caring place, but it threw me on my heels. I was like, what? But I said to him, I need to think about that. There's the skeptic in me. I couldn't just give him a pat answer. And so I went away. And when I came back to him, I said, okay, here's what I can promise you. I can promise you, one, I don't know who that woman's going to be, so I cannot speak for her because we are not the same people who married each other 45 years ago. And I said, I don't know if I'll be fortunate enough to find another love of my life after I had one. But I will promise you I won't wither.
And you're not.
And no, I'm not. And thanks to lots of people who love me and my family, I'm not withering. This is not withering. It is honesty.
There you go.
And so we love that about his legacy.
Can I?
You
really
can
quickly
interject. I would
ban-
love you to. I need a minute.
Okay. I hope I don't.
No, it's all right.
I'm
I knew this was going to happen. I'm good.
No,
I'm good.
It might be me next. But yeah, it already is going to be me next. But no, but John, I wasn't going to say. I was thinking about this already, and then you said what you said. When one thing that really, I mean, we've all had these same thoughts that I'm going to say. I was already having these thoughts prior to this, but when my family and I, with what's going on right now, we're thinking about moving.
Mm-hmm.
We're thinking about relocating to Ireland. My daughter's here and she's going to school, and we're leaving Monday. She's going to school, so that's another emotional moment for me. But when Kathy called me pretty shortly after
the day,
the day
of,
and it floored me for so many reasons, but also just because I'm like, wait, I just saw Chuck. Like Chuck's young. Chuck's in good health. I mean, Chuck has had his issues. We all do, but I was like, he wasn't. No. But it's one of those things when you go, and we had talked about this. You're like, we were just talking about, are we retiring, and what are we going to do with our retirement, and what are we, and it made me, I was telling my wife, I'm like, well, we should retire early. We should enjoy every freaking moment we can when we can now. And I know it sounds super stupid and cliche to say that, but it really hit me because I was like, yeah, you just don't know. You just don't know. And it's like, and you don't know how much time you have with with everybody, you want to spend that time,
Right.
and it really, yeah, I'm trying. We know that.
Yes, that's
But I mean, it really hit me with like a ton of bricks because of our conversation. I was like, yeah, you never would have expected this in a million years, and then you're left going, well, shoot, we had plans, and what do we do? And just do your plans now, people.
Yeah.
Like,
And this reminds me to tell all of you about this particular event that I've put on for years, since 2013, but in 2021, we started doing it live on an international scale. We do a secular Day of the Dead. Ian's been to one I did in Los Angeles, and he got up and talked about his father, and it was just beautiful. And Mandisa has been online with us talking about one of your members. And in fact, Black Non-Believers is a supporter of the event. And we reach out to touch the lives of non-theist, secular people who want to talk about their dead loved ones in a safe place. They don't want to hear about prayers and afterlife. We know that our afterlife is our legacy. So I invite everyone to look at the Secular Day of the Dead, November 1st, 2025. It will be online. And go to the Free Thought Society, and you'll see our listing about the details.
What time of day?
It's a Saturday, so it'll be at noon Pacific time, 3 o'clock Eastern.
Thank you.
And I hope you will come and talk about
I hope
Chuck.
I will,
Okay.
because that is the day we're having his party in Huntsville.
Oh, wow. We can Zoom in live.
Yeah. We're going to do it in the evening. But Chuck always said he did not want sadness. He wanted celebration. He wanted a party. And so we're going to have a party in Huntsville. And I'm going to have a little party here for the closest folks. Leanne. Hi, Leanne.
Hey, y'all.
Hey.
I'm a little bit at a loss for words, but I will say I do not remember the exact conference where I met you and your husband, met you and Chuck. It was an atheist conference. And I'm glad you said what you said earlier, because I heard your accent.
Who are these people?
And I was a little nervous. I'm like, because you do present.
Yes, we do.
Like that good Southern Christian couple. And I'm like, do they know where they are? Am I in the wrong place? But a reminder to not judge a book by its cover. Very much a reminder of that. And I think that, for me, it's not DragonCon if I don't see y'all. If you're not at my show, you come meet up with me on our Thursday DragonCon meetups downstairs. And I think that Chuck and I got a little closer over our DragonCon years, because what we had in common was we both became caregivers. Him for his mom and me for my parents. And how important it is when you're going through something that life-changing and draining to have someone who understands that experience, where you can just listen and let that person say all the things that someone who's not in that part of their life would understand. And it meant a lot to me to be able to share that and not be judged. And then to hear that and receive that and know that sometimes you just need to get it off your chest with somebody who gets it. And that creates a bond. And that's a community thing that people don't think we have.
Yes,
and
we do.
And I will put in a plug for, I am not part of this group, but this group helped me on Facebook, Grief Beyond Belief.
Yes. Thank you. I was going to mention that.
Right, yeah, because, if one more person said that my loved ones were in a better place, we were going to talk about a place that... But sometimes people don't know what to say.
Right.
And they are just, trying to express their concern and their love. So, yes, he is a wonderful person. And thank y'all for doing this.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So I'm going to show you one last picture. And we were laughing a little bit because what's in the background of this picture. But This is a picture of Chuck at Charles and Robin's wedding, our son's wedding. He was reading Ingersoll. He was. And we loved that because the fathers had a chance to say something. So I hope our message will be, look up Ingersoll if you don't know him. He was known as the great agnostic. It was in the time of Mark Twain and those great orators. Check him out because he's got a lot of great things to do. But you can see that Chuck was enjoying that. He met his end, but we're still here, so what are we going to do with that? And Margaret, you will love this picture.
Oh, wow.
This is a picture of a small group of the folks that were doing the pun side of the Skeptics Parade. And also thanks to Angie and Celeste for pulling out the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy so long. And thanks for all the fish piece. Thank you very much. But please see Margaret. That's a way you can honor Chuck, is to see Margaret and pick out a costume and walk in the parade with us. I will be Dr. Marie Curie, as I always am. And thank you guys so much for being here.
Thank you so much, Kathy. We really love Chuck, and we miss him as part of our family. You're going to make me cry again. Stop that. Okay, anyway, so yeah, the So Long and Thanks for All the Fish. Chuck was actually a huge Hitchhiker's Guide fan, and if y'all hadn't seen those slides that we've got running out on the television outside, Celestia did an outstanding job on that, and we do have a couple of skeptics that we've lost this year. Abby Hafer and Chuck Miller were two of our family that have spoken here, have been here at Dragon Con. And
Seth Andrews is going to honor Abby at the Day of the Dead.
Awesome. Oh, good. Yeah. Oh, that's wonderful. Anyway, he did her audiobook. He called her and said, I want to do your audiobook. Anyway, thank you so much for joining us in this celebration of Chuck. We really miss him. So it doesn't feel like Dragon Con without him up there making some pedantic point at the mic. He was so great.
Let's end with an Ingersoll quote.
Oh.
The time to be happy is now. The place to be happy is here.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. Use the good china. Anyway, all right. Well, thank you so much. We'll see y'all later. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, well, actually? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
Some people passionately believe those airliner contrails you see in the sky are the government spraying aerial drugs on the population. How likely is this? I'm Brian Dunning, and you're watching In Fact. Welcome to the show that gives you the real facts behind popular myths. There are at least three possibilities. Contrails are the normal and expected result of fuel-burning planes flying at high altitude. All trails left in the sky by planes must be the result of covert spraying of chemicals, or some contrails are natural and some are chemtrails. Well, the first one we know for sure. When a hydrocarbon fuel burns in air, water is the largest byproduct by mass. At low atmospheric pressures, higher than 25,000 feet, and temperatures less than -40 degrees, water vapor always condenses into cloud, or anytime the addition of this small amount pushes the humidity past the saturation point. So in any given set of atmospheric conditions, all planes will either produce a condensation trail or not. But what if the government wants to spray chemicals into the atmosphere, according to the popular urban legend? Is spraying from airliner altitude an effective way to do it? Well, there are good science-based reasons why this wouldn't work. Those headwinds and tailwinds the pilot tells you about over the intercom are the jet streams, from 25,000 feet on up to about 60,000 feet, which includes the full range of airliner flight levels. If the idea is to drug the population, chemtrails wouldn't work, because anything sprayed into the jet stream is going to get blown safely out to sea, where it will be diluted to undetectable levels and eventually rain into the ocean. If the idea is to spray reflective matter into the atmosphere to combat global warming, it wouldn't work for the same reason, unless it could be sprayed far higher than airliners can reach, well into the stratosphere. Like all conspiracy theories, chemtrails require us to accept the existence of a cover-up of mammoth proportions. In this case, virtually every aircraft maintenance worker at every airport in the world needs to be either part of the conspiracy or living under a threat from men in black, with not a single whistleblower or deathbed confession in decades. Thousands of people discuss chemtrails freely on the internet, so it seems we can safely eliminate the possibility that the government suppresses it. And with no suppression, you'd think everyone in the airline industry would hear about it pretty quickly. But the only outrage seems to exist only on internet forums, among disconnected outsiders. There are just too many reasons this particular conspiracy theory is both scientifically unworkable and sociologically implausible. I'm Brian Dunning, and this has been In Fact. In Fact is made possible by financial support from viewers like you. Please visit infactvideo.com. Lots of UFOs in the news these days. Not only are they the new flavor of the week on the TV networks, but UFOs are even making the rounds in Congress. So what's really behind all this? I'm Brian Dunning, and you're watching In Fact. Welcome to the show that brings you the real facts behind popular myths. One possibility is that there actually is some huge new wave of UFOs in our skies. Another possibility is that everyone's carrying around a high-resolution camera all day, every day, so more UFOs are getting photographed. And yet another possibility is that this phenomenon only exists in the media, driven by a relatively small group of highly motivated ideologues who want you to believe in alien visitation. And it's this third possibility that has all the evidence on its side, because it turns out a small group of people driving today's phenomenon that you probably thought had something to do with UFOs or Chinese drones or threats to national security, they're well-connected and well-financed and have been spreading their UFO ideas for some 50 years. So let's follow that timeline. In the 1970s, ufologist Jacques Vallée had a young protege, Hal Puthoff, and connected him with a company that ran the CIA's research into the abilities of spoonbender Uri Geller, called the Stargate Project. A young intelligence official, Chris Mellon, was briefed on this work and became intensely interested. Geller was kicked out of the program when it was found that he was cheating at everything, but Puthoff remained a true believer. Puthoff next started a new venture with his friend, hotel billionaire Robert Bigelow, who was funding a guy named Bud Hopkins to do alien abduction research, along with his girlfriend, Leslie Kean. Bigelow, Puthoff, Vallée, and others started Skinwalker Ranch in Utah, and with their influence, got the FAA to forward all pilots' UFO reports to them. They brought in Bigelow's friend, U.S. Senator Harry Reid. Reid used his influence to secure $22 million in Pentagon funding, which was given to Bigelow's Skinwalker Ranch, and was mostly spent having Puthoff write a bunch of weird reports detailing his UFO beliefs and possible designs for science fiction spacecraft systems. When that money ran out, Bigelow used his own money to hire fellow ufologist Lou Elizondo. They called themselves ATIP and represented it to the press as a continuation of the defunct Pentagon program. Its purpose was to take 3 videos provided by Chris Mellon and break their existence to the world in a New York Times article specially crafted by Leslie Kean. And the rest is history. Where are they now? Bigelow, Kean, and Puthoff have started a new Consciousness Institute to study life after death. Elizondo does the podcast circuit, presenting himself to anyone who will listen as a government UFO expert. Mellon does the same. And Uri Geller, even he is trying to cling to the crowd and has come storming back to Twitter, having reinvented himself as a UFO expert. So, no, there have actually been no interesting UFO developments, not since 2017, and really not even since the 1960s. This core group of believers in a lot of very strange ideas had all the answers they wanted 50 years ago, and haven't changed their tune since. I'm Brian Dunning, and this has been In Fact. In Fact is made possible by financial support from viewers like you. Please visit infactvideo.com.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
Either you stop watching the lamestream media, or you want all puppies to die! Makes sense, right? No? Good, because it shouldn't. It's a common manipulation technique called a false dichotomy, or a false dilemma. It's designed to make you think you only got two choices to choose from, when in reality, there are more. As with our little dilemma at the beginning, there's no reason why you can't watch mainstream media and want all puppies to live. The two don't rule each other out. And by presenting you with an option that is clearly undesirable, and the option the manipulator wants you to pick, your choices are narrowed down for you. A famous example of a false dilemma is this one from Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith.
My allegiance is to the Republic, to democracy! If you're not with me, then you're my enemy.
Anakin's claim that Obi-Wan is either with him or is his enemy is a clear case of false dichotomy. Obi-Wan is trying to prevent Anakin from joining the dark side, which naturally involves being critical of Anakin's choices. But just because Obi-Wan disagrees with Anakin doesn't automatically make them enemies. Obi-Wan's reply is actually perfect.
Only a Sith deals in absolutes.
Good old Obi! Be on the lookout for instances of false dichotomies in real life. They're more common than you think. Truth Labs. When things are too black and white, dare to be gray.
a rapid-fire history of one of the craziest conspiracy theories of all time, QAnon. I'm Brian Dunning, and you're watching In Fact. Welcome to the show that brings you the real facts behind popular myths. By now, you've probably heard that QAnon is a far-right populist conspiracy theory in which a global cabal of prominent Democrats, Hollywood celebrities, and Jewish bankers secretly comprise a deep state secret government, which, on the side, also runs a worldwide pedophilia ring for their own amusement. In the QAnon fictional universe, then-President Donald Trump was the only one heroic and powerful enough to save the world through mass indictments and arrests of Democrats. Well, obviously, none of that ever happened. So, if all of this was fiction from the beginning, what was its source? In October 2017, someone began posting on anonymous internet message boards, calling himself Q Clearance Patriot. Q Clearance being a security clearance level at the Department of Energy. Q claimed to be an insider in the Trump administration, and for years posted predictions of mass arrests of Democrats. Though none of the anonymous internet trolls' predictions ever came true, many Trump supporters nevertheless rallied around him and adopted him as a sort of messiah. Now, obviously, it's not credible that an insider in Trump's inner circle would have leaked these sensitive releases of classified information in secret behind the administration's back. That would have been treasonous. So the QAnon conspiracy must assume that Q was making these internet posts with the full knowledge and consent of the government. Thus, it follows that the Trump administration determined that announcing tomorrow's indictments was best, and anonymous postings to message boards best known for pornography, racism, and assorted illegal content was the most appropriate channel to make these presidential announcements. So, how can ordinarily smart people believe something so obviously irrational as QAnon? Now, a lot of academic research has been funneled into figuring this out. In recent decades, globalization has led many people to feel disenfranchised and unrepresented, people who had grown accustomed to feeling safely entrenched in predictable, homogeneous, traditional communities. Sociological studies tell us that the less we feel in control of our own lives, the more likely we are to believe there's a conspiracy against us, and to embrace anything that promises to fight that conspiracy. Q happened to appear just at the right moment, when millions of Americans felt their accustomed way of life was under fire, and their wounds were fresh from having 8 years of progressive values wash over them during the Obama administration. Q was the savior they sought. And that's QAnon in 3 minutes. I'm Brian Dunning, and this has been In Fact. In Fact is made possible by financial support from viewers like you. Please visit infactvideo.com.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
Hey, as we...
Mark, is the... Yes. Hello, everyone. The big parade is tomorrow morning, and this is your last chance to participate as a volunteer. We have plenty of costumes to choose from. Come on back and choose something fun to wear, and we would love to have more participants. John Delancey is in our star car this year, as well as Brian Bushwood. So please join us.
All right, how is everybody? Woo!
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Well, my name is Kurt Anderson, and this is Dan McClellan.
Thank you.
Dan and I both started DragonCon as fans. I met Dan last year, and he came to some of the Skeptic stuff as a fan. And I'm like, hey, I've been following you on your social media and on TikTok, and I think it'd be really cool if we did a panel together. And he's like, that would be fun. What do you want to do? So we've talked about it a few times, and I thought it'd be very interesting to do something on the Bible and academia. My journey has taken me back to school after many years, and I'm presently halfway through my PhD. And so compared to Dan, that's a starter kit. All right. Yeah. But what really fascinated me about Dan, and especially as we've talked even more, is not as much what he talks about or what he studies as opposed to how he studies it. And I think this is really key. And I think this, right? I think this is really important. I think it's something that's overlooked a lot. And so I talked to him about, let's talk about that today. And he said, man, I'd be glad to. So we're going to talk about the Bible and an academic approach to studying and learning about the Bible. And one of the nice things about science, and I know too often we get in this idea that science is like the scientific method, or science is one thing, or science is almost like its own object, but it's not. There's a lot of ways to do science. The rigor by which you do science and the way you approach those are important, but there's not one way to do science, and I think that gets overlooked sometimes. And I just love the fact that, we've talked about this several times, the importance to Dan, and it's something I feel is important to me, is that what you feel and what I feel, or what we would like to be the case, doesn't matter. What we're trying to do is find out as much as we can about how the world exists, or what we study, what it is and how it is. Not what we want it to be, not what results we would like to get, but what is actually the truth, or what we can know. And Dan's approach to the Bible, I think, fits so well into that. I thought that's my key takeaway for this. And so I'd like to talk to Dan about that some. So people confuse this idea of science being one thing. When you study the Bible, it's not like you're going to go, okay, I'm going to put this page into a thing, and I'm going to test it and see what it is, and then come out with the results. There's a lot to that, and I know we've discussed it, but I'd like you to explain it from your point of view. How do you study the Bible scientifically?
Well, I think, as you said, there are a bunch of different ways to do this. Within the broader study of the Bible, you can break it into a number of different constituent approaches, because for instance, my PhD, I use cognitive linguistics and the cognitive science of religion to try to understand, when they were talking about deity and divine agency and divine images in the Bible, what exactly was going on in their head. And this is, as you said, you can't dip the Bible into acid to see what kind of reaction takes place. You can't rub paper on it to see if it turns pink. That's just not how that kind of thing works. And this is a misunderstanding that a lot of people have. And I think it is more rhetorical than anything else, but people are like, prove it to me! And in interpretation of ancient texts, you simply never, or almost never, have the luxury of proof.
Right.
You have evidence, but really what we're trying to do in a lot of approaches to the Bible is try to create the interpretation, the argument, the explanation that makes the most sense to the experts, the people who are expert at this, precisely because we can't dip it in acid or rub it on paper. So that's, when it comes to interpretation, that's one way to approach it. And I like cognitive linguistics because that kind of cuts the Gordian knot of a lot of philosophical approaches to interpretation by saying, well, let's just test how people understand human language and how human language works. And so I think we can get a lot more granular, a lot more precise in understanding how human language works, how texts work, and that can improve the tools that we bring to the interpretation of ancient texts. But then you also have things like archaeology, and you have the reconstruction of history, and the question of how texts function ideologically also plays a role in all of the different facets of studying the Bible. So I think there are more and less what we might say scientific ways to approach better understanding what's in the Bible, and I think they all contribute to a holistic perspective that is going to give you a rounder picture than just saying, well, it all has to do whatever is left in the dirt.
Right.
That doesn't give you much of a picture of what's going on in the Bible. You have to bring a lot of different approaches and dimensions into the question, and I think the cognitive science of religion is another one where we can test living informants regarding how the brain works in relation to this package of things that we have labeled religion. And I said this morning, there is no such thing as religion. We, outside of our discourse about it, we have kind of arbitrarily said the intersection of all these different features of cognition and experience and behavior, we're just going to arbitrarily put boundaries around it and say this is religion. But we can study that more empirically as well, and the assumption that the modern Homo sapiens mind is not materially different from 2,000 years ago or 3,000 years ago, I think is a safe assumption to make, but that helps us to fill in an awful lot of gaps. So I think there are a bunch of different approaches that we need to take, and I think we count on all different kinds of approaches to understanding what's in the Bible. And when people try to reduce it to some kind of single linear dimension, where it's true or false, it's this binary, or interpretation is a matter of true or false, prove it to me, or we default to it's proven false. I think those are rhetorical binaries we set up to make our arguments easier to win, rather than ways to approach the Bible so that we can understand it better. Because I think far too often our priority is winning an argument, and not better understanding the Bible or its history.
Yeah, and I almost cringe when I hear people use the word prove or proof. Because that's not the goal. Science is an iterative process. It's not like, okay, well, we're going to figure this out and we're going to be done. I would imagine in the course of your career of studying, your understanding of things has changed.
Oh yeah,
right.
Absolutely.
As you learn more, so you're not trying to prove anything. You provide evidence. I like that. Provide evidence, don't provide proof, because we're not trying to prove anything. That's geometry. We don't, that's a whole different thing. Like I got the one math guy's like, yeah, you preach. Yeah,
My sister runs a data and analytics department at a university, and she and I have odd conversations. But yeah, she loves everything to reduce down to very simple, demonstrable, provable answers. And I'm like, it doesn't always work like that.
Take another philosophy class. The answer to philosophy class is there's no answer. All right, so. Some people here are like really digging what you just said. Other people are like, words. So what about those of us who don't have 5 degrees? Now, to be fair, one of his is in massage therapy. So
my first one.
First one. Yeah. So, but it's still a degree, right? Other 4, yeah. But for those of us who don't have that many degrees, where do we start? How can you study the Bible if you don't have any degrees or any real academic knowledge? You don't have to be in college. You don't have to have a PhD to study this. You don't have to, a lot of times we think of people having a PhD as being really smart. No one gets more they don't have a greater capacity for intelligence when they get a degree. They've just used the capacity they have to learn more things or to learn to think in a different way.
Money they have, too.
Well, less when you first get it. But for those who aren't inclined to go get a degree but would like to study this more thoughtfully and approach it more scientifically, where do we start?
I think there are a lot of different ways to approach the academic, the critical study of the Bible, and it really has to do with how deep you're willing to go and what kind of access to resources you have. One of the first things I recommend is getting a good study Bible. Unfortunately, there's not a good translation of the Bible out there that is purely academic. Even the one that I will recommend over all others, the updated edition of the New Revised Standard Version, was produced by a Christian organization. So there are ways I disagree with it. But I think it does a much better job than most. It is most up to date on the scholarship. It is most critical when it comes to the manuscripts and incorporating things like new readings that we found from the Dead Sea Scrolls and things like that. So I think the New Revised Standard Edition, and particularly a good study edition, the SBL Study Bible, I think is the best one available right now that incorporates the updated edition of the NRSV. The 6th edition of the New Annotated Oxford New Oxford Annotated Bible. That will incorporate the updated edition of the NRSV, and that will probably be the one that I recommend once it has been published. It's probably still a year away from being published. But they have introductory essays at the beginning of every book talking about the background, the date, the authorship, that kind of stuff. They have a lot of explanatory notes in the footnotes that I think do a really good job of helping contextualize things. And so that, I think, is an indispensable tool. And then I recommend always a book by my Dr. Großvater, John Barton. So he was the doctoral supervisor of my doctoral supervisor, Francesca Stavrokopoulou. He wrote a book called A History of the Bible, which I think is the best available English language history of the Bible right now. It talks about how the text came together, what they were originally trying to do, how they got organized into a single text, how they became understood as inspired, and then how they have traditionally been interpreted within the Jewish and Christian streams of tradition. So I think that's a phenomenal other resource. And with those two things, you're going to be finding a lot more questions. You're going to find answers to a lot of questions, but you're going to find a lot more questions than answers. And if you have the desire and the drive and the resources, I would recommend from there getting commentaries on the different books of the Bible, the ones that you might find most interesting. And the 4 commentaries I usually recommend are the Hermeneia Commentary Series, which is my favorite, the Anchor Yale Bible Commentary Series, the Old Testament Library and New Testament Library, and then the International Critical Commentary Series. And all 4 of these are focused on a critical approach to the Bible rather than a devotional one. So whereas a lot of commentary series, they'll be like, we're committed to the inspiration and inerrancy of the Bible or something like that, that all the scholars who are writing these commentaries are going to be like, and Isaiah 7:14 was about Jesus, and no, it wasn't. And so the more critical commentaries are going to do their best. Some do a better job than others of trying to represent a critical approach to the Bible. And at that point, if you're starting to gather commentaries on the books that you really like, and you're finding questions and you're finding methodologies and approaches that you really, really like, then there are other avenues available to you. These days with YouTube, with social media, there are all kinds of ways to access additional educational opportunities. For instance, Yale has a series of lectures on from their Bible courses that are freely available online, and there are even courses that you can pay for. But depending on how deeply you want to get into it, I think there are a lot of wonderful resources that are made for a general audience that come from critical scholars. And I think as long as there's just 1 degree of separation between those resources and the critical scholarship, I think those are your best bet. A lot of times people go to websites and use other resources that may have 3, 4, 5 degrees of separation between the actual scholarship and how it's being articulated. But I think if you're going directly to the scholarship. And then there's this book that was just recently published, I don't know if y'all heard about it, called The Bible Says So. Earlier this morning, I discovered I should have brought my 2 extra cases of the books with me. I didn't. I had 2 in my backpack, and they were very quickly snatched up, and I happily signed them for some folks. But one of the things that I try to do in that book is in an even more accessible way. I try to articulate some of how scholars go about answering a lot of the more controversial questions related to what the Bible is saying, and tried to do it in an entertaining way that was not all jargony and technical and things like that, because that, I think, can kind of turn people off to the scholarship. And I would like scholars to focus more on writing scholarship that is intended for more general consumption, scholarship that is understandable, that's not full of $3 words. As much as I love $3 words, read my dissertation. I've got like a lot of $3 words in there, but I'm
only up to $2 words. So,
but I tried to write that book to give people kind of a gateway drug into this is how critical scholars are approaching things, and this is how different, and this is one of the main reasons I got into public scholarship, is because, and this is something that a lot of folks experience as they go through graduate school and biblical studies, they begin to perceive the gulf that separates how experts are learning and talking about the Bible and how the public talks about the Bible. And every single one of us at some point or another has gone, holy crap. Why don't more people know about this? How can we help people know about this? And unfortunately, that is a concern that tends to just kind of be not beaten out of you, but kind of in a way through that process of graduate study. You just kind of get conditioned to think this is an unsolvable puzzle, and hopefully social media, I think, is a phenomenal tool to help kind of democratize that scholarship. And what I've always said, my 2 goals for my social media are is to increase public access to the academic study of the Bible and religion, and then combat the spread of misinformation about the same. So I tend to spend a lot more time on the second part of that these days, but it's only because there's so much of it. And it's not because some of the topics are very sexy and controversial and get me a lot of views. Not only, anyway, because of that.
So speaking of that, how many of you follow Dan on any social media? All right, good share, right? And we'll, for those of you who don't, we'll share that with you in a little bit so you can follow him. And also, I'm sure a lot of you who do have been watching videos at some point and go, God, I'd like to ask him. You're going to have a chance because about another 10, 15 minutes, we're going to open up for questions. And we've got a mic, and we'll go over all that in a little bit. So as you listen, you know, if you take notes, write your questions down or note in your head. We'll give you an opportunity to do that. So you're going to be able to talk to Dan and ask questions here in a little bit. So that'll be good. One of the things that fascinates me, and this is my 14th year speaking or presenting for Skeptrack. And thank you. And it has interested me over the years how we have a lot of different individuals and the way they see the world. And I have found it unique that sometimes we've had people here who are skeptics, but they're believers. And sometimes people are surprised that someone can be a believer and be skeptical. And I thought, it's interesting that as I talk to people who consume Dan's content, I hear people say, well, I just don't understand how Christians can believe this or believe that or whatever. And I'm like, well, how much academic study have you done on the Bible? Because I think sometimes, especially people who were Christian and then became agnostic or atheist or changed their view, think, well, I've seen both sides, so I know everything. And I think that's the moment you start to believe that you know everything about or enough about something is when you stop learning. And I think it's never the time to go, well, okay, I'm kind of done. I know both sides. I don't really have to listen. And I just wonder why everybody that doesn't agree with me is wrong. And I see that division more now in our society than ever before because it's really crept into our politics where we're either for this guy or that guy or this party or that party or this view or that view, and everybody else is wrong. It's like this big football game, and we're picking sides. And I think that we suffer when we do that. I think that science suffers when we do that because, again, we all have biases, we all have blind spots, but if we don't seek to root those out, then it's not going to get better. So from that standpoint, maybe give me some ideas. What is it that you see that believers maybe miss? Clearly, this is like another 17 panels. But briefly, if you can, give me maybe one idea that stands out to you about a big thing that you think believers maybe get wrong in their approach to studying the Bible, and then non-believers get wrong when they look to approach to study the Bible. Because you can both be wrong. Right? It's not like, again, there is no particular right way, but there are lots of wrong things that we do. So,
and I think that's a great question because one of the things that I tried to do when I first started my social media channel was position myself as more of an umpire that I call balls and strikes and somebody who's batting for either team. And I've honestly been surprised by how upset some people get when I come after the non-sacred cows or the sacred cows that are supposed to be non-sacred. But I think there's an interesting one I see a lot of in the arguments online where both believers and non-believers kind of default to this presupposition of univocality, which is probably the thing I harp on the most. And that's this presupposition that the Bible speaks with one single unified and consistent voice and from one single unified and consistent perspective. And this is so deeply ingrained in the perception of believers that a lot of them just, just does not compute that it would be any other way. And some of them have even tried to construct very sophisticated sounding cases for why we should presuppose univocality until it is proven otherwise. But then when you say, well, it is, and they go, nuh-uh. But even in engaging these arguments, you'll see a lot of agnostics, atheists, skeptics, folks who will approach it and be like, well, what about this passage over here and that passage over here? And it's like, but you're granting them univocality when they say, well, we got the passage in Exodus and another one in Daniel and another one in John, and then you're like, well, what about Matthew? It's like, well, you're granting them that presupposition, and there's a great book by a cognitive linguist, George Lakoff, called Don't Think of an Elephant, which if you haven't read that book, I would highly recommend checking out that book. He's one of the pioneers of a lot of metaphor theory in cognitive linguistics, but one of the things is the framing of the argument is what is frequently going to decide, whether you win or lose an argument. And the book is mainly arguing that conservatives, right-wing authoritarian groups are much better at framing the argument. And once you adopt their framing in an effort to try to meet them on their grounds, frequently you've already lost. And so I think that's one of the ways that happens, and I think a lot of people are shocked when they find out how many arguments would just blow away in the wind if you say, well, I don't presuppose univocality. And they just turn to dust. And then on the...
So because this is like every day for you?
Yeah.
For those that it's not, what is univocabulary? Yeah. Being able to talk with more than one word.
So
a univocal Bible.
So this would be the idea that a concept of God or a concept of Jesus' relationship to God or some kind of prophecy or some interpretation of the text, you can cobble this together from any passage from the Bible. Because if you presuppose that it's all inspired and that it is all inerrant, then it cannot disagree with itself. All of it is pointed in the same direction, aimed at the same goal, comes from the same source, and so it can't disagree with with itself. And what that means is that it just becomes this giant Lego puzzle, and you can just put the pieces together to create whatever you want, because since it all agrees, there can be no wrong way to construe or to configure the things. And so, and this is a metaphor I talk about in the beginning of my book. A lot of people talk about how you have to, when it comes to interpreting the Bible, you've got to look at the picture on the box. Has anybody ever heard people say that before when it comes to interpreting the Bible? And this is a profoundly effective and profoundly misguided metaphor, because it's presupposing that you have a picture on the box, that there is one picture on the box, and that all the pieces are intended to serve that picture. And there is no picture anywhere. The picture is the sum of the parts, and you have to negotiate with those parts in order to try to gin up whatever you want that picture to be. The picture is really just what your tradition tells you it is, and that will change from year to year, from generation to generation. But when you agree, okay, let's look at the picture on the box, what you're saying is each passage is subordinated to that picture. And so if a passage seems to disagree with the picture, you have to reinterpret the passage. And what that does is that takes that tradition that does not exist apart from the authorities that tell you about it and says, this governs how you're going to interpret every single piece. And that just allows the dogma to overrule the data. And so univocality, I think, is one of the most pervasive and subtle dogmas that we apply to the Bible. And again, it's so subtle that critics will frequently just presuppose it and adopt it without even thinking about it. But so, and the notion that there are zero contradictions in the Bible, which is just laughable, is an outcome of that. And then when it comes to critics, one of the things that makes critical scholars cringe is when people talk about the Bible as the fever dreams of Bronze Age goat herders and stuff like that. It's like there's no sentence of the Bible that was written during the Bronze Age. There's no sentence of the Bible that was written by anyone other than an elite, educated person from the scribal class in whatever time period they were in. And these were the best educated people in these societies at the time. And I think it does violence to our ability to engage the text on its own terms when we try to dismiss it as those things. Now, we can say they didn't know where the sun went at night. For some of them, sure, but to dismiss it all as the ravings of Bronze Age goat herders and things like that, that is factually incorrect. But it also frames our perception of the text in a way that is not going to allow us to take it seriously and understand it on its own.
So you, in a sense, you answered both sides with one thing. So you can have a situation where when you're talking about who wrote part of the Bible, people that believe that, like, the traditional authors wrote the text that they were, assigned by somebody along the way. The bad news is no. And then the other side, who's like, yeah, see, told you were wrong because those were just Bronze Age guys. Well, no, you're wrong too, no. So again, we got one situation where both sides potentially had that wrong. So,
and I think part of it is the fact that the Bible is something that doesn't really get to kind of be engaged in a value-neutral setting.
Yeah.
Because it is so controversial, because it is the proof text for so many ideological battlegrounds, we become kind of intuitively attracted to whatever approach is going to best serve our own needs and interests, whatever is going to set off the tuning fork in our own loins when it comes to what's going to make us feel better. And so, and I think that's something that everybody is susceptible to. And I don't excuse myself from that.
Sure.
I do the same thing. I have to be careful about that. I have to correct myself if I do that as well.
Because I think what really makes this difficult in a sense is I think that everybody that I've ever talked to about the Bible, whether they believe in the Bible 100%, it's inerrant, it's perfect, or believe that it's completely fairy tales or anything in between. I think anybody I've ever asked, do you believe that the truth is the truth and will stand on its own? They will say yes. Is the truth important to you? Is finding the truth more important than how you feel about it? And they will say yes. And people that believe 100% the Bible is perfect believe that in their heads. And the people that believe that the Bible is 100% garbage believe the same thing. Well, they can't both be right, and as we've already talked about, they could both be wrong. So this really, like, exploring it from a different point of view can be very, very helpful. That's how we do science, is we look at all the available data and all the different approaches, and we evaluate those, and we discover what is, not what we want it to be. And one of the things I thought about along the way, and I know you've mentioned this a lot on TikTok and Reels and things like that, is just in studying the language. And I know this is a big thing that you do, but we think about, we get a translation of all this different things. But when you look at when things were written and who authored it, I know there's areas where you can tell because of the language and how it was structured at that time versus a time that some people think it was, or maybe words you use. Just like you think about slang that we use, right? That changes all the time, the way that we talk. You look at Old English. Have anybody read the original Beowulf? Right? Okay. That's not that far removed in time when you look at the big picture, but it's very difficult to read. So if you got a copy of Beowulf 10,000 years from now, a copy from Beowulf from university right now versus the original, you could clearly, if you were a language scholar, you would be able to tell those are written in different time periods. And I think a lot of that happens with the Bible. But if you don't study, you just kind of think, well, no, we've had we've had the same book since as long as I've been alive, so we just kind of assume that's how it's always been.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like even with the King James version, which is not a great translation, and nobody alive speaks that language. In fact, the year it was published, 1611, it was already out of date, because it is a conservative revision of a conservative revision of a conservative revision, going back to Tyndale's New Testament, a portion of his Old Testament, and Coverdale's Old Testament from almost a century before. And so they retained a lot of that grammar and syntax. And so some of the early criticisms of the KJV is that, it uses this outdated verb endings, which we don't use anymore. And so the year it was published, it was already out of date. And it's been over 400 years since then. So an example I like to bring up, there's the letter of Jude, or the epistle of Jude in the New Testament, this 22nd verse says, "And of some have compassion, making a difference." And my old job, I was a scripture translation supervisor for the LDS Church. Somebody came to me one day and said, "Hey, our translators are having trouble with this article that we're sending out where we're looking at this verse, and we're telling people, you have compassion on people, you can have a positive influence on them, you can have a positive impact, you can make a difference." And they're going to their non-English translations of the Bible, and they're like, "It doesn't say that." And there are two different reasons for this, and one is a manuscript thing, but the one I want to focus on is the fact that they understood making a difference to mean have a positive influence or impact. The phrase "making a difference" didn't mean that until around the year 1900, because words don't have inherent meaning. Words are just symbols. We just agree, hey, this symbol is going to mean this. This symbol is going to mean this. You have red and blue over on some of these water coolers. There's nothing inherently meaning cold or hot to either of those colors. We just said, okay. And when it comes to making a difference, it didn't mean having a positive impact until around 1900. 1611, it meant to make a distinction. And you can find in Leviticus 11:47, it says, making a difference between, and the use of between is a giveaway, clean and unclean animals, otherwise make a distinction. And so native English speakers will look in the KJV and read that and entirely miss that what they were really trying to say is have compassion, but be discerning. Entirely different message. It has nothing to do with how we interpret that today, all because the agreement changed about what that phrase meant. And so even with English translations of the Bible, things have changed, and we miss stuff all the time. And I tell people, if you think you understand the King James Version, you're wrong. I don't care how much you like it. You don't understand it. You can come to a better understanding than other people, but there's a ton in there that just is incomprehensible unless you go to the source text and you'd be like, oh, the Greek says that. They must have been trying to say this, and they just fumbled the bag horrifically. But if you can generate meaning, you think you understand it, and frequently you don't. So.
Sure. All right. So if you've got questions, line up. I'll give the rules of the microphone. Don't touch the mic. It is Magic Mike, not the one from the movie, but this one's better. As you move the mic, they will adjust it to you, and they can adjust the volume also. So if you're a little timid and you're scared about talking, you can get close to the mic. But they'll get the height and all that, so don't touch that. So if you got questions, feel free to line up. And now I'm going to do what I typically start with, but we just jumped right in because everybody was so ready to go. I'm going to tell you a little bit about Dan. We talked about his degrees. He has a wife and 3 daughters. They live in Utah. He grew up wanting to be a comic book artist. For those of you who follow you, this is no surprise because he's almost always got a comic book T-shirt or a comic shirt of some sort. He realized that he probably dodged a bullet on that and found something that, maybe he was more suited for. He was born into a fundamental Christian community in West Virginia, but he did not have a religious upbringing. So again, we think of religion as the way our family does it, and there's lots of families out there, and lots of families do it a lot of different ways. And for those of you who are like, man, 5 degrees, you got to be really, really smart. Dan was kicked out of the first university that he went to in North Colorado after 1 semester. Yeah. And then he wasn't sure that, I thought it was going to be over. I don't know if they're applauding for the people that kicked you out or that you went back.
I would say I cannot fault them.
Right. And so here's where you get your phones out and you write this down. If you want to follow Dan, He is on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, formerly known as X, Threads, and Blue Sky. I'm not even sure why that one got a laugh, but all right. Did I say that wrong?
Well, it was formerly known as Twitter, not formerly known as X.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah,
Sorry.
right. It's always Twitter to me. It's Twitter's the KJV version of this social media. It's the only right version, and I'm staying with that.
It was good enough for Paul. It's good enough.
Good enough, right? So to follow Dan, he's made it convenient to follow him. He's got the same moniker for all of these. It's MAKLELAN. So it's not actually how he spells his last name, so don't spell it like it actually is. But it's all the same because there's no one else has that.
It's a phonetic spelling of my last name. When I lived in Uruguay, people would look at my last name and say, Macakalation? And I would say, no, read it like this, Macalelan. Perfect, there you go. So that's my username.
So MAKLELAN. Follow him on all the socials. He also has a podcast, Data Over Dogma. Listen to that, watch that, save it. And then you can also go to maklelan.org. And now you've got kind of all the ways. And then he's got the book, Yahweh, spelled without the vowels, Divine Images, A Cognitive Approach. And
it's open access. You can just Google the title and get the PDF for free.
Right. So I know sometimes when you're on social medias and stuff, people think, oh, you're just in it for the money. But isn't it just for the money? The money's nice. He's got 3 kids, right? But if you're in it just for the money, you don't give your books away. If you want people to know the truth and understand, you open access to your books. And I respect that. I think one of the everything being behind paywalls in universities is bad, but I'm not well off enough to make those decisions. So, all right.
So far, except for an essay in the Oxford Research Encyclopedia of Religion on Monotheism that I just published a couple of months ago, every academic publication of mine is available through my link tree. So journal, book, whatever. My trade book is the only thing that I am making any money off of right now. So.
All right. We already have a line of people, and I'm sure that will grow.
All right.
So what we'd like you to do is step up to the mic, say your name, and ask a question.
Hi, I'm Gary. Big fan.
Thank you, Gary.
Quick comment. Your comment about not being goat herders from the Bronze Age. I find myself on that high horse sometimes, so I appreciate it. My question is, with advances in AI and software, specifically analyzing text, breaking it into the original sources, is that something you're interested in, skeptical of, excited about?
Very excited about, but it needs to be done in a disciplined and methodological way because there are ways to manipulate it to make it because it can be something that seems so scientific and so empirical. It can also be easily manipulated into giving you the result you want, even if that's not the correct results. Just like a lot of people will go to Bayesian theory, and as long as you plug in the right numbers, you get what you want at the other end. And so it has the potential to be misused, but I'm very excited for the things it can do for us. So we've just had a couple of papers recently published in the last 4 months about using AI to look at the Dead Sea Scroll manuscripts and analyze paleographically their dating, and this has the potential to change an awful lot of stuff. So I'm very excited about, cautiously optimistic about the insights it'll provide us.
All right, thank you. And the fifth of this question was Saja Boys.
All right, thank you.
One of the things about AI, and I've been doing some studying on this myself, because it is communication. Like, we used to think that it's not communication, and I study communication, human communication. And it's starting to fit the definition of communication when you're dealing with AI. But I have found that oftentimes the AI, not purposefully, but have the same biases as the programmers. And it has the same vulnerabilities, but the difference is we have, like, our spidey senses. We see something, we're like, not sure if that's right. The AI doesn't have that. If you get it off track, so if you get it programmed where you're getting a certain view, it can't understand that it's not supposed to look for a certain view. Now that's all subject to change tomorrow or later today or a year from now, but it is interesting. So all right, next.
Hey, Dr. McClellan, thanks for taking my question.
Hey, thanks for being here.
When I was a young fundamentalist Christian, I prayed what I often called the stupidest prayer of my life in 8th grade. I said, God, I no longer want religious crap, I want the truth about you. I frequently have told people that prayer ruined my ability to sit through the church services, much to the chagrin of the pastors who raised me. But your work on social media, after a very long path to get here, has been one of the biggest answers to that prayer, and I thank you for that, sir.
Well, that's very kind of you. I appreciate that.
And following on to that, your book was the gift that I gave my fundamentalist Southern Baptist Christian mother for her birthday this past weekend. She hasn't talked to me yet, but here's hoping. My question pertains to this. My sister was Dr. Melissa Browning, and she was a doctor of sexual ethics at Loyola. And while she was there fighting for representation for the marginalized in the academic circles of religion, unbeknownst to her, there was a backlash in the Catholic Church against what she was doing. And a cardinal who, behind everyone's back, was secretly talking to Rome and trying to get her, who was not Catholic, kicked out of the college. And his efforts were, in the end, ultimately successful. So my question is this. In a day and time where truth is under attack in ways we've not seen like this in modern America, at least, to this degree, both culturally, politically, theologically, academically, and with so much to lose, and actually now the skeptics being in the weird position of possibly losing everything for standing up for the truth to the people who claim to be Christians favoring truth. My question is, for people who are scared, where be the line for us? At what point do we say, we fight for this truth until death, even if it ends my career and puts me on the street? At what point do we say I have to draw a line, and where do you feel that line is?
That's a heavy question. I don't think it's my place to draw that line for anybody, because we all experience the world in different ways, and there's a lot of intersectionality that goes into the access to power and resources that people have, and there are a lot of people who risk a lot more than I ever will because of who they are, where they're from, the accent they have, the color of their skin, things like that. So I don't think it's my place to draw that line. I think an awful lot of people are just trying to hack out a living for themselves and try to leave the world a better place than they found it. And if that means they make concessions here and there so that they can put food on the table and keep the lights on, far be it from me to criticize them for that. And I think there are too many purity tests today in academia and in a lot of different segments of society. And so I think honestly that line is up for the individual to draw, and maybe that gives some people a little leeway to exploit the system a little more than others. But I think protecting the innocent is more important than trying to ensure that we're engaging in adequate boundary maintenance. And so that's a big debate right now going on within higher education. And if your sister was involved in all of this, then certainly you're aware of the fights going on between administration and faculty in universities, not just religious universities, but state universities all around the United States right now. And there's no clear path forward, I don't think. I think people are going to have to try to figure out what's best for them and for their families. And if they have the leverage to be able to push that line a little further, then I think that's wonderful for them. But that's a heavy question that deserves a lot more time than I have to give to it. But I'm sorry that your sister's gone through that, and I have other friends who've been through very similar things, and it can be devastating. But so far, I've seen a lot of them come out the other end stronger. Hopefully, that's been the case for your sister.
All right, next question.
Hey there, my name is Corbin. I studied hermeneutics in my PhD, so just had a question about, as we try to approach with a neutral stance, like a guy named like Gadamer wrote Truth and Method. I don't know how, I'm not sure the line of crossover with cognitive linguistics, but the idea that we all bring assumptions, like you kind of mentioned, to our interpretation. So, like the conservative side, you have univocality. on the other side, or as we're trying to put data over dogma, how do we face the reality that we all do have dogma before we get to data?
Yeah.
How do we adjust that priority and still get there, or approach it anyway?
Well, and I think this is something that has been brought up a lot. People imagine that I'm saying, "Oh, I'm objective about this," and that's just an impossibility. Nobody is truly objective, and I would like to think that I have made that clear adequately. I think for some people I haven't, but we all have our we're all situated in experiences and positions and things like that, and I think the best we can ever hope to do is our best, and then constantly be looking back and sifting through the results and taking seriously the criticisms that come our way, whether they're accusations of bias or just criticisms of our work. But at the same time, and this is something I try to clarify in the introduction to my book, I've chosen a historical critical method, not because I think that's the only one or the best one, but because I think it's the best one for the particular rhetorical goals that I have for my channel. And there are some people who have criticized me for that, saying there are other approaches that serve the interests of other groups, not just cis hetero white males like me who have all kinds of privilege and luxuries. And so I try to make clear this is just one approach, and I think a holistic approach incorporates a lot of different ways to approach things, including those that assert the situatedness of someone, whether this is a womanist perspective or a perspective from the global south or something like that. I think those all need to contribute to the larger discussion. I'm just trying to provide one kind of perspective because I see so many arguments that build on the foundation of an originalist approach, and I think a historical critical approach is the best for addressing claims about originalism. And so I don't think there is pure objectivity out there. I don't think we can ever achieve that, but I think if we're constantly working on ourselves and trying to understand how we're what dogmas we're bringing to the text, I think that can only help clarify our own perspective. And there are a bunch of ways that we'll never be able to reconstruct someone else's interpretive lenses. And I think that's just an insuperable obstacle that we just have to try to deal with to the best of our ability. And I don't even know if that adequately answered your question.
And I think, like, you in a sense, you kind of answer your own question in that asking that question is how you start. Acknowledging that you have that, right? Again, nobody's can just be completely objective, but knowing that and saying, how can I be more objective? Yeah,
revise.
Right? It's an iterative process.
When my first week in Oxford, I was on Cornmarket Street, if anybody knows anything about Oxford. I saw a KFC and I was like, sweet. I went in and I said, I want a biscuit. And they said, why would we have biscuits? And I was like, oh yeah, you guys call biscuits cookies, or you call cookies biscuits. And I was like, all right, I want this thing. And I could not come up with the words to conjure up in his mind what I wanted. And somebody later on told me, oh, you should have said scone. I said, shut your damn mouth. That's not a scone. But who's right? Who's right about what a biscuit is? I am, obviously. But that's an example where we both have different experiences, and none is more right than the other. We're just speaking to our own audiences in that silly example. So
thank you, appreciate it.
And I'm sorry that's probably totally inadequate.
No, revising, iterative, both of those, I like that. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, so we've got 10 minutes.
And I'm a rambler, so I apologize.
4 or 5. So we're gonna take the questions. We're gonna make them quick, and we're gonna get our answers. Probably not quick, but quicker.
Yeah.
And try to get everybody in.
Hi. So I wanted to talk about proof. I know that's a little bit of a touchy subject, but I think certain things like epigenetics, things we've discovered over the past dozen or so years, epigenetics, LIDAR. There is actually proof of claims within the Bible, and I'm just wondering, do you think those technologies and stuff, do you think we'll start to see people kind of on the spiritual side and the scientific side of things, like kind of just pushing aside, you know, their like hardcore beliefs and just going along with the truth eventually, if there's enough of it. I mean, what do you think about that?
I think there's always going to be a bit of a give and take. Even within the cognitive science of religion, you have some of the pioneers of the field who are believing Christians. And there's even a debate within the cognitive science of religion to do all the things that we know about where what we label religion comes from. Does that make religion more or less true? And you have those who say, well, yeah, it shows that this is something innate to the human condition, and then this is natural. And then you'll have other people who say, no, this shows that this is all chemical reactions, and so there's no truth to it. And so I think as long as these are identity markers for ideological groups, you're going to have those who are, you know, if people arguing that Earth is flat right now, I mean, if that has not been, and that people haven't landed on the moon, if that has not been proven adequately to this point, I don't know that we're ever going to get anything related to religion that's going to be proven. And there are always going to be people who, you know, life has not forced them to engage directly with all the data. And so until everybody is forced to get PhD level educations and all these kinds of things, they're going to be allowed to just engage it at the level of their identity politics, which is...
Well, I think even everybody had PhDs, it still isn't going to stop. It'll get smaller because, like, the framing in the question is, like, in one part you mentioned, you know, the spiritual versus science. Yeah. And I know Christians who are scientists who would argue your premise was faulty. Right. So, like, we can't even agree on what the question is. It's hard to get to what the answer is.
And when I stated that, I said those forms of proof were, I assumed they were scientific. There's no spiritual aspect to me saying those things. I mean, LIDAR found remains of tombs, like historical accounts in the Bible. LIDAR has found, like, the remains of it, the Shroud of Turin, all those things, like, they're real, like, they were real things, you know.
Well, they were real things, but you still have fierce debates about how to interpret the data. Right. Like the fact that there's pollen from around Jerusalem on the shroud, that doesn't prove one way or another, but you have people who are interpreting that, and that's what's.
So are you saying it would just always be up to interpretation, no matter what may be considered proof shows up?
I think that there will always be a degree of interpretation. I think there will be shades of it. I think for some that will be a lot thinner than for others. But when it comes to things like the Shroud of Turin, I think it's a 14th century forgery. However, there are an awful lot of people who are experts in a lot of the different methodologies.
I know about the forgery. That's not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, next question. Good question.
Hi, I'm Ashley.
Hello, Ashley.
So mine is a bit more of a lighthearted question.
Okay.
And it has to do with manuscripts.
Okay.
Do you have a favorite textual variant?
Oh, yeah.
Or like an intended change to a biblical passage? So, for example, mine is in Mark chapter 1, and it's after Jesus is baptized, and the man with leprosy asked for healing. In later copies of the text, Jesus is said to have compassion. But in earlier copies, it says Jesus got angry. So I'm just very curious if you have a favorite change to a biblical passage.
My favorite change to a biblical passage is going to be Deuteronomy 32:8 and 9, where in the King James Version it says, it talks about the Most High dividing up the nations, distributed the people according to the number of the sons of Israel. And then in the Septuagint, you have, it either says angels of God or it says sons of God. And then at Qumran, we discovered this little fragment, 4Q Deuteronomy J, which it just preserves a few words, but it has to be this part of Deuteronomy. And that witnesses to the B'nai Elohim, the sons of God reading. And I think that's kind of been the linchpin for a lot of the research that I've done, which is precisely on the nature of deity and divine counsel and monotheism and things like that. So I think the change there, I think, is fascinating, and I'm fascinated by the ways that we've been able to reconstruct that earlier reading and then find confirmation, more or less, of that earlier reading. I think it's a cool story. I think it's a fascinating passage, and it will, be the center of a lot of my work for a long, long time. So I've always appreciated that one.
All right, and we're going to cut the line off where it's at. Hope we get to all of you. We're pressed right now, but we're going to try. All right, next question.
Hello, I'm Madeline, or Butthead.
All right, don't touch the mic. Don't touch the mic. Don't touch the mic.
I can't let go of it. It's gonna drop down. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Sorry about that. It was a lot taller. My question is, you obviously use social media as a platform to discuss a lot of these ideas, and you yourself are an academic who has several years of experience navigating the complexities of the problem you're discussing. So something, again, as a person in my own field who does a lot of research and discusses a lot of things and thinks about things in a more complex and nuanced way than many people that don't engage with the subject matter regularly, how do you bridge that gap between for lack of a better word, the layman who doesn't study, who might bring I think the common thread has been, how do you attack people with the argument, people who have different preconceived ideas and objectives?
Yeah.
How do you find the middle ground, and how do you find is the best way to navigate the difficulty of those discussions where you're basically meeting someone at an entirely different level of conversation, but you have to communicate with them nonetheless, because that's the objective you're trying to meet, is communication?
The way I do that is by explaining it the way it makes sense to me, because I'm not a first-generation college attendee, but I'm a first-generation college graduate in my family. I didn't grow up in a family where we talked academic ease. And so I went away to Oxford as this kid who, used to smoke too much weed and got kicked out of college, and I didn't feel like I belonged there. And I honestly had to break things down into the most manageable constituent parts that I could and try to build back up an understanding of what a lot of folks were talking about. So the ways that it makes sense to me is usually how I try to break it down for my audience, because I figure I'm on the exact same level. I might have the training to be able to go push my glasses up my nose and say, and use the Calvin and Hobbes academic speak. I can write a paper article title with the best of them, but yeah, I try to make it make sense to me. And because as an educator, you're put in a position where you need to be able to break it down for easier consumption to an audience that doesn't know why you're using $3 words. I just think that's better training for teaching, and I've found I myself have been kind of surprised that the way it makes sense to me makes sense to so many other people as well, and I'm surprised that a lot more academics don't do the same thing, because I know a lot of them are doing the exact same thing in their heads that I'm doing, which is, okay, I got to dumb this down for me, and that seems to help a lot of other people as well. So,
great. All right, next question. We've got 4 people in 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Hi, Dan. So, Wayne, two quick questions. First of all, 40-year, raised as a Christian, but 40-year skeptic, atheist, agnostic. Should I invest in the study of the Bible, and if so, why? And second, what is the fit for this video?
Well, the fit is the gun Superman, and only if you want to be able to engage debates about the most influential text that has ever existed in a competent and a constructive way. I think it is necessary if folks want to be able to engage, and there are a lot of folks who don't, and great. But I think for most of the people on Facebook, they have a lot of educating they need to.
And what we understand has changed in the 40 years that you moved away from faith. All right, good question. Next.
Hi, my name is Jackie, and my question is. It's more of a compassion, emotion type of a question, and it's regarding so many people who maybe several people have already said that they were raised in the faith and then they turned away or fell away from the faith or what have you. And oftentimes there is that moment of church hurt that occurred. So kind of speaking to a little bit of how you help someone who that's their barrier is that church hurt. Just quickly, my boyfriend is not a believer. I am. And I mentioned one thing to him that has helped, but I would like more information, and that is that God's a big God and he can handle the questions. For some reason, people think that they can't question God, and they can. And this is a great example of that. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Jackie.
Can we get the last two even though we're out of time, or do we have to stop? Have to stop. I'm sorry. We tried. It's not up to me.
Well, 50% of them are my daughter, so.
All right. Well, she gets. Sir, you're too tall to ride this ride. Will you come on up? Sorry, I'm so sorry. Hey, look, if you hang around, you can ask Dan afterwards. All right? Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody, for being here. I appreciate it.
Give Dan a hand. If you'd like to see Dan again, and he's willing, they're on the app. Rate the app if you like that. That will help potentially bring Dan back if he's willing to come back. So look it up on the app. Go to this session and give us a rating. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
Is global warming real or just a hoax? How is a layperson supposed to know? I'm Brian Dunning, and you're watching In Fact. Welcome to the show that gives you the real facts behind popular myths. But today, I'm not going to give you any facts. I'm just going to tell you how you can find out for yourself what's probably true, even if you don't know anything about climate, science, or politics. The thing to be aware of when considering global warming is that it's extremely divisive politically, unlike most other science questions. There's no political debate over how many electrons argon has, or how high is the summit of Mount Everest, or how doctors should treat heart attacks. Global warming is different. It was first presented to the public by divisive politicians who proposed responding to it with policy changes that had broad economic consequences. Ever since then, by far the strongest predictor of a person's stance on global warming is their political affiliation. Unfortunately, developing an independent understanding of climate change is beyond the ability of most people. There are way too many variables, not just historical data, but economic trends, pollution output over time, ocean salinity and currents, all factoring into probability curves looking into the future that change with every variable. The first thing you have to do, as hard as it seems, is divorce yourself from your political party's opinion of what these probability curves look like. People are split 50-50 between political parties, and they can't all be right. So your odds are 50-50 that your party is wrong. Here's how to better your odds of being right. Instead, get your information from the people who study climate change full-time. They don't have all the answers either, but they understand them a lot better than any politician. On any science question, go with the relevant experts in that field, and you'll be right far more often than you'll be wrong. If you're distrustful of scientists because you think they've been paid off to do bad research because of global warming's economic impacts, then fine, exclude the researchers whom you've found to have a conflict of interest. The vast majority of climate researchers are grad students and postdocs. They're in every country from every walk of life, some with salaries, some with grants, working for academia, business, and government. If you distrust any filter, then simply go straight to the source. Don't listen to engineers, pundits, politicians, or scientists in other fields. Don't ever let your politics determine your science. I'm Brian Dunning, and this has been In Fact. In Fact is made possible by financial support from viewers like you. Please visit infactvideo.com.
How much truth is there to claims of risk caused by the treatment of beef cattle with antibiotics? I'm Tamara Robertson, and you're hooked up to the feeding tube. Welcome to the show that serves up the real facts behind pop culture food myths. Nobody wants to eat beef containing antibiotics, but there's a ton of misinformation out there on this controversial practice. Some people think that beef we get from these cows contains antibiotics. This has never been true. Antibiotics are quickly metabolized by the body. This is why when you take antibiotics, you have to take them every day. Each drug has an established withdrawal time, which is anywhere from 0 to 60 days, during which treated animals cannot go into food production. This is verified by the U.S. Food Safety and Inspection Service, the FDA, and the EPA. Some retailers market their beef as containing no antibiotics. This is deceptive because no beef on the market contains antibiotics. In advertising, they call this a preemptive claim, saying something about your product that's also true of all similar products, in the hope that pointing it out will frighten consumers away from the competition. Don't be fooled by deceptive marketing. The real concern is that using antibiotics in any species eventually evolves resistant bacteria. If such bacteria are in the meat and we eat it without properly cooking it, then it's possible for those resistant bacteria to transfer to us humans. Therefore, about 85% of ranchers in the United States follow the Beef Quality Assurance Program, which restricts antibiotic usage to the narrow spectrum that works, treats the fewest possible animals, and limits usage to the treatment or prevention of disease. The guidelines also recommend avoiding types of antibiotics that are used in human healthcare wherever possible, to minimize any possible transmission of bacteria that might be resistant to drugs we use on ourselves. Some farmers, mostly of pigs, do use an antibiotic called ractopamine, which promotes faster muscular growth. This is called a subtherapeutic antibiotic. This usage, while not medicinal, is still subject to a withdrawal time, and this specific drug is not used in humans. So why don't all farmers do this? One reason is that antibiotics are expensive, so farmers have to find a careful balance of using just enough to make economic sense without wasting money on unnecessary overuse. The bottom line is that as long as you're cooking your meat, there is absolutely no realistic health concern about eating beef cattle that may have been treated with antibiotics. So enjoy your steak and hamburger, and don't worry about an imaginary dose of antibiotics. I'm Tamara Robertson, and your feeding tube is out.
The Feeding Tube is made possible by charitable donations from viewers like you. Please visit feedingtube.tv to learn more.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
The next generation nuclear reactors on today's drawing boards are radically different from the ones you're familiar with, and they're absolutely essential if we want any hope of limiting global warming. I'm Brian Dunning, and you're watching In Fact. Welcome to the show that brings you the real facts behind popular myths. Thorium-powered nuclear reactors are all the rage, with a nearly cult-like following online. How much of that is justified? Well, turns out a lot of it. Some of it, not so much. The major difference is that thorium is typically used in a reactor with no solid core, called a liquid fluoride thorium reactor, LIFTR for short. The fuel and the coolant are the same fluid, consisting of molten salts in which the fissile and fertile elements are dissolved. The reactors actually in use around the world are old designs that use uranium solid fuel rods cooled by water, called light water reactors, or LOWER for short. And we did have prototype lifters working in the old days, but LOWERs are what went into worldwide production, leaving us with clunky designs capable of meltdowns and that produce hazardous nuclear waste. The rage around lifters claims that they do neither and rely on cheap, abundant thorium instead of rare and expensive uranium. Claim number 1, thorium reactors cannot melt down. This is absolutely fact. They have to already be molten to function. In fact, we have to work to keep the reaction going. If we stop adding thorium, they cool naturally. Physics provides no way that their heat can get out of control in the way a LOWER can. Claim number 2, all nuclear reactors produce dangerous waste. This is a fact with LOWERs. Their fuel rods have to be discarded when 98% of the radioactivity still remains, requiring them to be stored for centuries as high-level radioactive waste. But the fuel in lifters is completely burned by the time it comes out. That waste is almost totally inert, and almost all of it can be recycled into useful industrial materials. Claim number 3, thorium is cheaper and more abundant than uranium and will last us nearly forever. Now, this is only a fact in some parts of the world. In other places, like China, uranium is more abundant and easier to get. Claim number 4, lifters were suppressed by the government in favor of LOWERs because they can't produce plutonium for nuclear weapons. Now, this is mostly a false conspiracy theory. Neither lifters nor LOWERs are very good at producing plutonium. That's much more efficiently done in a special reactor designed for that purpose. Older, simpler machines called production reactors, of which only a few remain. The real reason lifters are not in widespread use is that in the early days of reactor development, they were more complicated and too expensive, and it was easier to put LOWERs into production. Now, after many decades, we have a solid infrastructure surrounding the LOWER industry, including major industrial and utility commitments, manufacturing and operating experience, and all the attending inertia. Every credible plan to limit global warming to below about 2.5 degrees requires zero carbon nuclear power to be a big part of the equation. If you want it safer and cleaner than ever, join the club of fanboys in support of thorium lifter reactors. I'm Brian Dunning, and this has been In Fact. In Fact is made possible by financial support from viewers like you. Please visit infactvideo.com. Some say nuclear energy is ready to make a comeback. Some say it's still too dangerous. How do you know which to believe? I'm Brian Dunning, and you're watching In Fact. Welcome to the show that gives you the real facts behind popular myths. Nuclear reactors have gone through 70 years of development. After the prototype Generation 1 reactors, like Chernobyl, the world went to Generation 2, which included a lot of safety improvements. Generation 3 reactors being built now have fundamental improvements, designs where the reaction can't be sustained if anything goes wrong. Generation 4, now being planned, will be safer and cleaner than anyone could have dreamed 20 years ago. But some people see only the problems of the past, rather than the promise of the future. Opposition to nukes is one reason we're not all driving around today in electric cars. At 3 Mile Island in 1979, a valve broke and some coolant leaked into a container designed for that purpose. No one was injured. Within the industry, 3 Mile Island was regarded as a shining example of how well the safety systems worked. Unfortunately, the China Syndrome, a movie about a nuclear accident, had come out only 12 days before, and the public's perception was that nuclear energy was too dangerous. In all of history, there's been exactly one civilian nuclear accident in which anyone was hurt: Chernobyl in 1986. It was the oldest reactor operating, decades obsolete. One faction wanted to try a dangerous test. Another faction disabled some safety systems to prevent it. And then the shift ended and everyone went home. The new shift weren't told anything was happening until it was too late. Read about it. It's staggering. You don't know whether to laugh or cry. Within a few months, 56 people had died from radiation, and it's projected that as many as 4,000 may eventually die. But in the United States alone, 50 to 60,000 people die every year from lung cancer caused by air pollution from coal and oil burning power plants. We would need a Chernobyl meltdown every 3 weeks just to match the ongoing US death toll we've chosen by clinging to our current fossil fuel system. But isn't nuclear waste just as bad? Yes, it's bad. But lobbying against future plants won't make the existing waste go away. Generation 3 and 4 reactors produce almost no high-level waste, and what they do create is recyclable. We've already created most of the nuclear waste the world will ever see. Look to the future, look to the facts and the science, and make an informed choice. I'm Brian Dunning, and this has been In Fact. In Fact is made possible by financial support from viewers like you. Please visit infactvideo.com.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
Hi, welcome. Thank you for joining us back here on the DragonCon 2025 Skeptic Track. So we have with us very, very funny people. They're way funnier than I am. So on my right is Leanne Lord, who is a very funny lady. Is it veryfunnylady.com?
.com.
Yes, ma'am. And then I have Ian Harris, who is a entertainer of all trades, movies.
Not a very funny lady.
No, he's not a funny lady.
No.
But Vandy Beth is. So why don't we start with you, Vandy Beth? Is skepticism funny?
Skepticism can be very funny.
Okay.
But so can anything.
That's true. That's a very good point. Is there anything that you think is off limits?
I would have said maybe before a couple of years ago. In fact, I probably had a tidy little list of things that you probably shouldn't make jokes about. But since then, I've seen comedians who have managed to make good, tasteful, funny, respectful jokes about all of those things. So I have to say no. There's nothing you can't joke about.
So should we ridicule things that seem
Well, you can joke about something without necessarily ridiculing it.
Well, that's fair.
Yeah.
So should we ridicule when people have wrong idea or things that are manifestly wrong, ideas that are manifestly wrong?
Well, it shouldn't seem like an attack.
True.
I would say if that's a point that you want to make with an audience, you should go at it obliquely, and sort of go with a sort of a Socratic method that points out the absurdity of some belief that they might hold without making it personal.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Leanne has some thoughts about that.
No, I'm nodding my head and agreeing with you. Absolutely. Just for some context to the title of the panel, to ridicule and not to ridicule, because we're all three stand-up comedians here, and
not me.
Angie. She's casually funny, not professionally funny.
I make jokes while I'm standing up, but it's not the same.
Right. This is hard because people think that's what comedy does, that we're always ridiculing someone, that there's someone at the end of that punchline that's being hurt or being punched at. And in a way, yes. But if we're talking about, as Vandy said, changing hearts and minds, this never does it. Ridiculing, how did you feel in like 3rd grade when you were ridiculed? You still hold on to that. You still know that girl's name. Yeah, her name was Cornelia Jackson, and wherever you are,
coming for you.
Wherever you are, sis, I hope you rot in hell. The hell I don't believe it. But yeah, no, ridicule doesn't work when you're ridiculing people, but maybe ideas or subjects or what we think of as incorrect directions. But yeah, putting it on their mind and planting that seed in a funny way, which is something that George Carlin did. I think that's how you get people. But out and out ridicule, no.
But you can ridicule the ideas without ridiculing the person.
Yes, but even then sometimes, and now we get into, now we're combining with Science Track, when you ridicule certain ideas and things are, if that's what they identify with, now they feel personally attacked because that's their identity. So then how do you get in it? And I think, Ian, you do it particularly well. Like you don't.
You mean ridicule people?
No. I'm not talking about your fights on Facebook, which
Yes,
are
exactly.
legend and epic. And I'm like, wow, how does he do it? I'm talking about how you particularly seem to, in my opinion, approach your comedy. You take a subject and the way that, I'm not telling you what you do, but the way you dissect it and the way you break it down, it's like, I didn't think about it that way. And the person's not thinking that you're attacking them or what they're thinking. You are giving an alternate way of looking at something that doesn't seem like it's ridiculing or attacking. I could be wrong. Maybe you've changed in the last.
No, I appreciate that thing. But that is my goal is always comedy fueled by skepticism. But I think it's funny because this came up. When did this come up? Just on another panel. But somebody said all comedy is skepticism, which is kind of true. But not all comedians are skeptics. And a lot of comedians come at it from, you come from comedy, you come to comedy generally from, hey, I'm looking at something we all do in society, and I'm looking at it from a different way, or I'm looking at this thing that everyone's parents did, and why did they do that, right? And you're kind of always trying to re-examine everything. That's what comedy is, right? And so in some level, that's all of comedy, is looking at something from a different angle, skeptically, and picking apart those ideas, which to me opens up a really an incredible door as skeptics to open up things that maybe you can't open up in a regular conversation. I think that's the one good thing about comedy, is that if you're being funny and you're not, again, ridiculing the person, although like Leanne said, sometimes they identify as their beliefs, but I think we can sometimes open up the door to get people to think about something by being funny, and they're laughing and they're having a good time. It's a show, and as long as they don't feel picked on, then they might be able to laugh and go, oh, that's an interesting point. But even there's always at least one person at almost every show I do that is still upset at something. They still think I pointed the finger at them and made fun of them. So that's always a struggle to, like, what is the balance? What am I ridiculing, or am I just taking a look at something skeptically and letting you make your own conclusions?
Well, do you think it's a tool for changing behavior? There's a comedian, Steve
Hofstetter?
Hofstetter,
Steve
yeah,
Hofstetter.
who he'll give, like, y'all know who I'm talking about? So he'll give hecklers a moment. He will warn them. He'll often warn them again. And then after he's given a few stops, he will just absolutely let loose.
Absolutely.
And he's like, I warned y'all. And it will often change people's behaviors. So do you see that in your comedy practice, or any sort of behavior changes?
Behavior changes for the evening? Like, yeah, I shouldn't have said nothing. Or we're talking substantive life changes. I can't speak to that.
We're not that is really loud. We're not conducting longitudinal studies.
Well, that's fair. That's fair.
We don't have the
Well, why on earth not?
we can't follow our audience members over time to see.
Not legally.
Not legally. No.
Oh, yeah. No, I've had people, though. I've multiple times. One of my favorite ones that I've heard at least 3 times. I can picture their faces. I had people come to me and go, "Hey, that thing you said, is that true?" And I go, "Well, I mean, I believe it's factual from my research, but you'd kind of, I'm not the end all be all as to whether or not something is factual. You could research." And I've had, like I said, three different people go, "Huh, I might need to read." And what they mean is I might need to go read about this. But literally people say, "Huh, I think I'm going to go read," or "I might need to read." And I've had somebody go, "Is there something you could suggest that I could read?" I've had that multiple times.
That is the best compliment. I should read. You win, man. That's awesome.
Well, I think in some ways I am in a unique position with what you're asking us about, Angie, because I'm transgender, which yeah, I know the heck I say it, which is currently, unfortunately, a controversial topic that inescapably I always bring on the stage with me. So, how could you? Complaints will be collected after the show. Yeah. So my challenge in my act is partly just to convince the audience that I'm a human being who should be treated as such, and I do know that I changed my mind. I have changed minds about that because I've performed for American Legion halls full of Trump supporters who after the show are coming up and giving me hugs and telling me that they never understood my struggle and blah blah blah.
Yeah. Well, your act is deeply personal.
Well, it is.
It really is.
It is. Because it has to be, because within a few words, my act beginning, that they know that I'm transgender, and so that is something that I have to deal with in my act, whether I want to or not.
Can I ask if, because it seems to me the people who are angry about transgender people don't know transgender people, and you might be the first one that they're meeting. It's like, oh, she's a real person.
The first one they know they're meeting.
Correct, that they know they're meeting. And so you're up there, taking the hit and being vulnerable, which is what stand-up comedy is, and people, if they're listening, like, you are changing minds just by doing what you're doing.
Yes.
I will add, also being a black woman doesn't seem to be popular either. Whether we're running for president or being a governor or whatever the hell, mayor of DC, whatever the fuck.
And an elf. And an elf.
Sorry. So sorry.
We're going to have to come up with a swear jar.
We sure are.
Donate
That's fine, and we'll donate to something.
Yeah, something.
But, I mean, I think as a cis white man, let me, whatever.
With your own
white man, let me
struggles.
explain my struggles. No.
Tell us how hard your life is.
Let me tell you guys how it
You
works,
do
right?
have some, sweetie.
Are you going to
Yes,
mansplain for us? Yes.
Patriarchy doesn't help you either.
But I do think it's interesting, though, Vandy, what you said, because that the thing is that I don't know the statistics off the top of my head, but when there are statistics about people who change their mind on such on issues that have been politicized, like sexual orientation and things like that, and it's always when they have a relative. You hear all of these like people that change their vote in Congress, and they're like, yes, I was against this until my grandson was gay, or until this was that. And it's always, oh, you mean after it affected you or you met somebody, which is bizarre that it takes that sometimes to identify with somebody because you've met them or seen them or talked to them or know them. But unfortunately, it takes that a lot. Again, for whatever reason, you should be able to have empathy and be able to put yourself into somebody else's shoes without actually having to meet them. But that is what we need more of, I think, is people who can go to audiences maybe that they normally wouldn't go in front of in order to get them to go, that's a perspective I haven't seen, or that's a person that I thought I knew and I didn't know, or why was I upset with this ideal or this person that I've never even met before.
Well, that sort of occurs to me that you're reframing who people's in-group is. And that was one of the themes of the day, has been when you feel like it's somebody in your in-group, you tend to want to protect them and protect those ideas and to protect that identity. And if it's somebody that's on your out-group, then maybe you don't want to protect that so much.
Yeah.
And that's primal. That's very, tribal, very in-group, very out-group. And you would think globalization and the internet would bring us closer. And maybe for a brief moment in 2007, and now no more. It drives us further apart. I think we would do this panel a disservice if we didn't acknowledge that there are forms of different forms of comedy, and comedians who their whole job is to ridicule. Like, they are doing the opposite of what we're doing. We're talking comedians, podcasters, like they are here to attack, and they seem to have a huge audience. Like, well, I'm a sucker trying to be nice. Maybe I should be mean to people, but it does seem to win over a crowd, but it's not. I feel it's not engaging our best selves, but it works. And why is it working?
But I would say it doesn't win over a crowd. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, isn't that ultimately destructive?
Yeah.
But I don't think it's winning over a crowd. I think it's just getting the people that are already on your side, right? I mean, that's the thing, is the people, you're not winning over the crowd that you're ridiculing. You're winning over it's like a bunch of bullies getting together.
It's giving them a safe space to bully.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
It's their safe space, right? Like, we can make fun of people we all don't like over here.
Mhm.
And I think that's quite different from ridiculing ideas or beliefs or or systems or whatever it is that I think that we do, at least from on this panel, I don't see anybody here going after anybody in particular. We just talk about ideas, and and I think, yeah, I mean, you may feel attacked or upset if you really have taken that, personalized that belief. But I don't think most people do. But that is there is a huge group of especially podcasters, like Leanne was saying, that is their job, is just to like ridicule and roast and whatever, and they have huge followings. But I think it's just huge followings of people that already had that mindset and weren't ever going to change that mindset.
It's reinforcing tribalism.
Yeah. What about self-ridicule? Does that play a role?
Yes, I was gonna. That is the main thing I thought I would be talking about when I got on the stage. Is my stand-up is very self-deprecating. So the way I ridicule might be ridiculing other people's ideas is to take those ideas into myself and present them as my own stage persona, and then basically show the audience what an idiot I am.
I think that's, you have to have, for me, in my opinion, in order to be likable on stage, you have to at least show some sort of, there has to be some sort of, I don't know, at least humility, if not self-deprecation, in order for people to go along with you and go, okay, this person isn't just attacking, this person is self-reflective, self-aware. I think that's key. For me, one of the things I do is, instead of talking about groups of people, I almost always talk about real conversations with real people I had. And then it's like, oh, I'm not making fun of all people who believe this thing. I'm talking about my friend Eric. He is a jerk, and this is what he said to me, and this was our conversation. And if you identify with him, that's on you. But I'm not making fun of you if you're like, oh, I said the same thing Eric said. Okay, well, there was my response to it, right? I think for me, that's how I try to make things, be able to ridicule specific people in my life or specific situations that have happened to me. And almost everything I do is actually from something that really happened on some level.
With Eric.
With
Eric. We're
Him.
only talking about Eric.
Eric.
Vandy, you made me think of how I got through grammar school. And Ian, we talked about this earlier today on another interview. I was glasses, braces, skinny, sickly, nerdy, the whole deal, very not popular at all in school, and I got picked on a lot. And I sat down as a budding type A individual, and I said, how do I make this stop? And I thought if I could, I didn't know the phrase self-deprecating, that wasn't until 7th grade. But I figured if I could get to the joke about myself first, if I could take the wind out of their sails and say it about me first, and then make it funny, like that I was okay with it, I could get through my day. It would change it, and it did, and it led to this, this life being a stand-up comic, and so the self-deprecating thing was self-preservation in a way, and it does let the audience know, hey, I'm a real person, I'm fallible, I have a great deal of humility. This is what I thought was going to happen. This was my plan. This is what actually happened. You know what I mean?
Okay, all right. I'm going to stop you right there. Here's why.
Why?
Because one of the funniest things I've ever heard you do was an essay about how you wanted to pee.
Oh God. Okay, so you are referring to Science Track does a show.
It was a Solve for X
every year called Solve for X, and they always try to squeeze me onto the show. The premise is you have to talk about science, and I'm like, y'all. Like I'm science adjacent. I am not a scientist. So my story was biology based loosely, and I was about 4 years old, and that's when I discovered that boys and girls urinated differently. I didn't think it was different. I thought somebody had just forgotten to tell me, like I could stand up and do this, And I took it into my own hands, no pun intended.
That's not where I intended for that to go, but okay, go ahead.
Is that not the story you meant?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, okay.
Totally.
Okay.
Taking it into your own hands. It's still PG, though.
Yes, it is. And I'm like, I'm going to try this. And so I'm in the bathroom, and I'm leaning back. I was a gymnast trying to do this thing, and it wasn't really working out. And the teacher came in, again, this is kindergarten, 4 years old, and she goes, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, I explained it, and she's like, "Oh, honey." She walks me over to my mother, who was also teaching in the school, and she said Leanne peed on herself. I'm like, no, that is not what Leanne did. I was trying to experiment with something. I did not know the word experiment, but you know what I mean? I was trying to do something because y'all had not taught me how to do this. And they are like, girl, what? No, that's not how that works at all. So, one control group fail. Right there. But I was so serious in that, no, I am trying to do a thing. And the more serious I was, the more the adults are trying not to laugh at me. And I guess a budding, comedian at 4, and I should have known. But I was so, and that, in comedy, that's what makes it funny if it's a sitcom or movie. The characters are so serious about things that don't matter. That's that juxtaposition right there. And thank you for reminding me of my 4-year-old shame.
It was the best thing I've ever heard. I swear.
And the story actually is how they invented the fight scenes in The Matrix.
Bullet time for those of you who are real fans of The Matrix.
That's right. But that sort of very deeply personal moment that you can now look back on and even sort of ridicule in a way.
Well, therapy helped.
Fair. But that, I don't know if it's really so much a ridicule as it is demonstrating how one gets through that phase of childhood, and that's kind of how you become an interesting person.
But it also lays the groundwork for the commonality of humanity. We try things, best of intentions, and we fail. And I think that is a common through line, that is a common story that we can relate to. And people go, oh, yeah, and that you may not have that particular story, but you tried something when you were 7 or 8, or 18. You know what I mean? You tried, and it didn't work out the way you planned. If I think, can I tell an adult one?
Please.
Okay.
PG.
No, as a grown-up, supposedly. I'm an adult woman in the world. I walk up to my car, and the key fob didn't work. I'm pressing the button, and I can't open my car door.
Did you pee on it?
No, I did not. I should have. I do what any grown woman would do. I called my dad. And my key fob won't work. My dad shuffles out, takes the key fob. He tries the thing. It didn't work. He then opens the key fob. I didn't know there was a key in there. An actual key. Like, what? What is that? Takes the key, opens it up, takes the key, puts it in the door, turns it, opens the door, and then looks at me like, you were the smart one. We spent money on your education. Like, what? And then he just walked away, and I'm like, but wait, there was a key in there? Like, I am, again, an adult, college-educated woman. I couldn't get in my own car. See, and I tell that story because it's like, again, humbling. We all have these moments, and when you share them, everyone's going, oh, girl, that was dumb, but yeah, I've done some dumb stuff too. And I think those moments, those acknowledgments do bring us together, or can, unless these are not including psychopaths in this story at all. So.
No. Well, I mean, it's funny because it's true.
It's funny because it's true.
It's funny because it's true. So do you think, like, putting these things in terms of sort of an exaggerated, funny kind of thing lets other folks resolve some of their own cognitive dissonance? Yes. Thoughts?
I have thoughts, but I do have other panelists that I don't want to.
Well, I mean, it was your key.
I mean, yeah, of course. I think that's the idea, isn't it? I mean, that's the whole. Like you said, it's where all comedy comes on some level from skepticism, is that you are relating or relaying stories to the reason they're funny is because everyone's had something similar, and that's the whole idea. Is you go, okay, yeah, I did that, my dad did that, my mom did that, my sister did that, or that's happened to us, that's happened to me, and I'm glad I'm not the only person in the world that's done that or whatever. That's what comedy is.
I just thought of, and I'm probably showing my seasoning here, when Richard Pryor did his story about setting himself on fire.
Oh my God, it was so funny.
I've never done cocaine. I've never set myself on fire doing cocaine, but it's a funny story. And
Weekend's not over yet.
No, it is not. I am holding out hope
It's
for Sunday.
Dragon Con. You might.
It is Dragon Con. But he, I think, is an example, and Ian, I know he's your dude, and you should talk about him, but that level of vulnerability, that I don't want to call it self-ridicule, but it's like, yeah, here's the dumb thing I did, y'all, and I am putting it out on stage, and people, you can get to examine it and watch it, and it brings people in.
Yeah. I mean, I'll tell you what, like I always say this. Can I say the S word? I don't know if I'm allowed to say S word.
All right, one time.
Okay.
It's 7:30. Go ahead.
So
one time.
There's a bit I brought up about exactly about Richard Pryor that I just think he's the greatest comic of all time. But what I love about this bit is we're talking Richard Pryor, black man. This is probably 1971. Okay, his audience was mostly black audience, right? He wasn't fully mainstream like in the white clubs at the time. He had this joke.
He hadn't met Gene Wilder yet.
Yes, exactly. But he had this joke about, and I think about how brilliant the joke is and how subtle and skeptical it was, and especially for that crowd. But he does doing this whole bit about monsters and whatever. And he talks about Dracula. And he goes, "Oh, Dracula's cool," and whatever he's talking about. And he goes, yeah, and he's just doing this thing about Dracula. And out of nowhere, he goes, they say, when Dracula comes to your house, you gotta show him a cross. You gotta show him a cross like this. He goes, because apparently vampires are allergic to bullshit. Which is a genius way. Allergic to bullshit is a genius way of putting it. But I was like, I can't believe that Richard Pryor said that in 1971 to a crowd that was probably 100% Christian. And they all laughed, by the way. They all laughed. They get killed, and it's a great joke. And you're like, but how many people did walk away going, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, how many people were thinking it? Probably a lot.
Yeah. Probably so.
It's one of my favorite jokes of all time. And when you think about the context, it makes it that much better. That it's like.
But that goes to the topic of the panel. You can ridicule things in a funny way and open people's mind to seeing it differently or inwardly agreeing, like, yeah. Yeah. That's some old. I don't have no money for the swear jar.
That's right. Well, we do have a microphone here. If anybody has any specific questions for our three professional comedians, or if you have any other. Yes. Hi.
Hi. So
that was quick. Yeah.
I'm wondering what you think about non-comedians' use of humor and ridicule.
Don't do it.
For political.
These are trained professionals.
Okay. Well, no, I'm thinking specifically here of Gavin Newsom and some of his posts about Donald Trump. Now, it may not be changing the minds of Trump people or non-voters or mushy middle types, but what I do see it doing is giving a shot in the arm to demoralize Democrats who are starting to see somebody start punching back and are happy to see it. So I find it used for that reason, but I'm wondering what your opinions are. Thanks.
Well, let's talk about it in terms of a broader context instead of specific political figures. I know that it's hard not to get political these days, but what do you think about it in a broad terms?
Well, can I say I think it's what specifically though what Newsom is doing is really interesting because it's doing two things. We talked about this earlier. Was it earlier where we were talking about someone mentioned about Trump and they're saying what a lot of people like about him is they think he's funny. And
he's not.
I know.
Sorry.
I'm not.
I
saying,
said no
okay,
politics.
You weren't going to get politics.
I'm
but look. But the thing is that if people think that, I do know lots of people that are like, yeah, sure, he's probably gonna, my daughter won't have any more rights, and my friend is probably gonna get shipped off to another country, but he's hilarious. And I'm like, wow, really? But I think that does something. People it makes you like somebody, it endears you to somebody. And what I think Newsom is actually doing is, not only is he doing that, and we're going, oh wow, this guy's funny, and this guy really has a sense of humor, which a lot of us didn't know because he's so buttoned up looking, right? But on top of that, he's satirizing the ridiculousness, the all cap types and all this kind of stuff so he's doing two things that are both humorous. And I think that's really amazing. And I hope he doesn't stop doing it because I think it's hilarious. Because I think that it's endearing people to, I've seen tons of people, especially my friends on the far left, that were like, he's too centrist, he's too whatever, that are going, well, he's the only one doing anything right now. And he's funny. And I really love what he's doing because people do like their politicians. They like to go, oh, this person isn't the corporate idea of what I think they are, or that they are one of us. You always hear people say that about Trump. Oh, he's one of us.
Okay,
he's the furthest from us.
Let's talk about satire in a broader context, please. So,
Sure.
you're kind of edging around that. Let's try not to talk about specific people,
Okay.
even though I know.
Quit edging, Eve.
I know I'm edging.
I'll stop edging.
He's edging.
I'm slightly apoplectic here because it's the problem I have with Star Trek Lower Decks. I'm going to bring it around.
I'm talking about.
I'm going to bring it around.
Go ahead.
I don't look to Star Trek to be funny. Everybody's like, Lower Decks is hilarious. That's not why I watch Star Trek. And so I don't need my elected officials to be funny. I don't need them. I don't want to drink. I don't want to have a beer with my president. I never wanted to have a beer with my president. I wanted to be in a room where this man or woman, someday I hope, outclassed me, outthought me, and I thought, I shouldn't even be here. That's what I want. I want grown-ups in the room. My job is to be funny. Comedians' jobs to be funny. Entertainers' jobs are to be funny. I don't need somebody behind a Resolute desk or any desk doing the Tonight Show. I just don't. I want somebody who can deal with the real world.
For that,
I want grown-ups.
I've got a loud microphone.
I want grown-ups.
No, I 100% agree, but I also want somebody who's relatable, and I don't mind if they're funny. I thought Obama was hilarious. I think because a lot of times, if you're smart and witty, you are saying stuff that is tongue-in-cheek and on top of being the grown-up in the room. I think it's okay to be. I don't want a clown as a president or as a leader, right? But I do like the general idea of somebody who is all of those things you said and likable and relatable.
But folks need to be entertained all the
politics,
time.
We need to.
No, not
seriously.
politics.
I agree with you. Like, okay, all right.
Okay.
So satire, though, we're talking about like the satire and the mocking tone, I guess, in response to a mocking tone. Is that what I'm hearing?
Fighting fire with fire?
Is
that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
We should probably note for the record that Newsom himself is probably not writing those social media.
Oh, he is not. He is not.
No, it's probably the person from Wendy's who does some mean clapback.
No, I don't remember the name of the person that he hired, but no, there's someone else in the team of people doing.
It's probably being done by A1.
Well, if I can say that here, they are doing the Lord's work. Take that with what you will.
Okay, all right, let's move on. Non-political post, is that what I'm hoping?
Sure.
Yeah. No, all right, go ahead.
What do you not political at all, but how about John Oliver? I immediately think of his show and how he puts a spotlight on things, especially when it's dirty, and they don't want it being spotlighted like that.
Yep.
And now they even they call it the John Oliver effect, because he has put that spotlight, and everybody that sees it ridicules it, goes, hey, that's wrong, and it changes their behavior. I think that's what we're getting at. That's what the ridicule should be, is when you did something when you're 4 years old, we all look at that, and while we might laugh at it, we all go, they're 4. But when we watch a 30-year-old that's doing something dirty with a company, and he's doing his employees wrong, or the whatever it is, that's when we put that spotlight on it, and nobody goes, oh, I can relate to that. And they go, and we all laugh at it. We make jokes about it, and we ridicule that the whatever that topic is. What about that?
That's
that
an
okay?
excellent point.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes.
I was going to say, I think Jon Stewart does that pretty well sometimes, too. Some people on the show do that. I personally love it when they go around and let other people do it to themselves. Like, who's the tall
Yes,
Jordan
yes.
Klepper. Like I love that sort of stuff. I think honestly that to me that's a combination of satire and social commentary, and I think
Yes.
that is the best type of humor, especially if we're talking about combating silly ideas or crazy ideas or whatever, whether it's skepticism or politics or whatever. I think that is the best way to combat these things and be funny, because you're allowing people you're kind of letting the veil down, and you're letting people point at themselves, really.
And I've seen comedians who do that as the basis of their crowd work.
Right.
They basically do that same thing. And would you think that is okay?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm not a giant fan of crowd work, but I think if you are going to do crowd work, I think that's the kind of. I mean, I think I'm not a huge fan of Steve Hofstetter. We mentioned him earlier. I'm not a non-fan of him. He's not like my favorite comic, and I know Steve, but I think he's good. That's what he's good at with the crowd work. And I have a few friends that are crowd work people, and they always just let the other person kind of bury themselves. And then they dig their own hole, and then they shine a light on the hole.
Yeah.
And I think that's really, that's honestly the best crowd work there is.
Well, so he brought up John Oliver, and who is the guy with the coal mines or whatever that he did that whole musical number about? He would do slap suits and stuff like that, and he made fun of the guy.
Yeah, there's a notorious mine owner in West Virginia
Yes.
who
And
was so put out by John Oliver's mocking that he has sued him on multiple occasions.
Yes, indeed.
Unsuccessfully.
Yes, indeed. And it was a masterclass in mockery and ridicule. And if y'all hadn't seen it, man, I don't know, I watched that thing probably 20 times. It was the best thing I'd ever seen. But if there's ever a place for ridicule, do you think that is it, with the egregious violations of social norms?
So I am a John Oliver fan of his show. So much so, there are episodes I'm like, you know what, I'm not ready. Like you know what I mean? Because it's not the 30-second soundbite. We're gonna do a deep dive, which I feel the media doesn't really do. And I think what makes what he does is different. Is I don't think he starts out with, I'm going to be mean for no reason. No. Here's the issue. Here are the facts. And he's making the ridicule or the jokes off of the actual facts and information. And I think that is what's different, and that's what's valuable. And if you're going to do that, that's, as you said, the way to do mockery.
Can I also point out, too, that just in general, I really wish I had a cool accent, because if you think about certain types of jokes and satire, I mean, if you watch, I mean, there's so many things. If you watch like Monty Python, you watch the whole, you watch it, you go, there's just no way that could possibly be funny if it wasn't, if you said it in my voice. You'd be like, well, that's not funny. But if you say it in John Cleese's voice, and you're like, and it's hysterical, right? And it fits so well. John Oliver's style of comedy fits. Ricky Gervais does that too sometimes, where it's like, and he does that really amazing thing that he did on The Office. And I remember the first time I saw Ricky Gervais do stand-up, I was really kind of mad, because I'm like, you're not a stand-up comic. I hold like that. That's like, we're fighting if you think you can do stand-up comedy. Like, I really hate. I live in LA. Actors who get a 10-minute set so they can get on stage, and you're like, this is my art. Don't try to do my art. And when he did that, I was like really guarded. Like, Ricky Gervais, you better be good at this, because you're a TV guy. And I thought, how's he going to do that whole smug Office thing that he did, right? Where he like looks at the camera, but not really. And he would do that with crowd work. He would be talking, and he'd go, what did you say? And he would make up something that somebody said in the audience. I'm rich. Oh, I'm not that rich. And he does this, and I'm like, and it was amazing. And I'm like, I couldn't do that, but his voice and his character, it was incredible. And I find that we need more people like with good accents to do more satire, because I swear it makes it like twice as good.
Well, we are predisposed to thinking the British colonial accent is right. That's what we're used to hearing. So maybe we should just have a comedy exchange where the British comics come here, we go there, because they find us delightful.
We sound like pirates to them. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what I was told in Australia, is that Americans' accents sound like pirates. fantastic. So,
all righty, mateys.
I'm just saying what they were told me. Okay, yes, maybe they were just messing with me. What do you think?
It depends on the pirates, because we don't sound like Somali pirates. What kind of pirates are we talking about?
Fair. Yes.
All right. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
So what I was thinking is we were talking about self-deprecation, right, or self-ridicule. We also live in an era where we're kind of get full of therapy speak, where if someone says, "Oh man, I did something stupid the other day," we go in response, "You're not that stupid," you know. So, what to you guys is a secret between walking the line of like self-ridicule that's funny and then self-ridicule that will make people feel sorry for you?
I guess the size of the audience. I don't know.
Yeah, when it's just you and your friend in the car, it's just complaining. But I mean, I think with any joke, it comes down to whether it's self-ridicule or ridiculing something, an idea or another person. I think it really comes down to honestly, just the specific wording in the joke and the nature of the joke. I think intention means everything. I really feel that. It's like Vandy at the beginning was saying about what at first she thought, okay, maybe you can't, there's things you can't say and there's things you can't joke about. There are tons of jokes you can't do and you shouldn't do and that aren't funny. That's the worst excuse in the world when someone says something horrible and they go, "Oh, it's just joking. You can't joke anymore." Shut up. That's nonsense. However, there are no topics that you cannot make funny. None. And that comes down to the writing, and it comes down to the delivery, and it comes down to the intention. What side, when people, I don't really like the phrase punching up and punching down, but what that means, the behind that punching up and punching down is the essence. What is your intention? Who are you intending? What position are you coming from, and who are you punching at, right? And I think that can backfire if it seems pandering or smug, and you can't do that. It has to feel real, and it has to be funny enough, for people to go along with it. If it just seems pandering and smug, the audience is going to know.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry. You'd have to.
But also, wait a minute. I also want to answer. Give you another thing. The audience can't laugh if they're worried about you. Do you know what I mean? Like if they're really
like if you're packing heat or what?
No. If they're like this is really sad. Where are we going with this? Mm-hmm. Your ability to rescue it with this is what happened, but this is what I learned, or this is how I pulled myself out of that nosedive. Because you've gotten them on your side, and the audience actually really does empathize with you, and they're like, do we give her a tissue? Like what's happening? So that worry factor, you need to have them invested in you, but not so much that they feel like they need to start a GoFundMe for you at the end. So they want to see that rescue, sort of that redemption. That's the story that we've been trained on, and so that's what I think. The difference is, like, have you as the artist found the funny? There are things that I don't talk about on stage because I haven't found the funny in it yet. I don't have enough distance. And so I don't talk about those things until I can find the funny, or at least attempt to find the funny. So that's my answer.
And also, if they turn around and give you this hand signal thing, no one knows about that? Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah.
It means you're in trouble. Never mind.
So if it's ridicule all the way down, that's not...
Yeah,
that's not okay.
if you're really up there and it's like, you know what, I missed therapy this week. This is what I'm doing. No.
All right.
If you manage to convince the audience you're so dysfunctional that they can't even believe you remember to breathe 30 times a minute, then they're not gonna be laughing at you.
Good point. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Celestia, thank you. Hi.
Hi. Well, I know you all, so I'm going to have to build up to this question because if I just ask you outright, you're going to be too humble to answer it honestly.
Try me.
Well, throughout history, and you may have covered this earlier, I had to come in here 5 minutes late, but people who are funny, who have a quick wit, I mean, the word wit is even synonymous with being intelligent, but people who have a quick wit have been highly influential and even revered. Like the jester in a king's court was immune to a lot of other rules that would have gotten other people killed. When a dictator comes to power, they try to quash the satirists and the editorial cartoonists, and people who can make other people laugh. And I'm thinking about this. We're in a room of skeptics. We know heuristics and brain shortcuts and fallacies. And if you think back to that savannah that we all think about, where our ancestors were figuring out how to survive.
Savannah, Georgia.
See, you've just... well, there's not really a quick way to figure out if somebody's intelligent. I can look at somebody and generally, through some exterior examination, oh, he looks like a healthy specimen to breed with. But you can't really tell if they're smart right away.
Is that how you chose your husband?
You would have to meet him, yes. But you can tell if somebody is smart right away if they're funny. You ask a woman, oh, why are you with that ugly guy who has no job? He makes me laugh. You know, have human beings...
By the way, I'm right here. You know.
Yeah. Have human beings sort of made this shortcut of like, this person, I know they're smart because they're so funny. They're quick. They're quick with it. And do you think that is one of the things that gives you guys influence when you talk to people either on stage or in your regular life? Do people just think you're smart because you're funny? Whether or not it's true. It could be a fallacy. It could be the it's funny because it's true fallacy.
I think sometimes, I think that's true. And I think also sometimes it has an adverse effect in that sometimes people think you're smart. And then they think that you are, especially at least in what I do, I have always walked the line of people thinking I'm talking down to them because I talk so much about beliefs and things like that in my act that I'm always risking people thinking that I'm talking down to them, which I try not to. So I'm always have to walk the line, which goes back to you've got to self-deprecate sometimes or whatever to make people not come from this position where they're punching up. They think that you're punching down on them. I think there's, anytime you even have a mic, you're in control, and people automatically, they're going to think something of you. And yeah, people either go, oh, I find that if I'm watching a comedian, I'm like, almost always, oh, this person is really sharp. If their jokes are well written and they're saying something, I always go, oh, this person's really sharp. Or, I don't think I want to go have coffee with that person later. I don't think they're too interesting.
I think smart is a relative term. Like, I think you can drop me in any major city on the planet. I grew up in New York City. I think I'm gonna be all right. I'll figure it out. You put me on a farm, I'm useless. I have no knowledge. I'm outdoors. I'm screaming because there are bugs and
There's a lot of nature out there.
There's a lot of nature, and I am not a fan of most of it. So again, that smart, funny New York City chick is not gonna do well. The further you get out from what I consider civilization. But that said, yes, I do think it's a shorthand, because you have to have a lot of things going. Your command of the language, your command of the situation, your ability to read the room. There's a lot of math going on in making a moment funny. So, and to do that, now doesn't mean you are a nice person. Doesn't mean you're a good person. I have colleagues who where is my purse? I would not turn my back on if I had a child. No, you are not in the room with my kid. So the humor sometimes, it lowers your defenses maybe when it shouldn't. Do you know what I mean? And it also creates a familiarity. Because I made you laugh, you think you know me now. Like the parasocial relationship. And it's like, sir, I don't know you.
Well, it's funny you say that, because as an emergency physician, I sometimes have to establish a quick rapport with patients, and often I will do that with humor. In fact, I used to have purple hair with these blonde.
I
strips.
remember.
Yeah, I know you do. Well, so I think it was my first day at a new shift, and I walk in, and there's a guy literally having a heart attack, first patient, and I said, "Hi, I'm Dr. Mackey. How are you doing? What's going on today?" And he's like, "Well, I've been having. Who does your hair?" And it broke the tension in a way, and so we were able to kind of bond quickly, and I'm like, oh, Dairy Queen, and then we like moved on.
Yes.
And so that sort of disarming is useful in multiple contexts.
Yes. I mean, once again, you can use your power, whatever that power is. You can use it for good, you can use it for evil. You now have to decide. who you want to be in the world.
I got to say though, I have seen some comedians whose act is the most abhorrent, low-slung, first thought, lowest common denominator type of jokes, and they've utterly commanded a room. I've had to follow those people before, and I don't get it. But some audiences find that very entertaining.
So was it a characteristic of the audience or of the comedian?
I was going to say, we know a lot about that audience now, maybe.
But I will still argue that comedian is in some ways smart because they know what's going to work. And they go for it. They go for the low-hanging fruit instead of doing the work. And it's like, okay, I get it.
Okay, there's a question up there.
With regard to certain topics, and I don't think this is a hard and fast rule, but I get the impression that there are certain topics that the messenger is crucial to the delivery and getting the joke out of it. That it doesn't work for everybody to punch at certain topics.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think we've all had an experience of writing a joke and going, yeah, I can't say that. And you have a friend who can. And vice versa. I've had people go, okay, Leanne, I wrote this. I can't say this. Will you? And we will trade off. And I think this goes to John Oliver. There are certain things, because of the British accent, it's the stranger in a strange land. Even though he lives here, he's here, he has American citizenship. Because of the accent, it's like, hey, I'm coming from the UK, and this is what you people are weird. Like this, and so we give him that leeway. And you're absolutely right. So it sounds different coming from him and we will take it more than we would from someone else.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think also that it's, again, to me, it comes down to, yeah, there's definitely things I can't and wouldn't say. You have to, you also, there's the intelligence part. You have to know what you can and cannot say. But also, again, it also comes down to, for me, it's in intention. You have to make your intention known, and that comes with, hopefully your persona on stage and your writing ability. Because if you can't make your intention known, then you're gonna have a lot of confused or angry people sometimes, depending on the types of jokes you do. But that being said, there's stuff that I would never do in a million years, but I will give to a friend that it would work for.
Any other questions? No?
No one?
So I think there is going to be another talk about humor and skepticism, which is very similar to today. Do you have the list?
Look at my schedule.
Saturday, 8:30 is Skepticism Funny.
Okay, so
cliffhanger, because I'm not going to answer that.
Not right now. But anyway, thank you so much for joining us here on the Skeptic Track at Dragon Con. If there are no other questions, we're going to start to kind of wind down quickly. I do want to point out that I think Margaret's still back there in the back. We are still recruiting for the parade, which will happen tomorrow morning. It is so much fun. I cannot emphasize how much fun it is going to be. So Leanne has done it, and Vandy Beth, have you done it?
No.
No. Okay. Well, Margaret sure has a costume for you back there, I'm sure. But Ian has done it. He's been our Einstein. And did you do the Tooth Fairy one year?
No, I've been Einstein every year.
Oh, okay. So Kurt was the Tooth Fairy then.
I am Ida B. Wells.
And she's Ida B. Wells. Fantastic. So thank you so much for joining us. 8:30, we're going to be doing part 2 of the Cryptids panel, hosted by Celestia Ward this time. Thank you so much for joining us here on the Skeptic Track at Dragon Con.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, y'all.
And if you want to come see our show, Leanne and I are tonight at 10.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
Few zealots are as fervent as those who debate digital audio versus vinyl records. Which one really is better? I'm Brian Dunning, and you're watching In Fact. Welcome to the show that gives you the real facts behind popular myths. Proponents of digital audio say it's a more accurate reproduction with better frequency range, while vinyl fans say the sound is simply warmer, richer, and better. But here's the reason why the entire debate should be moot. Whether the music is stored on vinyl or a CD is just not that important a part of the overall system. It's like deciding which of two different cars is best by comparing their spark plug wires. There are many variables in the process of playing recorded music that affect the sound, from the microphones to the mixing, the mastering, the playback hardware, the amplifier, and, far and away the most important, the quality of the speakers and characteristics of the listening room. Whether the recording was vinyl or CD is simply not one of these important variables. Both methods are easily far superior to any differences the human ear might hope to distinguish. But I know you still want to hear which one's better, so what do people prefer in testing? Well, it's difficult to do comparisons because music recordings are mastered differently. Engineers will make a new master designed for the intended medium. The separate instrument tracks might be individually equalized, spread across the stereo spectrum, or have a dozen other parameters applied. Thus, a CD and a vinyl pressing of the exact same recorded performance are likely to be very different. Nevertheless, in 2000, the Bulletin of the Council for Research in Music Education published results for the best comparison they could manage. digital and analog recordings of the same concert performance recorded unequalized and unmixed, especially for this test. Results showed that music major listeners rated the digital versions of live concert recordings higher in quality than corresponding analog versions. Participants gave significantly higher ratings to the digital presentations in bass, treble, and overall quality, as well as separation of the instruments and voices. So what is this intangible, better experience that the vinyl supporters love? Well, it's about an experience, not about metrics or tabulated results. More senses are involved. The smell of the album cover, the touch of lowering the tone arm into the groove, the sight of the stroboscope indicating the precise turntable speed. It's an immersive experience to which the listener must dedicate focused attention and time. Vinyl records are a hands-on, personal connection to the musician, and that's something no amount of digital perfection can replicate. I'm Brian Dunning, and this has been In Fact. In Fact is made possible by financial support from viewers like you. Please visit infactvideo.com. You ever hear someone argue a point that was effective, even though it didn't quite ring true? Chances are they used a logical fallacy. I'm Brian Dunning, and you're watching In Fact. Welcome to the show that gives you the real facts behind popular myths. In this first of 3 videos, we're going to look at some common fallacious arguments, ways that people make their points sound convincing, even when they're not true. A common one is the ad hominem, arguing against the person rather than against the argument. Let's say some guy is trying to convince you that Einstein's theory of relativity is wrong. Einstein, because this is what I imagine someone who uses logical fallacies looks like. Einstein? That guy married his cousin. How can you trust his calculations? Flip it around and you have the bandwagon fallacy, which tries to claim that something must be true because so many people believe it. 50 million people have read The Secret. That many people can't be wrong. Oh yes they can. How about the people whose religious or political beliefs are different from yours? That's a lot more than 50 million right there. You can also use the argument from antiquity to prove that something must be true because people have believed it for a long time. Chinese medicine's been around for 5,000 years. It wouldn't have lasted that long if it didn't work. Being ancient only proves that an idea comes from pre-scientific times. Maybe it works, like the wheel, maybe it doesn't, like burning witches. Some more great ancient wisdom. A related tactic is to pull out the all-natural fallacy. This is a great way to sell a product by raising the specter of concern about competing products that might be tarnished by modern knowledge. You should sprinkle some of this Haitian zombie powder into your wound. Ground human bones, hemlock, stinging nettle, pufferfish neurotoxin. It's all natural. The argument from authority ignores the need to have good information and instead relies on an authority figure. It doesn't matter what your research shows. My information came from a scientist, so it can't be wrong. But if all else fails, fall back on the appeal to quantum physics. This is why people think Deepak Chopra knows anything. He throws around terms like this to make whatever he says sound scientific and advanced. Quantum physics links our metaphysical beings through quantum entanglement. Hey, it sounded over my head. He must know what he's talking about. Next time we'll look at some ways that language itself can be misused to accomplish the same thing. I'm Brian Dunning, and this has been In Fact. In Fact is made possible by financial support from viewers like you. Please visit infactvideo.com.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
People talk about good calories and bad calories, this diet and that diet, but the simple truth is you just can't beat the laws of thermodynamics. I'm Tamara Robertson, and you're hooked up to the feeding tube. Welcome to the show that serves up the real facts behind pop culture food myths. A parody known as Ginsburg's theorem states that the three laws of thermodynamics are: you can't win, you can't break even, and you can't get out of the game. What's that got to do with weight loss? Let's start by asking, why do we sometimes measure our food in calories when a calorie is a unit of heat? Maybe you remember from high school chemistry that when you burn a hydrocarbon, you get 3 things out of it: water, carbon dioxide, and heat, like burning gasoline as fuel. This is what your body does with much of your food, only instead of calling it fire, we call it metabolism. That's why it makes perfect sense to talk about burning calories. Food that provides calories is literally the fuel we run on. We are, after all, thermodynamic engines. We evolved in scarcity, and our bodies have a neat trick for when we get an excess of calories. It can store them as fat. When food gets scarce, we can then burn that fat to recover the energy. It's kind of like having rechargeable batteries, and that's using the first law to our advantage. If the calories you get from your food are about equivalent to the calories you burn, no new fat is stored and your weight is stable. If you have a prolonged surplus of calories, you can add to your fat stores. If you absorb fewer calories than you burn the fat and your weight goes down. Note that with the exception of surgery, a sustained calorie deficit is the only way there is to lose weight. And the kind of food you eat doesn't matter at all in terms of weight loss or gain. There are no fattening foods and no special weight loss foods. It's true that your body absorbs and stores calories from different foods in different ways, but no matter what pop diets try to claim about good calories versus bad calories, thermodynamically, they're all just calories. Bottom line is that there is no magically easy solution. If you want to lose weight, the laws of thermodynamics say that you have to put in the work. Eat fewer calories than you burn. I'm Tamara Robertson, and your feeding tube is out.
The Feeding Tube is made possible by charitable donations from viewers like you. Please visit feedingtube.tv to learn more.
Are conspiracy theorists really as crazy as they sound? I'm Brian Dunning, and you're watching In Fact. Welcome to the show that gives you the real facts behind popular myths. Everywhere you turn these days, someone is promoting some wacky-sounding conspiracy theory. Everything from the old classics, like the government shot John F. Kennedy and the government was in on 9/11, to the most far-out stories like Denver Airport is the secret headquarters of the Illuminati, and world leaders are actually reptilian aliens wearing electronic disguises. And we'll always have the popular favorites. The medical industry conspires to keep us all sick, the food industry conspires to make us all fat, and the oil companies conspire to suppress new clean energy technologies. Conspiracy theories are so prevalent that I might have just made you mad by naming one you believe in. Why do so many people believe in some of the craziest conspiracies? Are these people all suffering from a delusional disorder? No. Belief in conspiracy theories, no matter how ridiculous they are, doesn't mean someone is crazy. All it means is that they're human, and their brain is doing exactly the job it evolved to do. The human brain evolved to keep itself alive to the best of its ability. Suppose something rustled in the tall grass. Some of our ancestors weren't too concerned and figured it was merely the wind, but others were more cautious and suspected a panther and jumped for the nearest tree. Over the eons and hundreds of thousands of generations, the nonchalant ancestors were wrong and got eaten just often enough that eventually most survivors were those who tended toward caution and even paranoia. In evolution, it pays to err on the side of caution. The brains most likely to survive were those who saw a panther in every breath of wind, an angry god in every storm cloud, a malevolent purpose in every piece of random noise. We are alive today as a race in part because our brains piece random events together into a pattern that adds up to a threat that may or may not be real. As a result, we're afraid of the dark, even though there's rarely a monster. Thunder frightens us, even though lightning is scarcely a credible threat. And we perceive the menace of evil conspiracies in everyday events. The question we have to answer is, can our intellect trump our animal instincts? Now, before you comment on this video to tell me that some fringe conspiracy is actually true, hear what I have to say about it. Come to Skeptoid.com and search for it. I'm Brian Dunning, and this has been In Fact. In Fact is made possible by financial support from viewers like you. Please visit infactvideo.com.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
Ever have a debate and find that your opponent used frustrating arguing techniques? Chances are they used a logical fallacy. I'm Brian Dunning, and you're watching In Fact. Welcome to the show that gives you the real facts behind popular myths. In this last of 3 videos, we're going to look at some common fallacious arguments, ways that people make their points sound convincing even when they're not true. One way to do this is to use the excluded middle. If something's not one extreme, it must therefore be the other extreme. You either embrace raw organic food, or you believe that everyone should be forced to eat processed poisons infected with corporate hate energy. It's gotta be one or the other. If you don't accept that world leaders are reptoid aliens in disguise, it's because your mind is being controlled. The red herring is the dropping of a distraction from the real point, which may have nothing whatsoever to do with anything, but it takes you off the original argument. You say we actually sent men to the moon, but how can you reconcile that with Wernher von Braun's having visited Antarctica only 18 months before? Simply changing the subject hardly supports the original claim. The use of a special pleading is when you're out of any useful evidence to support your point, so instead you simply assert that your claim is beyond the ability of mere mortals to test. Homeopathic remedies are based on energies that Western scientists refuse to acknowledge, and their testing methods are too narrow and antiquated. Well then, I guess we have to accept it. A non sequitur means does not follow. If this, then that. This banana, it's so comfortable to hold. Therefore, the Earth is 6,000 years old. It's the invalid drawing of a conclusion from one point that actually does not suggest the conclusion. Big Pharma is corrupt. Therefore, energy blessings work. The argument from ignorance is when something is unknown to you, therefore it must be unknown to everyone. Therefore, the supernatural claim must be true. I don't understand how magnets work. It can only be a power from above. This will always be an easy fallback argument, since there will always be something unknown to someone. Science cannot explain everything, so we must accept that some phenomena exist outside of the physical world. Watch for all of these the next time you hear someone try to convince you of something that sounds fishy. If they resort to logical fallacies, it's a good clue that their claim is nonsense. I'm Brian Dunning, and this has been In Fact. In Fact is made possible by financial support from viewers like you. Please visit infactvideo.com.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live. Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
Hello, and thank you so much for coming and joining us on the Skeptic Track tonight at DragonCon 2025. I am so sorry that if you're here for the other panel, the 8:30 panel originally scheduled, there's been a medical emergency and that one will not take place. But our cryptid discussion was so popular, we brought the same panelists back, and Celestia Ward, who is the host of Squaring the Strange and is deeply immersed in folklore and is funny as heck, and a close personal friend of mine, is going to conduct this panel. Celestia Ward.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to our intimate cryptid party. Woo! All right, and apologies that David McRaney is not here. I was really looking forward to David McRaney, so I am disappointing myself. But yeah, he's alive and yeah, not in immediate danger, so that's good. Let me introduce the panel. We have Alex Matsuo and John Michael, and here we go, and Daniel Reed. And if you could each give a 2-sentence brag about who you are and why cryptids are important to you.
Yeah, I'm Alex Matsuo. I'm a paranormal researcher, claims investigator, I guess I can say, author, folklorist, playwright, and I feel like cryptids are an integral part of our culture and our community and collective consciousness.
Hey, I'm John Michael. I'm a former ghost hunter turned skeptic. Now I research the claims of the paranormal. And cryptids are important to me because they're important to other people, and I care about people. So, yep.
That's a very politically correct answer.
No, I care about people, so they're important to me.
I'm Daniel Reed. I am a frequent contributor to the Skeptical Inquirer magazine, and I write a lot about various and sundry cryptids because as I'm the founder of the West Virginia Skeptic Society, in West Virginia we have an inordinate number of cryptids, and so there's plenty of fodder there for me to write about, so I do.
I realize I didn't give 2 sentences about myself. I'm Celeste Ward. I'm one of the co-hosts of Squaring the Strange. We talk about cryptids a lot. They are a gateway drug into skepticism for a lot of people. Because, I mean, we all wanted to find Bigfoot when we were a kid. We all watched In Search of, and it was, to me, cryptids represented so many different things. There was hope. You were hoping you could be the first one to see a brand new species. And some people went on and became scientists because of their interest in cryptids early on. Cryptozoology can lead into real zoology. Cryptids are also a form of like escapism. And if you've ever read any cryptid porn, some people are really escaping.
Yeah.
through the whole concept of imagining another creature out there. And we'll talk more about this as well, but they also serve a social function in many ways. Lake monsters have kept generations of children from wandering too close to the rivers or the bodies of water. In fact, even nowadays, they had a PR campaign. It was either in Albuquerque or Las Vegas, but it was a little bit before my time, like in the 70s, where they had the ditch witch, and they wanted kids to stay away from the reservoirs and the canals there because the ditch witch might get you, and it was just to keep kids from drowning. Cryptids have been political. Who here knows about the origins of the Jersey Devil? Yeah. The gerrymander is in the news right now. The word gerrymander, it started as a political cartoon, a cryptid that looked like a salamander but was really odd looking, called the gerrymander. And I was just wondering and of course there's hoaxes. Of course there's hoaxes. And then there's sightings. And for each of my panelists here, what is your favorite, that's how that cryptid started? What is your favorite origin story for a cryptid that you have discovered? I mean, there was that whole period in like the 1800s, the yellow press, the journalism, where there were tons of hoaxes in newspapers. That's how we got the Snallygaster.
Yeah.
And of course the Batmen on the moon.
Yep.
And then once you have something publicized, you then have sightings.
Yeah, I have to say, I think during the Civil War, there was a lot of sightings and photos of captures of like dinosaurs, I noticed, like specifically during the Civil War too, or really large like hawks and pterodactyls. And I was like,
during the Civil War?
During the Civil War, like you would have these pictures of like Union soldiers, Confederate soldiers posing with these obviously manufactured animals. Obviously, like, they built them themselves. But I was like, it seemed to be like a form of escapism for them. I mean, because they're out there doing the thing.
There were one thing I learned on, doing research for the podcast is there were a lot of people into model making.
Mm-hmm.
Like 100 years ago, people didn't make memes. They made models.
Yep.
There were all these people who carved, I don't know, you guys know the story of the Lake George monster? Georgie?
Mm-hmm. Oh, Georgie, yep.
Georgie, this guy carved this elaborate like hippogriff, and he was having a kind of a prank war with his neighbor on the lake, and he tied it underneath the water, and he rigged it so that he could sit on the shore and pull a thing, and it would come up from the surface and scared the crap out of his neighbor when he was on his boat. And then it became kind of a thing to do. People would go to the lake to see this monster, which I think most of them knew it was fake, but it was like, where's it going to pop up this time? So how about you with the same question, John?
It's hard for me because I try not to say Mothman every single time as an answer, but legitimately for me, one of the hypotheses about where the Mothman came from was it was an owl sighting at nighttime. Oh. And I love birds. I have a bird feeder, and I just watch it all day. I guess I'm getting old. But one night I was out, and I saw, and I never got it, right? Like, why would someone think an owl is a cryptid? Like, it seems pretty clear, I feel like everyone's seen an owl at some point in their life. But one night, and I don't live out in the woods, but
I don't live in the woods, John.
You do.
It's just that I live in the country.
You are in the woods.
Okay.
West Virginia is the woods. The entire state. But But one night I was walking out to my mailbox, and it was like in the middle of the night, and on top of the townhome where I was staying at, I saw these like really strange red eyes. They were red. And it took me a second because I was like, what in the heck is that? And then I literally stood there for like maybe like 5 or 10 seconds, and then it flew off, and I realized it was an owl. I was like, why were its eyes red? That is fascinating. And it kind of clicked for me how if I didn't just stay there and watch the owl, it was fascinating to kind of connect that to someone who out in West Virginia who saw something like that and thought that it was a cryptid of some kind. So for me, it's not so much like I knew it was an owl. It's not a big wow. It was more realizing how someone could come to that conclusion it was mind-opening for me.
You touched on a really good point, and that is empathizing with other people who have not necessarily fallen for a scam, but had an experience. Like, oh my God, in their shoes, I would totally think that.
Right. Yep.
And then you could take that back all the way back in time to history. Of course, if I lived in 1400s, London, I would believe in dragons. Of course.
Yep.
So there's no like, oh, we're smarter than them. It's just understanding how people come to the conclusions they do.
Yep.
How about you, Daniel? Any favorite origin stories upon discovery with
Bat Boy?
Bat Boy.
Oh, Bat Boy is a good
Bat
one.
Boy is completely,
Is this also a West Virginia?
Yes,
cryptid?
actually, but it's in the Weekly World News. It was like made famous, and so on. But it has its origins in West Virginia, as do many of these types of things. And with Bat Boy, I've actually been to the caverns where Bat Boy was allegedly supposed to have been discovered.
He got me pregnant.
Bat Boy got you pregnant?
Yeah, it was all over the news.
Well, there was he was tracked down by the FBI and was arrested, and he got out and he helped some political party or something. I don't. But Bat Boy, it again was a number. There were a number of stories about Bat Boy in Weekly World News, and so. But the place where it was originally alleged to have been the birth of Bat Boy, they don't really play on that. They are one of the few places. I went in and I asked for stuff because I like to get stuff, like posters. And they had one poster about Bat Boy, but the rest of it, they had some articles up, but they really didn't talk about it.
So they want to disavow Bat Boy, or at least
Kind
ignore
of. They're like,
him.
yeah, you need to go talk to those people over there.
West Virginia has so many cryptids. One day you're going to tell me the Loch Ness Monster came from West Virginia.
We have a lake. We have a river.
I shouldn't have said anything.
Yeah, we have a river.
Almost every region has some sort of lake monster, because Lake Lore has one too, and even in DC where I live, we the Chesapeake Bay, we have Chessie.
Yep.
And Lake Tahoe has Tessie, and that leads into my next question, which is local lore, and how it's kind of almost become, I don't want to say franchised, but yeah, every lake has got a lake monster.
Even the man-made ones.
And the visitors authority in a lot of these towns are like, oh, well, we got to capitalize on this. And so in every gift shop, you're going to find little plushies of it. And some of these places have really turned it into, they've embraced it. I think some PR offices have even invented them from whole cloth when they're not there. And like the Fresno night crawlers, the walking pair of pants, which I think that video is super creepy. But they embraced it. You can get like merchandise in Fresno for the night crawlers. What do you guys think about this? Is this, part of the reason is there's no copyright on a cryptid. You can't. You can copyright a sports mascot. You can copyright a cartoon character, but cryptids are no fees, no tariffs, no copyright issues. Is this good that places are celebrating stuff like this? Does it dilute any sort of like serious look into biodiversity that cryptid? How do you feel about it? Is it an ick or a
I guess I kind of answered that just now.
Did.
I honestly kind of love it because it's like almost like this form of community building, and it's just interesting how it's turned into like this cultural phenomena. And I think, and I referenced this during the first panel, I do a lot. I've been researching paranormal folklore and beliefs in Japan since 2011. Oh my God! But yokai is actually a really good example of creating literal monsters out of like everyday concepts. I think there's like 400,000 different yokai
We looked into them a little bit. They're amazing.
Yeah, and there's yokai that will clean your bathrooms, but they do it by licking the floor. So there's a if it cleans my bathroom, I don't know. But there's something about like creating something as a community and building upon that. I do think a lot of that does stem from like seeing the success with the Mothman Festival, because I think I had mentioned during the first panel as well, the Mothman Festival brings and builds the economy for Point Pleasant and sustains them for the year. So that's how much commerce it brings to the small towns, and basically they just have to work for a weekend. Their businesses are still open after, but these towns are seeing this, and it's like, well, this is a way we can bring in some money for our economy, get our tax, boost our taxes a little bit, and but also build a community and bring tourists to bring people to the town.
And for the most part, I would hazard a guess that most of the people attending a conference, a thing like that, aren't true believers. Am I the only one hearing that?
No,
I hear it too.
Yes, you are. Okay. How about you guys? What do you think about the microculture of these local cryptids?
It's a hard question because I think stories are great, and I think folklore is great, and it serves a purpose. Just like we were talking about how some folklore serves a purpose to protect children from going into lakes and rivers and things of that nature. So I think it definitely serves a purpose. For me, though, truth is important. Right. And when we kind of cross that from subjectivity to this cryptid objectively exists, that's where I start to have problems with it.
But is that what these events do, though?
Yes.
Yeah, unfortunately. And I don't think necessarily the event people are pushing, maybe not pushing
some
that
of
way.
them do,
And some of them do, right? And this isn't everybody. But the problem is that a lot of the attendees will sometimes walk away with where they feel like this is objectively real. Is it a big deal that you believe Mothman is real? In a lot of ways, it can be, because as we were talking about cryptids being a gateway to skepticism, they can also be a gateway to more dangerous beliefs as well. Because when we start doubting reality and we start doubting authorities, it kind of sometimes it can turn into a conspiracy. Oh, well, the community's not acknowledging Mothman, like the scientific community. Why is that? And that can kind of lead into conspiracy type thinking. And so for me, truth is important. If we start talking about cryptids are objectively real, well, then we need objective evidence for those cryptids.
I find cryptids are objectively real as a problematic statement, though, because cryptozoology and cryptids are animals that have yet to be discovered. Mm-hmm. And we had talked about this earlier. Once you determine that animal does exist, it's no longer a cryptid.
Right.
So it's kind of an oxymoron. Then
It is. And I guess what I mean by that is if someone has a claim that a cryptid is real, but they do not show any objective to back that claim up, that's where I have an issue. If you say, I think maybe a cryptid is real, I still need some kind of evidence for why you would have that belief, right? Otherwise, it's not a justified belief at that point. But whereas if you have like a folklore, a story, you're not objectively claiming that it's real. And I'm fine with those kinds of things. So for me, it's more of, do you believe because you have evidence, or do you believe because you want to believe?
Well, I think we're also dealing with two different categories of, there's cryptid enthusiasts and then a cryptid believer, somebody who will camp out on the shores of Loch Ness. They're for years trying to spot Loch Ness because they absolutely believe it exists.
Well,
versus somebody who just, I love a good hoax too.
I've actually encountered people who have said, presenters at these cryptid events, festivals, that say, I'm not a believer, I'm a knower. And the people in the room go, yeah, he's truth, man, truth. And so there's this range of people. For example, I was at one conference, one cryptid fest, and then they'd have these presenters come in. And so I'm sitting there with my buddy, and we're sitting there listening to these. And then the presenter says, okay, do we have any skeptics in the room? We raised our hand. We were literally the only two, and they hissed at us. I thought that was something they just did in movies.
Oh, my gosh.
But there were these two ladies behind us that went,
What in the
And I'm going, okay. And the guy was like, no, we need skeptics. We need skeptics. I'm a skeptic. And then he proceeded to go on to explain in great detail how he was not a skeptic. So, but yeah, there's this range of people that attend these, but I can't give a good number or even a good estimate on the number of people that do versus the number of people that don't. But there are a grand number of true believers.
And that's a good point too. Not everybody is going to have problematic beliefs, and not everybody is going to be led into conspiracy type thinking. That's not, not across the board.
It's almost like you want to catch them before they get all the way down the rabbit hole, or the jackalope hole. And talk to them when the cryptid can be discussed just on the level of we're talking about a potentially existent animal. And, you can't ever fully disprove an animal exists. You can only say it's very, 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 very unlikely, unless you're going to scan every inch of the planet at the same time. Right. It's very, very, I can't stand here and say Bigfoot is not real, but I can say it's really unlikely due to all these, biologically, the breeding population, we've never hit a carcass, we've never found a carcass, blah, 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 blah. But you can't completely disprove it. Right. So unlike other topics, you can discuss critical thinking in the structure of looking at a cryptid that you can't do with politically charged topics, right? Or abortion, evolution. All of these have a lot of luggage on them. A jackalope is a jackalope.
Right, right.
And that actually, the jackalope is one of my favorites because it is. If you don't know the story, it's these two teenage boys in, I think it was Wyoming, took a correspondence course back when you could do correspondence courses through the mail on taxidermy. Wow. And one of them had shot, they had a deer that had been hunted, and they had a jackrabbit, and they kind of looked at each other and said, "You've got your peanut butter in my chocolate. Let's go ahead and put this together." And then a bar owner bought it. He loved it so much he bought it and went to his bar, and it became this joke that separated the city folk from the rural folk. Became, oh yeah, we got those jackalopes here. You ought to come out. We'll go hunting for them. And it just became this way for the country folk to make fun of the city folk. And it went on and on and on that way. And Michael Branch, who wrote the book On the Trail of the Jackalope, he goes all into the art of the hoax, and it's just beautiful to think about how you can just have this collective joke that you share with other people in your community. But now they're in the news for real because of the Shope papillovirus. And sorry, I'm getting off topic with the fact that they're real, but with the hoaxes, how do you feel about hoaxing? Is it fun? When does it cease to become fun? Is it dangerous?
Oh, it's real fun. I've done it before.
Tell us how you've hoaxed it.
I haven't hoaxed a cryptid, but just messing with friends. I was not prepared to answer this question. I was just saying it real quick, but no. I think hoaxing is absolutely dangerous because again, it leads to you're making even if the hoaxer, even if they're playing a practical joke. Practical jokes are great. We constantly pick at each other and play jokes with each other, but the problem is if you don't stop the hoax and you don't admit that what you're doing isn't real, because a lot of people times they don't. It gets out of control and they're just oh crap, right? But then it turns into reality for a lot of people, and we get back to talking about cryptids in particular, where if you don't have any evidence for it, people will start to believe that the stories of these hoaxes are evidence in of themselves. And it's not real. And so again, truth is important.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah, I agree with John. Why do I keep saying John?
I'm fine.
I don't know. I agree with John. I think hoaxing is harmful and it is dangerous because you do get people who truly believe it, then they center their identity around it. They start making decisions on their life around it. And it also affects their relationships, their families, and especially if we add another layer of mental illness at play. And what stands out, a story that stands stands out to me in relation to this is Slender Man. Slender Man wasn't necessarily a hoax. It started off as a contest on creepypasta. It was like a photoshopped, contest, and then it ballooned from there because, those images didn't stay on creepypasta. They went out and people started to look at these photos and think they were real. And then you had literal teenage girls who were, the two girls that stabbed their friend. Luckily, the friend survived, but they were doing this as a sacrifice to Slender Man because they thought like Slender Man would take them away into the woods if they did this. Another girl tried to murder her mother for the same reasons. So when you have these really impressionable minds, willing to do these things and create their own lore of Slender Man, literally just from Photoshop art, it becomes a problem. So that's where I stand.
Well, creepypasta is, and that's given rise to a lot of folklore lately. And the internet and sources like that, we've got to also acknowledge AI.
Yeah.
And does anybody want to explain here who Loab is?
Isn't Loab a conglomerate of that you ask the AI to, and it brings in all these images, and they all end up being very similar, oddly, different people having these.
It has to do with generative AI.
Yes. And I remember the Squaring the Strange episode, but not well enough to talk about it.
Well, Loab is reputed to be the first cryptid AI.
Mm-hmm.
And I find the concept very interesting because of, we were discussing earlier, tulpas and golems and what was that one?
Egregores.
Egregores. I love that word. That's a new one to me, where you just think about this thing or you bring all these ideas together. And this artist, it was an AI artist. I hate to call people who use AI artists,
Right.
but I forget her name. She actually just had a handle. I don't know her actual name. She had created all these images with prompts, and she noticed an older, stricken woman who looked like she'd been crying a lot kept appearing in them. And in one of them, the word Loab appeared like behind her. Yeah. And these were all very horror-themed, creepy images. But it was pulling from, it was aggregating from all these different sources on the internet. And I have a theory. Every time I looked at these Loab pictures, they look a little bit like Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Loab does look like Nancy Pelosi.
And during the time Loab was formed, Nancy Pelosi was in the news a lot. You saw her photograph a lot, but she had this drawn face, and people were like, this is the future of cryptids. She really exists. She's out there. She's warning us about something. She's much like Mothman is a omen of doom. Loab had that same reputation. And we have two tech people here who work in the tech sphere. What are your thoughts on the future of cryptids in the AI sphere?
I think it's entirely possible, but I don't think that AI is going to be able to create, especially if we're using generative AI. So you have AI and then you have generative AI. If we're using generative AI, really it's already pulling from the information that's already out there. So not necessarily creating something new, it's more like repurposing. Mm-hmm. Like with Loab, Loab came from repurposed content that was, smashed and sliced and spliced together. But I think in terms of cryptids, we're already kind of creating them already in the AI space with personas and agentic AI. Agentic AI is really leading the way for having something go out in there and doing things for you and doing a lot of different things. I don't think we're quite in Skynet yet. I don't think we're going to get there in the next 20 years, I'll be honest, and I work in this area. But I think it's entirely possible, especially when you have people talking to ChatGPT like therapists or asking them for advice or how to manage day-to-day life. And you're creating these personas based on, Meta on Instagram, they called me when I hit 20,000 followers, and they're like, we really want you to test out this new AI feature that we have, and it's a persona. It's basically an AI persona, and you have to train the models. That's the other thing. You have to train the models. So whatever cryptid emerges from AI is going to come from us. So it's us.
Folklore has always come from the folks.
Yeah.
So
absolutely. I think We talk about AI. I think it's interesting too that there is no intelligence in AI, especially like generative AI in particular. But I think a lot of people fear it because they don't understand it.
They don't understand it.
AI is not smart in any case. It really, and we can get more into it if you're curious, but I'll kind of skip through it. But all it's doing is making predictions when you ask a question, and it's just generating responses based on the prior thing that it talked about.
Can imitate consciousness well enough.
Right.
That a lot of people believe it.
Believe it's
Well,
conscious,
it's like if you were to type in rain, rain, and AI will fill in go away. Anytime you type in rain, rain, go away. But then if you say scattered thunderstorms, it'll go into like cloudy skies. And then you do it again, it's going to say sunshine. It's based off the patterns.
Right. Exactly. And so people think that ChatGPT is somehow conscious in some kind of way, and it's not. And it's interesting when you look at the idea of AI and how it works. Sometimes you can kind of compare that to cryptids. Like for example, me with the owl, I didn't know what it was at first, and part of I won't lie to you, even as a skeptic, my brain kind of jumped to, what strange creature is this? This is interesting. So when we don't understand something, our minds want to make sense of it. It's just how we function as human beings. And I think a lot of people look at AI, they don't quite understand it, and they see that branding, right? Artificial intelligence. And they think that it's intelligent and is creating something. And really, it's not. It's just making a predictive pattern and kind of doing what you asked it to do. So I don't think generative AI is, 100% sure generative AI is not capable of creating something within its code like as a cryptid or a loab or anything like that, because that's just not how AI works. Maybe one day.
Agentic is a step forward.
Agentic is interesting.
Is a step forward in that direction, but I still think we're pretty far away from that.
Absolutely.
Well, the loab things seem to have a feedback loop to it, where people would search for AI cryptid loab, and they would start saying, "Oh, well, this is what they mean right here."
Right.
Stories were written about it. People were posting about it, and so you spoke it into truth.
Right, exactly. And as we train new models, every time we retrain, and what that means, if you're not sure, whenever we kind of create the next version of AI, we will go take a data set, and we'll run it through a whole algorithm, and we'll retrain it. And one of the problems that we're seeing in AI is we're starting to train data that was created by AI, and we're feeding that back into the AI systems, and it's actually kind of breaking down AI a little bit.
Yeah, it is.
But sort of like, how we were talking about earlier, the more you talk about something, it can kind of create a truth just by, you come across all these stories, so it must be real. Like, this is evidence. Like, look at how many stories there are. But you can see that in the AI space too with Loab. Everyone starts talking about Loab, we start searching for it, and then the next time they go to train all this data, they're sucking in those stories of Loab, and then in the next version of ChatGPT 8,000, whatever the next version is, you may start to see Loab in that because of how it was trained.
Well, speaking about retconning information, backwards here, to leave the AI space and go to ancient times, we were speaking earlier about whether or not fundamentalist Christian beliefs are compatible with cryptid beliefs. There's a lot of supernatural elements with some of the cryptids that we all know and love. And Daniel, you were pointing out that, yes, there are a lot of very fervent, Bible believers who interpret the Bible to have cryptids in it.
To have and to have explanations for existing, like, for example, Bigfoot.
Yeah.
And I wish Dan McClellan was here so that he could give us the exact verse in Scripture. But it talks about, and I don't remember which book it is, but it talks about the sons of God looked upon the daughters of men, and then the next line is, and giants walk the earth. And so those were considered the Nephilim. And so some people actually have gone through this cryptozoological apologetics to arrive at the conclusion that Bigfoot is actually an interdimensional being, which is why we have no carcasses and no bodies. And so as a result of them being interdimensional beings, that they are a step above humans but a step below the angels. They believe that they are, in fact, the giants that were being referred to in the Bible. And so it's interesting how you go to these conferences, these paranormal cryptozoological conferences, and to hear people talk about those things, because you've got the people who actually believe that they are genuine creatures, blood and sinew, and that they believe that they are actually real live creatures. But then you've got these other people who feel that they are interdimensional creatures, that they're spiritual. And even in the Ape Canyon stories, they talk about because the gentleman shot one and they couldn't find it, and so he references it being, you know, an interdimensional sort of spiritual creature. But the interesting thing is that line of demarcation that occurs. The people who think that they are interdimensional look over at the people who feel that it's blood and sinew, and they're like, those people aren't quite there. They don't have the story. And then the people who think that it's actual blood and sinew actually are really a real creature, you can see the expression on their face. They will look over at the folks who think it's an interdimensional creature, and they're going to go, no, those people just ain't right. You know, so
it's both of them hate the skeptic.
And both of them hate the skeptics. They hiss at us. I didn't think that was a thing. I thought that was a thing that happened on TV in the movies in the 40s, you know, when somebody didn't like somebody. But no, they actually did it.
Like a real thing.
Yeah, well, and of course you've got the Leviathan that's
In the
mentioned,
Bible, right.
and people work that in. Oh, that's a dragon. That's the Loch Ness monster.
Well, and the Bible refers to unicorns as well.
Unicorns.
Yeah, and so I mean, there's any number of things that they can go through these apologetics that to describe modern cryptids, but I do not know of anyone that believes in unicorns. I mean, personally, I know there may be people out there that do, but I don't personally know. But I know of plenty of people who believe in Bigfoot or the Mothman. Or
one of the recent Skeptical Inquirers, the cover story was "Bigfoot is Dead."
Yes.
Yeah.
And I drew that one.
I was going to say, I think. Yeah.
But
nice.
I bring it up because it really went over 50 years of Bigfoot sightings,
Mhm.
and Bigfoot is such a marquee monster that's gone through all these evolutions, if you will. My favorite was probably the $6 Million Man,
Yes, mine too.
where Bigfoot was Bigfoot on the sixth. He was on like 5 episodes or something, and he was played by Ted Cassidy and Andre the Giant. And he went through this transformation like Pinocchio, where first he was just Bigfoot, and then, they found out Bigfoot was a robot. It was discovered that it wasn't really Bigfoot. Bigfoot was a robot constructed to protect this secret thing in the woods. Oh, and the thing was built by aliens, so Bigfoot was an alien robot. And then because the aliens thought he did such a good job, they could tell because he was a sentient AI Bigfoot robot, he wanted to be a real Bigfoot. He wanted to be real of bone and sinew. So they put him into a hibernation state to turn him into a real Bigfoot. And I'm like, that's way better than Pinocchio. I love it.
It's great.
But cryptids seem to go through this stage where they're like, at first they're scary. Mothman, scary. Many cryptids you see at night, very scary. And then they go from scary to kind of popular and prolific. And then they're cute. Then they're plushy, and then they're fuzzy, they're chibi.
It's like vampires. They sparkle now.
They sparkle now.
That's no. To me, a vampire is Christopher Lee. You know, he is. You are food for him. But now, you know, it's this whole metamorphosis as you're describing.
And in some of the time left, I'm glad you mentioned vampires, because I was also going to mention cryptids and monsters in relation to disease and pandemics.
That was your segue. I did that on purpose.
Thank you.
Yes.
So see, we're ESPing each
Yeah.
other. We have vampires and zombies and wolfmen who are all kind of connected to how people looked at disease in the past. And how do you guys view cryptids through that lens? We talked about jackalopes and how their horns, they're in the news right now. I talked to Michael Branch, who wrote that book. He's a media darling right now, answering questions all the time about the virus that causes these horns. What are your thoughts on disease and cryptids and how they're connected? Monsters.
Well, I'm again it.
You're again.
That's my West Virginia coming out. I'm again it. But you know, there's obvious connections, and we talked about it a while ago in terms of, I think it was tuberculosis or the plague that was associated with vampires. There's rabies with lycanthropes and so on and so forth. But I think that people are going to want to find an explanation for whatever they encounter. And when they don't understand it, they tend to lapse into going toward those things that they do understand. And if the thing that you do understand is by definition something you can't understand, it fits the bill for the thing you don't understand, if that makes sense.
It's adjacent. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I think it's only natural for people to invent explanations for things that make sense to them. But you get to the point where someone has to say, okay, wait, let's take a step back and look at this critically. And I don't necessarily know, as we've talked about, that a lot of the folks take the time to do that. So
now, Alex, you specialize in yokai lately. I understand that there were a COVID pandemic yokai created. Do you know anything about those?
I'm not familiar with it, but I'm not surprised. I mean, there's new yokai being created every day. And
it's sort of like guardian angels or something, right?
Something like that, yeah. So considering that, like I said, there's like 400,000 different types of yokai.
For anybody who doesn't know, could you give an explanation of what a yokai is, what it means?
So a yokai is a type of, I don't want to say monster. A lot of them will like associate them with like demons, not like the Christian, like, devil type things, but definitely a supernatural entity that is it's prominent all across Japanese folklore. You can have yokai human hybrids. Humans can turn into yokai. Ghosts can turn into yokai. If you put enough collective thought into a chair, the chair can become a yokai. So there's a lot of really rich history with yokai in Japan. One of my favorites is this ancient Japanese not ancient, like late 1800s, early 1900s Japanese painting of a yokai as an umbrella as a yokai. Just an umbrella, and it's got eyes and mouth, and it's got it's got a personality of its own.
They can become enlightened as well, correct?
They can.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So I'm not familiar with the COVID era.
COVID yokai.
COVID yokai, but I'm not surprised because there's a new yokai coming out like almost every day. Yeah.
John, do you have any thoughts on pandemic? Well, any sort of pandemic or sickness relationships with cryptids, and do they bring disease? Are they doom and gloom?
Yeah, so talking about the jackalope, I have seen. I don't know if it's the same virus that birds can get. It may be. I don't think so. But I have seen birds that have had a very similar virus, if it's not the same, at my bird feeder before. And when you see it, it looks very strange. I had a pigeon jump up once into the feeder I have, and its beak was longer, and it was almost crossing like this.
Ooh.
It was awful looking. And I've seen pictures of also a very similar disease where they grow almost fangs like from the bottom of their beak as well. And if I hadn't have read about that prior, I would have been like, what is going on with this pigeon? Like, it would be very suspicious to me. And I would maybe even think it was a totally different species. I'd be confused. I've seen chickadees also with just long, not that I've seen, but pictures of just their beaks have just been extended because they had a viral infection. And they don't look like the same species. And I can very easily see how that can, someone who isn't aware of a virus, that could even occur, would think that that's a totally different species, and would maybe even think it's a cryptid as well. So it makes sense to me.
My co-host Ben Radford, who wrote Tracking the Chupacabra, he talked about the first iteration with Madeline Tolentino in the 90s and everything. She described this creature being spiny and reptilian, but all the later ones, it sort of changed shape. Now he gets photos of dogs and coyotes with mange sent to him every month. So if you have any pictures of like coyotes with mange, send them to Ben Radford. He likes to get those emails.
Does he?
loves them. But I'm gonna briefly talk about a horrible thought when it came to cryptids and monsters and disease. That you hit on something, it's like, oh, you think you figured something out on your own, and then you find out academics have been thinking this for a long time. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of cool, but it's like, oh, I'm not original at all. But the fairies and some of the beliefs in ancient Europe and England, fairies stealing children was a big thing. And when they stole a child, they would replace it with a changeling. And the changeling could be like made of wood or clay or something. Mm-hmm. And so it just was kind of like a bad body snatcher copy of your child. And it occurred to me like, oh my God, these are children with neurological problems. Mm-hmm. These are children who, because they say, oh, my kid, they seem like, oh, that's my child who I love and who I care for, and that's acting like my child. And then around the age of 1 or 2, something happened, and their kid was different. And I'm like, yeah, if I was dealing with that mindset, I would think the fairies have switched my child out. In a mindset today, you might think, my kid had vaccines, and the day after I gave my kid those shots, they just changed.
Yeah.
And go.
I mean, even it was even happening with adults. I think one of the later changeling fairies situation story, I want to say it happened in the 60s with Bridget Clary. I don't know if y'all are familiar with the story of Bridget Clary, but I want to say it was it was definitely, I think, early 20th century. The date is escaping me right now because people are watching me. But her husband accused her of being a changeling, and he was mentally ill, but he was so convinced that if he got rid of the changeling, the fairies would return the real Bridget, and he ended up setting her on fire.
Oh God!
And that case was actually, and she did not survive. But if you read the timeline of events with that case, like her brother and her father were in on it too. Like they were like, oh yeah, this is a changeling, and really feeding this horrible thought into her husband's head, which led to her passing. But that story was actually used to really paint rural Irish people into like, oh, look at these stupid people who still believe in fairies. But I mean, clearly she was also really into fae, like into the fae and fairy folklore as like a passing interest. But yeah, it's interesting you bring that up because I just thought about Bridget Clary earlier.
I mean,
today.
Sir Arthur Conan Doyle believed in fairies.
The cottonjay.
Yeah. Why? How come when you accuse a woman or a child of something in ancient times, it was never like, well, let's figure out if this person is a changeling. The test is you tickle them. It's never something mundane or harmless. It's like, well, first we have to burn them with hot coals.
Yeah.
And then we have to dunk them in the river. And then we have to leave them outside, in the woods for a year.
Like testing for witches.
Yeah.
It's
never like a harmless test. Yeah.
I'm going to flip back 1 second. It's kind of in the same vein of changelings, but back to the lycanthropes. When you look again in the Bible, it talks about I think it's in the book of Daniel. I know it is. I looked it up. But it talks about King Nebuchadnezzar. And he lived as an animal for a while. That he actually became animal-like, and they said his hair grew long. And so in modern context, when I read that, as a former therapist, I see mental illness. And so, I can see all these instances where someone they maybe have a psychotic episode, or they have some sort of an imbalance, which has had to have happened back then. But how do we explain it? Instead of having, they didn't have the knowledge that we have now. So what do? They go to the thing that they do understand that they can't possibly understand, that makes no sense but does make sense to them. And so it's demonic, or it's some sort of a possession.
And that was actually what I was going to talk about, but I figured you would know a lot more about this than I would, because I am not a psychology guy. But kind of the opposite direction, I have read about, I don't know if it's a disorder or if it's like a brain damage from a tumor or something like that, where people overnight sometimes will no longer recognize their own children. And it's not the child that has changed, but it's the parent
Like
that has
a
changed.
Probably there's no
right.
there's the ability to see faces and
Right, and there was a famous case out of France, I believe in the early 1900s, where a woman could no longer recognized her children and thought that someone had swapped her child with somebody else.
I think there's a really interesting book, if my memory is serving me, The Man Who Mistook His Wife for a Hat.
Oliver Sacks.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. So I think it also could be in the opposite direction. And just like how you were saying, I'm sure we came to that understanding relatively recently in human history. And so we have thousands of years. How do you explain that?
Well, again, and this is going to go completely off, but it is a conversion disorder in terms of, so you're taking what the eyes do work, but you're taking it and your brain is switching it to make it something else.
Oh, wow.
So there's an issue with converting from one thing to another, and so, but that's a whole other.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Well, before we take any questions, and we will save some time for questions, I kind of gave you guys a challenge. We all know that cryptids are a product of their time and place. It's affected by cultural fears, cultural concerns. They serve societal purposes, and they really reflect the views of the era. So I want you guys all to perhaps we will birth the new cryptid here that's going to take over America. But what do you guys think? I'd like you to invent on the spot, or maybe you thought about it earlier. What's going to be the next great American cryptid? Can you describe it? Who wants to start first? Alex.
Oh, no.
Sorry, you were closest to me. So.
It's okay. It's okay. I feel like we're going to have, I don't know, I feel like we could have a cryptid surrounding, I'm trying to think, almost, I want to say almost like it, oh God, I can't believe I'm bringing this one up, but remember like Man Bear Pig with South Park?
Yep.
Like, I feel like we're going to get something like Man Bear Pig, but out of like RFK Jr.
Oh.
You know?
Leather Worm Man.
Yes! Yes!
I'm afraid of him already.
Right. That sounds terrifying.
Okay.
Actually, that's it. Leather Worm Man. That's what we're going to call
Leather
it.
Worm
That's
Man.
mine.
No,
You know?
no thanks. No thanks.
All right, how about you, John?
I came up with like 3, and 2 are not very well fleshed out. But one I thought of, just thinking about like current conspiracies and things like that. Like some kind of cryptid that comes from like being vaccinated.
Yes.
Like there was a person that got vaccinated and like transforms into like a cryptid of some kind. But AI was the other thing that I thought of. We already talked about that, so that's not fair.
Okay.
Just because that's in the conscious of us right now.
The Wakefield. People become the Wakefield.
Right.
Okay.
But I guess like the one that just in my own experience and kind of thinking through, it's the trash panda cryptid. So so imagine like if you're looking outside one night and you see little red eyes, and it's very tall, and you shine a flashlight, and it's just gone all of a sudden. However, your trash can has been moved and changed. And you're just sitting there like, nothing could get into my trash can. I didn't see a bear or anything else. And you saw these little strange little red eyes, but it was just a raccoon. It was just hungry. And maybe you saw like a little striped creature running out into the woods.
You just get a glimpse. Actually, raccoons are kind of odd looking anyway.
They are.
If you asked a second grader to draw a raccoon, you'd get a cryptid.
They also move very strangely.
Yeah, I don't trust them.
Yeah.
How about you, Daniel?
Well, I gave this some thought. Deep thought. Yes.
Deep thought.
Deep thoughts with Daniel Reed. I think that a cryptid would be something in terms of like a glass owl that is sitting on top of a cell phone tower, sitting on top of some abandoned tower, and that the screen, their eyes are like a cell phone screen, and so they sort of sit and they whisper to you the things that your worst fears, the thing that you don't want anyone to know about your search history or whatever you might find.
Oh, like a spy owl.
Yes,
Ooh,
and so it is this little. It's sort of a glassy looking creepy owl that sits and watches and knows.
I love all these.
I don't like that one either.
I came up with a cryptid that's very much like the Blob. It's going to be an ooze that you know how slime mold can just slowly creep and it seems to have a brain, but it doesn't have a brain.
Mm.
This is like an orange lichen that just creeps, and it before you even realize it always goes for the elderly members of your family. And it feeds on their brain until they become zombies.
Mm. It's a good one.
It's called the lump. I'm not getting political, though.
No.
I'm surprised we haven't gotten any cryptids coming from like the drones that were flying.
Oh
around
yeah.
Jersey, you know?
Yeah.
See, I think there's a reason. You know, the low information zone that is always where cryptids live.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, everybody already knows what a drone is.
True.
So we had the
True.
opposite thing happen. We saw people seeing birds and going, a drone!
Right.
You know,
Mm.
Lord, there
That
probably
too.
there are probably cryptids everywhere, and people were mistaking the cryptids for drones.
Right.
We missed it.
Does anybody have any questions? We got about like 6 or 7 minutes left.
Microphone, please. Come up to the microphone.
Oh. Do you guys have any questions?
I have
Nobody
so many
got-
questions.
looks like
What's your favorite cryptid besides the jackalope? What's your favorite cryptid?
Mine?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh gosh, I really do like the jackalope, but see, most anything out of Greek mythology is not. You can't really call those cryptids, but man, I love gorgons and minotaurs, and I had a lovely lady today telling me all about this minotaur porn.
Yes, yes, yes.
called
Wow.
The
Yes.
happy the Morning Glory milk farms or something. Yeah.
Oh my.
Okay.
On that note,
There's a rich field of erotica that involves cryptids and monsters. But on
you
that
for
note,
educating
hi.
Yeah, thank you for educating us on that. Thank you. That added to my life.
Oh. That glass owl is going to go through your search history here.
Yeah. Do not ever look up cryptid porn. Do not.
hey, listen, one of my friends writes Bigfoot smut and was able to pay off like all 3 of her kids' college funds, and she has 2 houses.
Good
so,
for
you know,
her.
good for her.
I know I'm getting.
And the reason is because it's so incredibly popular. If you search for it once, the algorithm is going to shove it to you like a fire hose for the rest of your natural life.
Right.
I speak as a person who's made that mistake.
Cannot wait. Cannot wait for your question.
Okay.
I was gonna ask, with like AI and the global illnesses and how fast that comes about nowadays, do you think that we're more susceptible to the creation of cryptids now?
I will say yes. I do. Me personally, because look, I love the internet and I love the idea of free information available to anyone. I think it's a public good and one of the greatest inventions mankind's ever made. But as part of that, this is a bad, and I don't know a better word to say, but there's some gatekeeping that does need to happen with like professionals who have dedicated their entire lives to studying certain topics that this dum-dum up here shouldn't, be talking about first without consulting them first, right? And we can do that now. Like, we can go on social media and watch some TikTok person, and it sounds like they really know what they're talking about, and I'm just going to believe it. You know what I mean? And so, as kind of a downside to that accessibility, now it's a lot easier for things like cryptids to be created in the social consciousness, and just for it to carry forth and become viral, right? And part of that idea of going viral is when there's stories just everywhere, people will use that as evidence for existence.
And then they'll create their own content to
Right.
ride on that bandwagon.
Yep.
Yeah, it seems like the crucible that these things are created in, just things can spread so much faster, and then stuff gets retconned. That's the other thing. If you type in a picture of the chupacabra during the Civil War, you will find it. You will find, and the chupacabra actually was not a thing. Nobody knew about the chupacabra. It was not invented. It was not discovered, or whatever you want to, until the 1990s. But everybody thinks it goes way back a lot further.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just gotten around. It was on an episode of The X-Files, and it was everywhere after that. So
But do you think they're going to have the same longevity and actually become
that's
folklore?
That's a good question.
That's a good question. I honestly don't think so, because algorithms, trends change so quickly now. I don't think they're going to have the same longevity, at least until somebody writes it in like something tangible like a book. I don't think it's going to have
smut?
the same. Yeah, or smut.
Yeah.
You know, Loeb, smut. Ooh, that's a.
Loab smut?
Ooh.
Wow.
Nancy Pelosi erotica.
Oh.
Yeah.
Huh. But not because you're looking at it. Okay, good.
Don't search for anything.
No.
Yeah.
Oh man. Any other questions?
Wow.
We're at like 3 minutes, and I'm trying to think if there's any gotcha questions I can give you. Give me your most favorite and most hated cryptid.
My most hated, I mentioned this during the first panel, it's Bigfoot. I don't think, and I had to clarify my stance, like, you know, I mentioned that Bigfoot's my hard no. I think it's more of the culture that's been built around Bigfoot.
Bigfoot is the bro cryptid.
It is, yeah.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yes.
And
Yes.
and it I will say it serves a purpose. A lot of guys go out on Bigfoot hunts that are just like it's an excuse to go walking in the woods. They just don't want to say they're hippie hikers.
Yeah.
So they have to and you know, and that's been going on for generations. They had, you know, people out hunting the beast of Gévaudan. They had people who went out, you know, in a group hunting for chupacabras and all that. So anyway, I took over your point.
No, you're good. But no, that's
your
probably
least
mine. That's my least favorite. And probably my favorite, my most favorite. I mean, chupacabra, because that was my first cryptid, and I just remember seeing the episode on Unsolved Mysteries with the spiny back reptilian like eyes. It scared the crap out of me. Like I was like 8 or 9 years old when I first saw this episode, and it was like 10 o'clock at night. And I was in my room, and I'm like, oh my god, I live in this area, you know, because I grew up in San Diego. So I think that's my favorite. And then of course, yes, we've evolved into like it's a coyote with mange. But yeah, and then Mothman's a close second, just because people have gotten so creative with Mothman now. So.
Yeah, I'll hurry through so Daniel can also answer. But for me, my favorite is Goatman, and it's the nice story. There's so many stories about Goatman, and some of them are very kind of vulgar and not good. There's even a story about Goatman was a scientist in a lab that was experimenting and turned into Goatman. But something about Goatman that is just it's ridiculous. But it's also we were talking about Greek mythology. Is Greek mythology adjacent, right?
Yeah.
But it's fascinating how many stories and incompatible stories about Goatman there are, which I just love. My least hated fandom, or my most hated fandom, again, Bigfoot, because of the bro culture. However, in terms of actual cryptids, I'd probably say the Loch Ness Monster, just because for me, it's just so clearly like a log in the, in some water. But that's just my least favorite.
Well, I think Mothman, because that was the thing that got me involved.
That's your favorite or least favorite?
That's my favorite. Okay. Yeah, because that's the thing that got me involved with the Skeptical Inquirer, and so I have a special affinity, a special soft spot in my heart for Mothman. I think my least favorite is the sheep squatch.
Sheep squatch.
Yes, it's a cross between a sheep, a Bigfoot, an opossum, and
that's some wild smut right there.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
It's urine allegedly burns your eyes. I don't even want to know how.
I don't know. It sounds awfully fluffy.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, but I know, but yeah. So I'm just bestiality, smut, squat.
Wow. It's a great note to end on.
All right. Yes. And we are out of time. Thank you for coming to our intimate cryptid party.
Yes. Thank you so much. This will be uploaded on YouTube later, so hopefully we'll be able to enjoy it. If Margaret's still here, I guess there's still opportunities for the parade. If not, we'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Thank you so much, y'all.
Let's get a picture before.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
Can eating an alkaline diet help prevent cancer and other diseases? I'm Tamara Robertson, and you're hooked up to the feeding tube. Welcome to the show that serves up the real facts behind pop culture food myths. One of these is the alternative health belief that cancer and other diseases are caused by your body being too acidic, and that you can prevent them by eating a more alkaline diet. The pH scale measures the acidity of aqueous solutions like your body. It goes from 0 to 14. Pure water is neutral and has a pH of 7. Values less than 7 are acidic. Values greater than 7 are alkaline. Rain averages slightly acidic about 5.2. The ocean is slightly alkaline at 8.1. And the human body is right in between at 7.4. Here's the basic problem with the alkaline diet. Its fundamental assumption that you can change your body's pH level by changing what you eat violates everything we know about the chemistry of the body. Your body always stays at 7.4 because the enzymes that trigger virtually every chemical reaction in your body only work in a very narrow range. If your body actually became even slightly acidic or alkaline, you would die very quickly. Your body's main mechanism for regulating its pH level is your respiration. We exhale carbon dioxide, which comes into your lungs right from the blood. If your blood becomes even slightly acidic, you'll exhale more CO2. If it becomes alkaline, you'll exhale less. This is both rapid and effective. The slow metabolization of food can't compete with the respiratory system's fast and powerful response to changes in pH. Your kidneys handle the rest of it, removing acids or bases from your blood as needed. The pH of your urine can be all over the place, depending on what was removed from your blood. Urine is the only bodily fluid whose pH can change based on what you eat. Some marketers of alkaline diets take advantage of this by fooling customers into buying urine pH test kits, hoping to trick you into thinking your urine's pH reflects your body's pH. It doesn't. So what happens when you drink alkaline water or eat an alkaline diet? Nothing. Your stomach full of hydrochloric acid is extremely acidic. As soon as the food moves to your intestines, pancreatic secretions bring it back up to 7.4. All of this means the belief that an acidic body is the cause of cancer and other diseases is pure fiction. If anyone tells you that, don't listen to anything else they say. They need to revisit high school biology. I'm Tamara Robertson, and your feeding tube is out. The Feeding Tube is made possible by charitable donations from viewers like you. Please visit feedingtube.tv to learn more.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.